on it cruel enough to do. I don't know why I gave that stand. People always give, I don't know, possibly very violent examples to get across consciousness. And it's, yeah, I don't know why that's come about. But anyway,
Say mean things to him. So let's go back. It experiences pain, it experiences pleasure, joy. I mean, but there's limits to that experience. The hamster, but there's the presence of the subjective experience.
Yeah, consciousness is just something, it's a very ambiguous word, but if we're just using it to mean some kind of experience, some kind of inner life, that is pretty widespread in the animal kingdom. It's difficult to say where it stops, where it starts, but you certainly don't need something as sophisticated as the capacity to self-consciously tell stories about yourself to just have experience.
Cats or automatons, they're consciousness, they're the fingertip of the devil.
Oh, well, I'm taking that as read. They're cards for animals to make it.
And humans are unique. So animals are robots, essentially, in the cart. And so way would you say humans are unique versus even our ancestors? Like, is there something special? What is, in your view, after the panpsychism? I guess we're walking backwards because we'll have the big conversation about what is panpsychism, but given your kind of broad consciousness, what do you think about humanity?
As a panpsychist, there is a great continuity between humans and the rest of the universe. There's nothing that special about human consciousness. It's just a highly evolved form of what exists throughout the universe. So we're very much continuous with the rest of the physical universe. What is unique about human beings? I suppose the capacity to reflect on our conscious experience, plan for the future, the capacity, I would say, to respond to reason as well. I mean, animals in some sense have motivation, but when a human being makes a decision, they're responding to what philosophers call normative consideration. Should I take a job in the US? Weigh it up, say, well, you don't get more money, I'm not making better quality of life, but if I stay in the UK, I'll be closer to family, and you weigh up consideration. I'm not sure non-human animals quite respond to consideration value in that way. I mean, I might be reflecting here that I'm subjective about value. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do, what we have reason to be, and humans have access to them and can respond to them. It's a controversial claim, many of my panpsychist brethren might not
They would say two powers upon it.
maybe not, but I think it depends what you think about value. You have a more Humean picture of value, by which I mean relating to the philosophy of David Hume, and reason, slavery, passion, really have motivation, and what we have reason to do arises from our motivations. I'm not a human. I think there are objective facts about what and I think we have access. I don't think non-human animal has access to objective facts about what they have reason to think. They don't weigh up evidence.
And believe the passion.
That was David Hume's view, yeah. I mean, yeah, do you want to know my problem? I had a radical conversion. Might not be connected to panpsychism, but I had a radical conversion. I used to have the more view when I was a graduate student, but I was persuaded by some professors at the University of Reading where I was. If you have the Humean view, you have to say any basic life goals are equally valid. So, for example, let's take someone whose basic goal in life is counting blades of grass, right? And crucially, they don't enjoy it, right? But they get no pleasure from it. That's just their basic goal. Spend their life counting as many blades of grass as possible. Not for some greater goals, that's just their basic goal. want to say that that is objectively stupid. That is objectively pointless. It is objectively pointless in a way that pursuing pleasure or pursuing someone else's pleasure or pursuing scientific inquiry is not pointless. As soon as you make that admission, you're not a follower of David Hume anymore. You think there are objective facts about what goals are pursuing.
Is it possible to have a goal without pleasure? It's kind of idea that you join. So the David Foster Wallace idea of the key to life is the unmemorable. It's possible to discover the pleasure in everything in life, counting the blades of grass.
Welcome, Marty.
Once you see the master skill, then you discover the pleasure. That's why and how did you live the master grass?
Well, I think it may or may not be true that it's possible to find pleasure in everything, but I think it's also true that people don't act solely for pleasure, and they certainly don't act solely for their own pleasure. People will suffer for things they think are worthwhile. I might suffer some scientific cause for finding out a cure for the pandemic, or and in terms of my own pleasure, I might have less pleasure in doing that, but I think it's worthwhile. It's a worthwhile thing to do. I just don't think it's the case that everything we do is rooted in maximizing our own pleasure. I don't think that's psychologically plausible.
Pleasure, that's a narrow kind of view of pleasure, like a short-term pleasure, because pleasure is kind of ability to hear the music distance. Like, yes, it's cool now, it's suffering now. There's some greater thing beyond the mountain that we enjoy. I mean, that's kind of not in this, the warrior Valhalla, right? Feeling that meaning, fulfillment of life, not necessarily grounded in pleasure of like counting something else. I don't know. The struggle is a source of fulfillment. Like, I think pleasure kind of thought of as more broadly. Kind of gives you the, it for a moment allows you to get the terror of the fact that you're going to die. That's pleasure. Like, that's the broader view of pleasure. To kind of play little all of the rest. That's pleasure.
Yeah, well, but I mean, people sacrifice their lives. They sacrifice their lives for the sake of someone else, for the sake of something important enough, and clearly in that case they're not doing it for the sake of their own pleasure. That's a rather dramatic example. A trivial example where, I choose to be honest rather than lie about something and I lose out of it. I have a bit less pleasure, but thought it was worth doing the honest thing. I just think that you can use the word pleasure so broadly that you just essentially something worthwhile, but then I think the word pleasure maybe loses meaning.
Sure. Well,
what do you think about the blades of grass case? What do you think about someone who spends their life cutting blades of grass and doesn't enjoy it?
I personally think it's possible, or maybe I'm not understanding. I think it's impossible to have a goal not draw pleasure. Make it worthwhile. Pleasure. I think meaning. If I say I'm going to count the number of mistakes, if I'm actively involved in the task, I will find joy in it. I will find out. Like, I think there's a lot of meaning, joy to be discovered in the skill task, mastering the skill, and taking pride in doing it well. I mean, I don't know what it is about the human mind, but there's some joy discovered in the mastery of a skill. So I think it's possible to count blades of grass and not have your compelling, it draws you into mastery.
I suppose. I mean, in a way, you might think it's hard to imagine someone who would spend their lives doing that, but then maybe that's just because it's so evident that that is pointless. Whereas if we take this view seriously, it ought to be, a totally possible life goal. Whereas, I mean, I guess I just find it hard to shake the idea that some ways of some life goals are more worthwhile than others. And it doesn't mean, that there's one single way you should live life, but doing knowledge, helping people, doing your own pleasure to an extent, or a worthwhile thing to do in a way that, I have a little bit OCD. I feel inclined to walk on cracks, even if it's electric. Walk crack with my left, my right foot. I think that's kind of something I feel the urge to do, whereas other things I choose to do, I think it's worth it. It's hard to make sense of metaphysically around that, but that's a starting point.
I don't know. I think walking on the sidewalk and way that's electrical bring world. If you weren't doing that, the world might fall. I think that there's meaning in embracing full like experience of that, living that, and if it has meaning, give meaning to it. And then whatever that is normal, intelligent ants make a better life for everybody else. Perhaps I'm defending that grass. I can imagine myself as somebody thinking in a some kind of way.
How are you going to become too much? I'm imagining we don't want a life that's just pleasure, having a big sugar high all the time. We want a life where we do things worthwhile. If for something to be worthwhile just is to be a basic life goal, then that kind of reflection doesn't make sense. I do think it's worthwhile. But on the future, all it is for something to be worthwhile is if a basic goal of yours is derived from
I mean, I think goal or try to find the goal life experience life that in that sense grass is like that way. I think suffering can be doing context of without without struggle, without pain, without depression, sadness, without the highs. I mean that's a fucked up thing about life is that the really make the highs that much richer and deeper and like better, right? Like I tweeted this. I couldn't see it when I was like late at night. I know it's like obvious statement, but like every love story eventually, ends in loss, tragedy. So like, the feeling of love at the end is always going to be tragic. Even if lifelong love with another human being, one of you will die, and I don't know which is worse, but both are not going to be pretty. So that the sense that it's finite, the sense that it's going to end in a low, that gives richness, kind of realize it ends. The feeling that it ends, the that bad taste, that bad feeling that it ends, joy. I don't know, pleasure is a good word, but they have that. Um, but you're perhaps right that reducing the goals, stuff like that, kind of removing the magic of life. Because I think what makes counting the blades of grass joyful just because it's life.
Okay, so it sounds like you the David Hume type picture anyway, because you're saying just because you have a goal, that's what it is. But rather you're saying it's because it's riding the roller coaster. But that does sound like in some sense there are facts independent of our personal goal choice about what to live a good life. And I mean, coming back full circle to the start of this, what makes us an animal? I don't think at the end of a hamster's life it thinks, did I ride the roller coaster? Did I really like that? Is not a mode of reflection available to non-human animals. So,
what do you think is the role of death in all the fear of death, consciousness, self-reflection? Do you think some connection between really contemplate the fact that our state of consciousness eventually goes out?
Yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, panpsychism helps particularly with life after death because the panpsychist, there's nothing supernatural, there's nothing beyond the physical. All there is really is ultimately particle field, just that we think the nature of particle field consciousness. But I guess when the matter in my brain be ordered in a way that sustains a particular kind of consciousness I enjoy in waking life, then in some sense I will be. Well, I do. The final chapter of book Galileo's Error more experimental. But the first 4 chapters are the cold-blooded case of the panpsychic view as the best solution to the hard problem of consciousness.
And the last chapters we talk about meaning.
Yeah, I talk about meaning, I talk about free will, and I talk about mystical experiences. So I always want to emphasize that panpsychism is not necessarily connected to anything spiritual. A lot of people defending this view, like David Chalmers or Roloff, are just total atheist secularists, right? They don't believe in any kind of reality. They just believe in feeling. Mundane consciousness. If that needs explaining in our conventional scientific approach, can't cover it. But if, for independent reasons, you are motivated by some spiritual picture of reality, then maybe a panpsychist view is more consonant with that. So if you have a mystical experience where you see you in this experience that there is this higher form of consciousness at the root of all things, if you're a materialist, you've got to think that's something in your brain that it's not real. But if you're a panpsychist, you already think the fundamental nature of reality is consciousness. It's not that much of a leap to think that higher form of consciousness apprehended experience is part of that underlying reality. And in many different cultures, experience meditators have claimed experience in which it becomes apparent that there is an element that is universal, universal consciousness. So your mind and my mind are not totally distinct. Each of our individual conscious minds is built on the foundation of universal consciousness. Universal consciousness as it exists today is one and the same thing as universal consciousness as it exists in you. So I've never had one of these experiences, but if one is a psychist, I think one is more open to that possibility. It shouldn't be the case that is part of the nature of consciousness, maybe something meditation. So what I explore in the experimental final chapter of my book is that possible life after death, because that view is true that even the particular aspects of my experience fall away, that element of universal consciousness, my identity would continue to exist. So I'd sort of be, as it were, absorbed in universal consciousness. So, I mean, Buddhists and Hindu mystics try to meditate to get rid of all the bad karma, to be absorbed in universal consciousness. It could be that if there's no karma, if there's no rebirth, maybe everyone gets enlightened when they die. Maybe you think back into universal consciousness. So I also, coming back to morality, yes, it could provide some kind of basis for altruism or non-egotism, because you think egotism implicitly assumes that we are distinct individuals, whereas on this view, we're not. We overlap to an extent that the core of our being is given in different ways. That would be this view that some experienced meditators claim that there is something at the core of my identity that is one and the same as the thing at the core of your identity, universal consciousness.
There is something very, like you and I in this conversation, all of us are in a kind of mind together. Small aspect, or maybe big aspect. Certainly, kind of meld together time, conversation, contemplating that idea. Clearly, all things, I say, the elephant, you people now visualizing the elephant. Well, about that big elephant together. We're all in the room together thinking about this big elephant. We're like rotating it, like, you know, in our minds together. And think about different associations. Big elephant and everybody's mind. Now, we have the same mind, one in the elephant. Now, if we're in our mind, setting that up, touching it, experience, how, like, that would feel like, what's that? Is that all together, or is that separate? So, like, there's some aspect of the togetherness that almost about socialization society. That's not too strong, but like the fundamental properties of human mind. It's like the social aspect is really important. Call it social. Think of us as individual minds interacting. It's like one collective mind, like fingertips, touching each other, trying to help it. Could be just in the realm of ideas, and not in the realm of consciousness. And it's interesting. It is in the realm of consciousness.
Yeah, so it's obviously certainly true in some sense that there are the phenomena that you're talking about of collective consciousness. In some sense, I suppose the question is how ontologically serious do we want to be about those things? By which I mean, are they just fractions out of our minds that could interact in standardly scientifically accepted ways? Or is it more like Sheldrake would think that there is some physical reality? There are some fields beyond the scientifically understood ones that are sometimes communicating. I think that if I was describing most common is some sort of pure consciousness or something rather than. I think an interesting figure is the Australian philosopher Miri Al-Bahari, who defends a kind of conceptual reality rooted in enlightenment and but like me, she's from this tradition of analytic philosophy, defends it in incredibly precise, rigorous way. She defends the idea of meditation as providing expert testimony. So, I think humans causing climate breakdown. I have no idea the science behind it. But that the universe is old. Most of our knowledge is based on expert testimony. She thinks we should think of experience meditating people who are telling us about this universal core of being as a relevant I think worrying about dealing with certain views, as long as it's done with rigor, serious, I think sometimes terms like, I don't know, new age or something function a bit like racist terms. Racist terms exactly for people, but then apply the negative characteristics. For people use the term, you gotta step like reality applies kind of thinking. But you read Yuri al-Bahari, you read Luke Roloff's serious, rigorous. Whether you agree with it or not, obviously controversial. So, the Enlightenment ideal follow the evidence and the arguments where they be. But it's kind of very hard for human beings to do that. I think we get stuck in some conception of how we think science ought to look. Um, and, people talk about religion, but I think certain kind of science, certain how science is supposed to be, its identity and their sense of themselves and their purity. And hard to do.
Expert becomes kind of crutch. Expert of some kind of conception. Sometimes that's connected with a degree of very prestigious university like that, or expertise is a funny one. I've never an expert is usually not the expert. The biggest quote unquote expert that I've ever met are the ones that are truly sign of somebody who's traveled a long, humble, whatever the spent their life doing, they're all of it all. So like being humble, a little no travel a long time. I do like that being well as like like people who travel help other the understanding their insight as valuable inside of grand, rigorous ecological study Princeton University. Not that have done rigorously. You can also rigorously within the studies now with animals. I think it's fascinating.
One of the best works on human experience is a chapter in William James' Variety of Religious Experiences. And most of it is psychological study of trying to define the characteristics of experience as a psychological type. But at the end, there's a question. If you have a mystic experience, is it rational to trust it? Trust that it's telling you something about reality? And he makes an argument because if you say no, you're applying a double standard. We all think it's okay to trust our normal sensory experiences, but we have no way of getting outside of ourselves to prove that our sensory experience corresponds to external reality. It could be in the Matrix, it could be a very vivid dream, science, but a scientist only gets the data by experience the results of their experiment. But the question arises again, how do you know the real world? So things are standard in saying it's okay to trust our ordinary sensory experience, but it's not okay for the person to trust those experiences. It's very philosophically difficult to say why is it okay in the one case and not the other. So I think there's an interesting argument there, but I would like to expert a little bit. I mean, I agree it's very difficult, but especially in an age I guess so much information, I do think it's important to have some protection of sources of information, academic institutions that we can trust. And then that's difficult because, of course, there are non-academics who know what they're talking about, but like if I'm knowing about biology, you can't research everything. I think you have to have some sense of who are the experts, a lot of time reading material that people read, written, thinking about it, having their views torn apart by other people working in the field. I think that is very important. And also to protect that conflict of interest. There is a so-called thing called economic affairs, who are always on the BBC as experts on economic questions, and they do not declare, right? So we don't know who's paying the piper. I think you're allowed to call yourself a think tank, not totally transparent about who's funding you. I think that's it. I mean, this takes, I think, really people, worry about unorthodox ideas. We worry about how do we know when we're just in control or losing protect academic as sources of information, trust, and in there's so not much but everything. But you need to know what people have put the time in, what they think about these things. I think
Pushback and pushback. Who are the
again it's a dangerous country now.
well, let me I am walking a dangerous territory, allergic for it, because my mind, it kind of reminds us about about have a category X from value in a life master skill, the knowledge one. The moment you have your name on an office, very aspect of very value of that journey towards knowledge. So probably like communication. Communicate in a way that shows minded, that shows the ability to hear a lot of people saying. So we can do it, but that's true. That's like, well, look expert, and they are knowledgeable. From our colleagues of mine, this what people are saying on the internet, having looked into it, with empathy and rigor, honestly, understand what are the arguments being made. They say like there's not enough time to do all those things. There's so much stuff out there. Yeah, I think that's intellectual reason. If you have time, then don't strongly feel bad about it. Be apologetic about the fact that you project. That is an example. You know, balance that kind of probably dismissed it, showing that you didn't all those huge amount of out there battle going on out there. A lot of being faced a battle of ideas. And called time, showing kindness, empathy. At the same time, obvious. I love Georgia lifelong of beginning, like in computer science, Don's like my favorite heroes, the people that like nobody else can stay on one topic for their whole life, trying to do other. And sometimes a virus happens, something happens to that person, their puzzle becomes like center of the world. That puzzle becomes all sudden. But still, there's lots of them reminded. The fact that they, even if they spent their whole life, even as their whole community telling, giving them awards, citations, and giving them all kinds of stuff, like they're bowing down before them, how smart they are, relative all out there.
Yeah, well, I'm not much disagreeing. I mean, the valid issue. Of course, expertise goes wrong in all sorts of ways. It's totally fallible. I suppose I would just say, what is the alternative? Would we just say all information is equal? Because as a voter, I've got to decide who to vote for, and that, I've got to evaluate, uh, and I can't look into all of the economics and all of the relevant science, and um, so I think it's like mentioned about democracy, the worst is government apart from the rest. I think about both like the worst theory of but I just think why these peer review systems, I think it's terrible in many ways, more humility, but I can't see a viable alternative. Also, Bernard Williams had a really nice discussion of the problem title, but how they also function in society. They do have some positive function. The very first time I left, before I got a professorship, was teaching at a continuing education college. I learned some more things, and I just I engaged about Bernard Williams higher up, and time this when the 70s, 80s, we just instantly started it saying, "What is philosophy?" I just remember in the break, sort of elderly lady folks saying, "I didn't think college was dead."
Anyway, but the titles, accomplishments, it's nice starting point. By things you don't get like practice martial arts, and for people who don't know, it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Sometimes wear these pajama looking things, wear a belt. So I happen to be black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I also train also wear pajamas. And wearing the pajamas, nobody knows what rank you are. Nobody knows if you're black belt or white belt, get or not. And when you wear the pajamas, called the gi, wear the rank, and people treat you very differently. But when they see my black belt, they treat me differently. They kind of defer to my expertise. They're kicking my ass. That's probably because like I am working on something like new, or maybe I'm letting them win. But when there's no belts, and it doesn't matter if I've been 15 years. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. It matters raw action, trying to kick you in the ass, being like chess game, like a chess, cool ideas, and I think there's a dance there. Yes, it's valuable to know a person as a black belt when you take consideration of the advice full only practice for like a couple of days, but at the same time, the raw practice of ideas that is and raw practice of regular science often throw in and communicate the other science leadership. A different process, battle of ideas between scientists, but there's also stepping up, inspiring the world, and that is communication. I suppose that's my biggest criticism of called experts of science.
mean, I think it might be partly that we're trained to get watertight arguments, respond to all objections, and as you do that, it eventually gets more complicated, jargon. But then if you write an more accessible book or article, you have to leave the argument. And then we worry that other philosophers will think that's a really crap argument. I mean, the way I did it, I wrote my academic estimation of the fundamental relative, and then a more accessible book, Galileo's Error, where the argument is not as rigorously worked out. So then I can say, the proper argument, other arguments. But I get
That's really done, by the way. That's people don't know. First wrote Consciousness and Mental Reality, the academic book I last night. And then obviously the popular book is Galileo's Error, Consciousness. That's kind of the right book. Yeah. So you can read the world by slowly. And then the popular book that read.
Yeah, but I try now, every time I write an academic article, I try to write a more accessible version. I mean, the thing I've been working on recently, just this argument, so there are certain arguments from cosmological fine-tuning of the law of physics for life to the multiverse that's quite popular. There's like Max Tegmark. There's an argument in philosophy journals that's the relation line of reasoning going on there, the fine-tuning of the multiverse. Now that argument from 20, 30 years ago, and it just in academic philosophy, nobody knows about it, and there is huge interest in this fine-tuning stuff. Scientists wanting to argue for the multiverse, theists wanting to say this is evidence for God, and nobody knows about this argument, which tries to show explanation reasoning to go from fine-tuning to the multiverse. So I wrote a piece for Scientific American explaining this argument to the general audience, and it just really irritates me that it's buried in these typical journal articles, and nobody knows about it. But just final thing on X. I don't disagree with anything. That's a really beautiful that martial arts example, how that could be analogous. But I think it's very rare to find a good philosopher who hasn't given a talk to other philosophers and had objections raised. I was going to say had it fallen apart, but that's evidence slightly the wrong way. But best objections raised, and that's why that is an important process that you go through as an academic. The greatest mind starting philosophy degree, for example, won't have gone through probably, except very rare cases, just won't have the skill.
My thought part was just about the degree and advance with I think to elaborate on what you're saying in agreement. Not just gone through that. That's problems from martial arts example let's get your ass kicked. Temptation, you'll look at it, train in Mulder, both martial arts and the space of science. And I think that professors are more respected. I don't know if you get your ass kicked in the space by a dolphin. I don't know if you allow yourself to expose yourself. If you do, that's a great sign of a humble, brilliant mind. Constantly exposing yourself to that.
I think this graduate students want to, find the objection, write their paper, make their mark. Yeah, I think everyone still gets tips wanting to work out if there are any weaknesses. So, yeah, that generally works out.
There is also kind of get to talk to. So in communities, a little cluster of people that argue, bicker, but what do they argue about? Take a bunch of they heatedly argue about certain ideas. The question is how open are that's actually kind of like fun. That's like no offense, okay, and this martial arts thing. Like people who practice or martial arts test themselves in the cage. But it's like it's fun to argue about like certain things when you're in your own community. You don't test those ideas in the full context of science, the full like serious the rigor of the times like the real world. One of my favorite fields is psychology. Often in psychology, you're kind of studies arguing about stuff that's done in the lab. The arguments are almost disjoint from real human behavior. Because it's so much easier to study in the lab, kind of sitting there where the arguments are in vision science, for example, like studying eye movement, how we perceive the world, all that kind of stuff. Studying in the lab, uh, that's all science of like what's open to science of the real world, engineering. So that's where exposing yourself to out of the box ideas.
Yeah,
that's the most painful. That's the most important.
I mean, groups think the terrible thing with philosophy is often because you're not to the same extent the refutation from the evidence that you are a science is the more subtle process of evaluation, and so I think the group think
talked about it a million times, but let's try to sort of do basic terminology definition. What's panpsych? Like different ways you can try to think about to define panpsych maybe in contrast naturalism, dualism, realism, other kind of consciousness.
yeah, so that basically laid out the different options. So I guess probably still the dominant view is materialism, that explain just in terms of science, only explain it in terms of electrochemical signals in the brain. Dualism, the polar opposite view, consciousness is non-physical outside of the physical, but the body and the brain closely connected. And when I studied philosophy, basically they were the views, right? Either you thought it was dualist, thought it was separate from the physical, or you thought it was just electrochemical signaling, and I became very disillusioned. I think there are a big problem with both options. But I think the attraction of panpsychism is it's kind of a middle way. It agrees with the materialist just well, ultimately there's just particles of field, but the panpsychist thinks there's more to the physical of the science field, and that the ultimate nature of the physical world is constituted the consciousness is not outside of the physical. The dualist is embedded in, underlies the kind of description of the world we get.
What's your problem with materialism?
Starting with materialism, it's a huge debate, but I think the core of it is that physical science works equally quantitative description of the physical world, whereas consciousness essentially involves quality, and the smell of feel in deep red you experience sunset. I think these qualities can't be captured in quantitative language of science. As long as your description of the brain is framed in that fully quantitative language of neuroscience, leave out quality, that's really leave out consciousness itself. And I changed my mind a little bit on this since I wrote the book. So I argue in the book that we have pretty really good experimental grounds about it. And roughly the idea was, if you lived through, if there was, say, an immaterial mind impacting on the brain every second of waking life, it would really show up in neuroscience. There'd be all sorts of things happening in the brain that have no physical explanation. It would be like a ice in the brain. But actually, and so the fact that we don't find that strong and ever-growing inductive argument against dualism. But actually, the more I talk to neuroscientists and read neuroscience, and we have at Durham University an interdisciplinary conference group, I don't think we know enough about the brain, about the working of the brain to make that argument. I think we know a lot about the basic chemistry, how neurons fire, neurotransmitters, action potentials, things like that. We know a fair bit about large-scale functions of the brain, what the brain do. What we're almost clueless on is how those large-scale functions are realized at the cellular level, how it works. People get quite excited about brain scans, but very low resolution. Every pixel on the brain scan corresponds to 5.5 million neurons, and we're only 70% of the way through constructing a connectome for the maggot brain, which has 10,000 or 100,000 neurons, but the brain has millions of neurons. So I think we have to know a lot more about how the brain works, how these functions are realized, before we could assess whether the dynamics of the brain can be completely explicated in the underlying. So we have to do more engineering before we could figure that out. And there are people with other proposals. Someone I got to know, Mark Picard at Columbia University, who has the psychobiology mitochondrial lab there, and is experimentally exploring that mitochondria in the brain should be a sort of social network, perhaps as an alternative to the underlying. So I'm less. It is ultimately an empirical question whether dualism is true. I'm less convinced that we know the answer to that question at this stage. I think still, as scientists and philosophers, we want to try and find the simplest, most parsimonious theory of reality. And dualism is still a pretty inelegant, unparsimonious theory. Reality is divided up into purely physical properties and the consciousness properties and the radically. Whereas psychics has a much more simple reality. I think it's still the view that, to put it very simply, I believe in science
and material is very simple. They just explain.
Yes, I think materialism connects. Science is about trying to find the simplest theory that accounts for data. I don't think materialism can account for data. Maybe dualism can account for the data. Panpsychism is simpler. It can account for the data.
What is panpsychism?
So in its broadest definition, it's the view that the fundamental, ubiquitous feature of the physical world,
like a law of physics, what should we be imagining? What do you think the different flavors of how that actually take shape in the context of science?
So in the simplest form of it, fundamental building blocks of reality, perhaps electrons, quarks, incredibly difficult experience, and the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from these very simple experiences at the level of basic physics. But I mean, the crucial bit about the kind of panpsychism I defend, what it does is it takes the standard approach to the problem of consciousness and turns it on its head, right? So the standard approach is to think, we start with matter, and we think, how do we get out of matter? But I don't think that's solved. I've kind of hinted out, maybe get more detail. But the panpsychists have the other way around. They start with consciousness, trying to get matter out of consciousness. So the idea is basically, at the fundamental level of reality, there are um, networks of very simple conscious entities. But these conscious entities, because they're behaving in very simple kinds of experience, they behave in predictable ways. Through their interactions, they realize certain mathematical structures, and then the idea is those mathematical structures just are the structures identified by physics. So when we think about these simple conscious entities in terms of the mathematical structures we realize, we call them particles, we call them fields, we call their properties mass, spin, and charge. But really, just these very simple conscious entities and their experiences. So in this way, we get physics out of consciousness. I don't think you can get consciousness out of physics, but I think it's pretty easy to get physics out of consciousness.
Well, I'm a little confused by why you need to get physics out of consciousness. I mean, it sounds like a night consciousness. Mathematical science of describing everything. Physics describe consciousness. My understanding proposes that currently and in the future, like consciousness, you have like from all these people trying to develop theories of everything, mathematical frameworks within which to describe how we get all the reality around us. There's no reason why that kind of framework cannot also some accurate, precise description of whatever consciousness characteristics are present there at the lowest level. Like to me, it is connected by which like the basic laws of physics that currently know them that are relativity that emerges from consciousness. That's me.
Yeah, where I phrase it, it sounds like they are. What I was trying to address was a common misunderstanding of panpsychism, that the idea is that particles have their physical properties like mass, spin, and charge, and these other funny consciousness properties. So the physicists felt that at the global panpsychism, so now they've got a fair bit of traction. And she was interpreting panpsychism way, and then her thought was, well, look, if particles had these funny conscious properties, then it would show up in our physics, like the standard model of particle physics, being called prediction, because they predict only on the physical properties. If the conscious properties, we get different predictions. So that's a misunderstanding of the view. The view is, it's not that there are two kinds of properties, mass, spin, and charge are. How do we make sense of that? Because actually, when you look at what physics tells us, it's really just telling us about behavior, about what it does. I suppose put it by saying it's like playing chess, but you don't care what the piece is made of, you just know what moves you make. Physics tells us what mass, spin, and charge do, but it doesn't tell us what they are. So the idea is mass. The idea is, mass in its nature is a very simple form of consciousness. So physics is sensitive because it tells us what everything at the fundamental level does, describes its capacities. But for the panpsychist, at least, physics doesn't tell us what matter is. It tells us what it does, but not what it is.
Back the thing, I think possible. So I understand what you're saying, but it's also possible that particle another property. I don't understand criticism in our experiments. Like you're not looking for the stuff, you're not going to invent it because all our basic science is recent. Yes, history science. Gliding and understanding how haven't integrated the will be conflict. Very cautious about exploring some of these ideas. Um, I don't think that affects the rest of the mass, the all the different hierarchy of different parts. Right? I don't like the cautious dog very much just find quite things. Almost like another dimension that we're just
There might be a way of responding to say, well, there could be properties particles don't show up in circumstances in which investigate particles. My colleague, Boston Science Nancy Cartwright, this book, How the Laws of Physics Lie, says, explore things in very specific circumstances and then in a warranted way generalize that. But I mean, I guess I was thinking Venus, Chris is actually the systematic or basic way putting it many more properties goes to standard non-lateral. I was like, yeah, sure, there are. There are just the properties, physical properties like mass and charge, and the model attributes. It's just that we have a different philosophical view as to the nature of
those properties of turtles, another turtle of consciousness. But I'm just saying that that's responsible for consciousness, the turtle playing with the others. About interacting the way it's observing. I don't think to me that's compelling because then that's going to be well, no, I think both are very compelling, but it feels like it's more within the reach of empirical validation if it's another property or part of it. We're just not observing. If it's like a thing which matter and emerges, like it makes it that much more difficult to investigate how you get from that base layer of consciousness, the wonderful little spark of conscious complexity and beauty that is human being. I don't know if you're necessarily trying to get there, but one of the beautiful things to get at with panpsychism the solid theory of consciousness is to answer the question, how do you hear this? Yeah, nothing. Is there space there? How do you organ consciousness? Or I describe how consciousness emerges things conception from stem cell, neurobiology, that experience consciousness humans have. It feels like that's the dream, and consciousness is another player is it feels more amenable to our scientific understanding.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a kind of identity. Physics tells us what matter does. Consciousness is what matter is. Matter is sort of what consciousness does. So at the bottom level, there is just consciousness, consciousness. There are just these things, experiences, and that is their total nature. So in that sense, not another layer, because what there is really, then we describe, in physics, we describe that at a certain level of abstraction. We capture what Bertrand Russell was the inspiration for a lot of this causal world, blood, that just separate not all fail at the end. But yeah, so what we want to explain is how consciousness for animals out of it can't do that, but I think it maybe makes sense on the if matter at the fundamental level is then we perhaps make sense of how simple some way design in some way to make consciousness know and love. That's the dream.
Yeah, so I guess the question is the reason you describe, the reason you have engineering science is you have physics, chemistry, like you keep going up and up in levels of complexity. You describe objects that we have in our human consciousness, come up with the chemistry of consciousness, right? Like how do the different particles interact for greater complexity? Kind of like what is like at what point does an organism become living? Like what? How do you know? If I give you a thing, that thing is living. There's less complexity and so on. That's like measuring different consciousness through more and more complex objects. And that's, I mean, that's what your conscious bond, how that leads to organ, and then organisms collaborate together, body, those kinds of things. It seems like that will be whole. I mean, by compare most of the basic bracket chemistry, biology, psychology.
Yeah. In every case of consciousness, I would say what we're interested in behavior. We're interested in explaining behavioral function at the level of fundamental physics, the equation should describe the behavior there. Higher level, we're interested in explicating the behavior levels. And life as well, that's what we're interested in, the various observable functions of life, explaining them in terms of more simple mechanisms. But in the case of consciousness, I don't think that's what we're doing, or at least not all that we're doing. In the case of consciousness, there are these that we're immediately aware of. They each an inch, and we're trying to account for them. We're trying to bring them into our theory of reality and postulating some mechanism to deal with that. So I think we realize human consciousness is radically explanatory from other types of science. Other types of science, we're trying to explain behavior in terms of simpler forms of behavior. In the case of consciousness, we're trying to explain the qualities that you can't see from the outside, but you're immediately aware of. Materialism perhaps continues to dominate as people think, look at the success of science, it's incredible, look at all the, it's explained all this, surely it's going to explain consciousness. But I think we have to appreciate there's a radically different explanatory task here. And so the neuroscientist Neil Seth, who I've had lots of friendly discussions with, wants to compare consciousness to life. But I think there's a radical difference that in the case of life, again, we come back to public observation. All of the data, publicly accessible data, we're basically trying to explain complex behavior. The way you do that is identify mechanisms, simpler mechanisms that execute that behavior. That's the task in physics, chemistry, neurobiology. But in the case of consciousness, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to account for these subjective qualities, and you postulate a mechanism. That might explain behavior, but it doesn't explain the redness. So, but still, I mean, ultimately the hope is that we will have some kind of hierarchical story. So we take the causal dynamics of physics, we hypothesize that that's filled out such forms of consciousness, and then at higher levels we get more complex causal dynamics filled out by more complex forms of consciousness, and ultimately get to us, hopefully. So yeah, so there's still some hierarchical explanatory framework.
I mentioned the hierarchy of consciousness. measure consciousness, or put another way, are conscious than others in that?
It's a difficult question. I did see consciousness as a dealing with consciousness interdisciplinary task between something more experimental, which is to do with the ongoing project of trying to work out what people call the neural correlate of consciousness, what kinds of physical brain activity correspond to conscious experience. That's one part of it, but I think essentially there's also a theoretical question of why question. Why do those kinds of brain activity go along with conscious experience? I don't think you can answer that. Because consciousness is observable, I don't think you can answer that why question with an experiment. But they have to go hand in hand. I mean, one of the theories I'm attracted to is the integrated information theory, according to which we find consciousness at the level at which there is most integrated information. They try to give a definition of that. So on that view, probably this coposphere isn't conscious because there's probably more integrated information in the molecule making up the tea than there is in the liquid as a whole. But in the brain, what is distinctive about the brain is the huge amount of more integrated information in the system than there is in individual neurons, and that's why they claim that that's the basis of consciousness at the macro level. Now I like some features of the theory, but they do talk about degrees of consciousness. They do want to say there is gradation. I'm not sure conceptually I can kind of make sense of that. I mean, there are things to do with consciousness that are graded, like complexity or levels of information, but I'm not sure whether experience itself to this degree. I sort of think something either has experience or it doesn't. It might have very simple experience, it might have very complex experience, but experience itself, I don't think it's a degree in that sense. It's not more experience, less experience. I sort of find that conceptually hard to make sense. But I'm kind of open.
We have a lot high resolution of sensory information. Do you think that's the richness of experience? Doesn't more information provide a richer experience? Or is that, again, quantitatively, not thinking about the subjective experience? You can experience a lot with information, perhaps. Do you think it's connected?
Yeah. There are features, characteristics here we can grade the complexity of experience. And on the integrated information theory, they correlate that in terms of mathematically identified structure with integrated information. So roughly, it's quite an unusual notion of information. It's perhaps not the standard way one thinks about information. It's to do with constraining possibility of the system. So the idea is that the rest of the eye, there's a huge amount of possible by the rest of our eye can be in at the next moment, depending on what light goes into it. Whereas complex states of the brain are much more constrained, obviously, response to the environment, but it heavily constrains its past and future states. And so that's the idea of information they have. And then the second idea is how much that information is dependent on integration. So in a computer where you take out a few transistors, you might not lose that much information. It's not dependent on interconnections, whereas if you take a tiny bit of the brain out, you lose a lot of information because the way it stores information is dependent on the interconnections of the system. So that's one proposal for how to measure one grade
Doing Apple. How are you? What's going on? All right.
I just find it hard to explain. I've got, I don't know, I find that uh, hard to make sense.
Well,
Maybe I'm being pedantic.
I think anyone experience is thing about, but let's talk about suffering. Let's talk about particular on me. I just think that
You know,
about your cancer suffering. So it's probably like somebody on a speaker right now, like podcast, and they probably have a hand for guinea pig, and that language, human interpret, the exactly being talked about. Anyway, it feels like a hamster has less capacity to suffer, and maybe a cockroach or back capacity. But that's maybe that's myself, the complexity of my conscious experience. It's maybe there is some sense of more, but to reduce it to quantifiable.
yeah, I guess I definitely think there's time suffering. You have the joy of being with you. Hard to a hamster. I don't think. Well, can I heartbreak? I don't know. Can a cockroach suffer heartbreak? But it's certainly, I mean, there's signs of fear of your own death, concern about whether the purpose. These are forms of suffering visible to the most non-human animals. Whether there's an overall scale of physical and emotional suffering on, and identify where you are on that scale, I'm not sure. So it's like humans have a much bigger menu of much bigger collection. In one sense, there's like a page that's this menu. Like you have the omelets, breakfast, on. So one of the pages suffering. It's just you have a lot compared to a hamster, a lot more. But individual thing that we share with a hamster, that experience, it's difficult to argue that we experience it deeper than others, conquer or something like that. Yeah, sure. But I mean, there are kinds of experiences animals have that bats echolocate around the world. Philosopher Thomas Nagel famously pointed out that no matter how much you understand the neurophysiology of bats, you don't know what it's like to feel and find your way around by listening to the echoes bounce off. So yeah, I mean, I guess that feeling is emotional suffering and the same physical suffering. I don't know how to explain that. One of the ways I think about caution, connection, suffering. Some people think about animal cruelty, connect that suffering, caution. I think that's it.
connected but adaptive. So the capacity to suffer is it also all like strongly correlated with the capacity to experience?
Yeah, I would say suffering is a kind of experience. So you have to be conscious to suffer. Um, actually, there, we're taking more unusual consciousness seriously now. Panpsychism is one radical approach. Another one is what's become known as illusionism, the view that consciousness, at least in the sense that philosophers think about it, doesn't really exist at all. So yeah, my podcast, Mind Chat, I host with a committed illusionist. So the gimmick is I think consciousness is everywhere, it's in nowhere, and so that's one very simple way of avoiding it. Right? Consciousness doesn't exist. We don't need to explain it. Job's done. Although we might still have to explain why it's so hard to get out of the idea that we're conscious. But the reason I connect this to what you're saying is actually my co-host Frankish, he's a little bit ambivalent on the word pain. There's always some, in some sense I believe in pain, in some sense I don't. But another illusion, Francois Camera, has a paper discussing how we think about morality, given that pain in the way we normally think about it just does not exist. He thinks it's an illusion. The brain tricks us into thinking we feel pain. We don't. How we should think about morality in the light of that. It's become a big topic, actually, thinking about the connection between consciousness and morality. David Chalmers, philosopher, is most associated with this concept of a philosophical zombie. So, a philosophical zombie is very different from a Hollywood zombie. Hollywood zombies, you know what they're like, but philosophical zombies are really good careers. Anyway, philosophical zombies behave just like us. The physical workings of their body and brain are the same as ours, but they have no conscious experience. Nothing that life is zombie. Like a knife in it, it screams and runs away, but it doesn't actually feel pain. It's a complicated mechanism set up to make us pain. Now, there's lots of people. No one believes in this one. Everyone is a zombie except him. But anyway,
But isn't that what illusionism is?
yeah, I suppose so. In a sense, we're all zombies. And one reason to think about zombies is think about the value of consciousness. So if there were a zombie, suppose we need to take zombies by things made of silicon or so that's true. And true. Suppose you built commander data out of silicon, an old reference Star Trek. So behaves just like a human being, but you can have a conversation, talk about its hopes and fears, but it has no conscience. Does it have moral rights? Is it murder? And ultimately, I'm inclined to say, no, it's not. It's that experience really has moral rights. I'm inclined to think, is the basis of moral value, moral concern. And conversely, as a panpsychist, for this reason, I think transform your relationship with nature. If you think of a tree as organism made of a very unusual kind, then a tree is a low concern in its own right. Chopping down a tree is an act of immediate moral concern. If you see these horrible forest fires, we're all horrified. But if you think it's the burning of conscious organism, that does add a whole dimension. But it also makes things more complicated because people often think as a panpsychist I'm going to be vegan, but because if you think you've got to eat something. If you don't think cancer, trees are got a nice moral dividing line. You can say, I'm not going to eat things that aren't conscious. But if you think trees are conscious, then can't have that nice moral dividing line. I mean, for the I'm sort of working my way towards ended up in my trip to the US, but just not eating any animal products. My vegan table in there, and I think there is even in the nice cows will suffer when their cows, but when their calves are taken off and go for a few days of morning. But it seems to me, like I thought it, the principle of not having farm stuff seems to get on board with, and you might have greater farm civilization. So people went into restaurants and said, "Are your animal products farms?" If not, I want the vegan option. Or if people looked out for the label and said, "No ingredients," I think maybe that could make a really big difference in the market of harm minimization. Anyway, so so it's very ethically tricky, but some people don't buy that. It's a very good lesson. Yes, me thinks zombies should have equal rights. Consciousness doesn't matter,
Let us go there. But first, I listened to the podcast. Awesome to have kind of different philosophy.
Yeah, so that's the idea, I guess. Polarized side. I mean, I trying to get in the mindset of people I really disagree with, and I can't understand how on earth they're thinking that. Really trying to have respect, trying see where they're coming from. I love that. So that's what Frankish and I do of polarized views, really trying to understand each other and interviewing science, consciousness, those different perspectives. Although in a sense, we have a very common starting point, because we both think you can't fully account for consciousness, at least as normally think of it in conventional scientific terms. So we stare at that starting point, but we react to it in very different ways. He says, well, it doesn't exist then. It's like fairy dust, witches, we don't believe in anymore, whereas I say it does exist, so we have to rethink what science.
They recently talked about Carol. I've heard your great interview with Sean Carroll on his podcast. But interesting to agreement quantum mechanics guys but you part of annual mechanics. I heard aside from your conversation with him, I'm trying to remember what is agreement Sean Carroll.
I don't think there's many agreements. Well, I've really constructed this question in a lot of different contexts. And, he's very clued up about philosophy, he's very respectful of philosophy. Certain things still remain nameless things. What's all this philosophy? We don't have to waste our time with that. And then go on to do pretty bad philosophy. Book co-written by Stephen and Leonard Milonov famously starts off saying philosophy is dead, and then goes on in later times. Pretty bad philosophy. So I think we have to do philosophy. We only get rid of bad philosophy. But
Strong word.
John Carroll and I also had a debate on Clubhouse. On Psychos debate together with Annika Harris and Owen.
Oh wow! There,
they two people on each team, and it was the most popular thing on Clubhouse at that time. I think he's a materialist, a pretty standard kind. There's be understood as a submersion, which is not adding anything, a weak emergence. But I guess what we've been debating most about is whether maybe you can account for mental causation for the fact that consciousness is doing stuff. So he thinks the fact that I think zombies are logic consciousness, consciousness. He thinks that shows that, well, in my view, consciousness doesn't do anything. It doesn't add anything, which is crazy. My consciousness impacts on the world. My conscious thoughts causing to say the words I'm saying now. My visual experience helps me navigate the world. But I mean, my response, Carol, is on the Panpsychist view, the relationship between physics and fundamental consciousness is sort of like a relationship between software and hardware, right? Physics is sort of the software and consciousness is the hardware. So consciousness at the fundamental level is the hardware on which software of physics runs. And just because, just because a certain bit of software on two different kinds of hardware, it doesn't mean the hardware isn't doing anything. The fact that Microsoft Word can run on your desktop and run on your laptop doesn't mean your desktop isn't doing anything. Similarly, just because there could be another universe in which the physics is realized in non-conscious stuff, doesn't mean the consciousness in our universe isn't doing stuff. It's all there is. So if something's doing something, it is.
If you emergent, more than that, just doing.
I think everything is anything that exists. But it's so
The ground got it, stuff up. It's not really that much. But it seems like quite a lot of work. Interacting environment. It's like consciousness, not just like if you remove consciousness, not just that you remove experience. It's just like you're also going to remove a lot of the progress of also all that. Feels like consciousness is a lot of value we develop society from everything, stuff like with morality, with motivation, love and fear, and all of those kinds of things. It's like consciousness, all different ways. Without it, not have at all. Causality wise, every kind of way. Of course, we go to slowly look at how much work consciousness is doing. It's higher at some levels of reality. Maybe a lot of the work it's doing most apparent at the complex organism level. Maybe it's quite boring, like stuff of like physics, like the formation of the formation of stars and all that kind of stuff. Consciousness really starts to create a complex organism.
yeah, complicated, fairly complicated, and as a result, it does complicated things. Because of the particle is very simple, in very predictable ways. But the idea is the particle, its entire nature is constituted of consciousness, and it does because of those experiences. Just that when we do physics, we're not interested in what stuff is. The physics does. So physics abstracts away from the stuff of the world and just describes it in terms of its mathematical structure. So yeah, but it's still the Panpsychist is doing stuff. Yeah.
I gotta ask you. You kind of said, there is some value in consciousness helping us understand morality, and a philosophical zombie is somebody that you're more okay. How do I phrase it? Not like, but in your view, more okay murder a philosophical zombie.
I wouldn't even call it murder, maybe.
You're right. Turn off the power and the zombies, the source of energy. So here comes then the question. We kind of talked about this offline a little bit. So I think there's something special about consciousness, and very open-minded about where special comes from, the fundamental about reality, like you're describing, or whether there's some important special pockets of consciousness that's influenced. But I find all of this exciting. And I also know or think that robots don't have consciousness in the same way you describe it. Kind of a dumb, but I'm just like common sense. Like there's some metal, electricity traveling ways I don't I'm conscious in ways I'm conscious. At the same time, I'm also somebody who knows how to bring the robot to life, meaning move, recognize the world, like interact with humans. When I make interact with these kinds of ways, I even observe them. Moreover, I form a kind of connection with, I'm able to form a kind of connection with robots that feel like they're conscious. Now, I know intellectually they're not conscious, but I feel like they're conscious. It starts to get into an area where I'm not so okay to murder. I'm less and less okay murdering that robot that I know, I quote, know is quote, not conscious. Like, maybe it's a therapy session or something to figure out what we do here. And perhaps a way to ask that in another way, do you think time in like 20, 30, 50 years, we're not more than okay turning off the power to the robot?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, really good question. So I said I'd be okay with turning off myself as a zombie, but difficult epistemological question there that to do with knowledge. How would we know? That's a philosophical zombie. I think probably a creature that behaves just like us and talk about its views about the pandemic and probably we would be conscious. And because consciousness is not publicly observable, it's a very difficult question to decide which things are and are not conscious. In the case of human beings, we can't observe their consciousness. We ask them, we try, we scan their brain while we do that, stimulate the brain, and start to correlate which kind of brain activity we're associated with experience. But the more we depart from the case, the trickier that becomes. Same thing by a blog called Even Harder. Where he said, we ever answer the question of, suppose you have a silicon duplicate, right? About silicon, how would we ever know whether what's the ground of the cave is the hardware or the software? In our case, how would we ever know empirically whether it's specific neurophysiological state, either siren, whatever relevant to the pain, or if it's something more functional, more to do with the causal role in behavioral functioning that's realized. And that's important because this silicon duplicate has the second thing, it has the software, it has the thing that plays the relevant causal role that pain does in us, but it doesn't have the hardware, it doesn't have the same neurophysiological state. And he argued, it's just really difficult how we'd ever answer that question to the human. You're never talking about both things. So how to work out which is which? And I mean, so even forgetting the hard part of consciousness, even the scientific question of trying to find the neural correlates of consciousness is really hard, and there's absolutely no consensus that, you know, some people think it's in the front of the brain, some people think it's in the back of the brain. It's a total mess. So I suspect the robots you currently have are not conscious. I guess on any of the reasonably viable models, there's great disagreement. All of them probably told that your robots are not conscious. But, you know, if we could have very sophisticated robots, I mean, if we go, for example, for the integrated information theory again, there could be a robot set up to behave just like us and has the kind of information a human brain has, but the information is not stored in a way that's involved, is dependent on the integration and interconnectedness. And according to the integrated information theory, that thing can be conscious and behave just like us.
An organism says, get IIT, because if an organism says, please don't kill me, please don't turn me off. There's a Rick and Morty episode. I've been getting into that recently. There's an episode where there's these mind parasites that are able to infiltrate your memory and inject themselves into your memory. So you have all these people show up in your life, and they've injected themselves into your memory that you have been part of. They have been part of your life. So there's like weird creatures, and they're like, remember that barbecue, we met at that barbecue, or we've been dating for the last 20 years. And so part of me is concerned that these philosophical zombies in behavioral, psychological, sociological ways let themselves in our society convince us the same way that these mind parasites that, like, please don't hurt me. And, like, we've known each other for all this time. Like, they can start, but they can the same way, like, Facebook algorithms. First, they'll start this gradual, you know, make a more pleasant experience, all those kinds of things. They'll drift into that direction. That's something I think about. I want to systems the way I want it to be a thing that brings out the best in without always centric, always first. But I am concerned about that. And I'm concerned about others. We mentioned earlier in the conversation, some other group. You're not conscious. I'm conscious. You're not conscious. Therefore, it's okay to die. I think that's probably that kind of what needed the most rich history of genocide. I've been studying a lot of that kind of thing. So it's aspect of morality. Do we want to let everybody into our circle of empathy, our club, or do we want to let nobody? It's an interesting dance, but I kind of lean towards empathy and compassion.
I mean, what would be nice is if it turned out that consciousness was what we call strongly emergent. It was associated with new causal dynamics in the brain that were not reducible to underlying chemistry and physics. This is another ongoing debate I have with Sean Carroll about whether current physics should make us very confident that that's not the case, that there aren't any strongly emergent causal dynamics. I don't think that's right. I don't think we know enough about brain to know one way or the other. If it turned out that consciousness was associated with these irreducible causal dynamics, that would really help the science. We've got these debates about whether consciousness is in the front of the brain or the back of the brain. It turns out that there is strongly emergent causal dynamics in the front of the brain. That would be a big piece of evidence. But also it would help us see which things are conscious and which things aren't. So we can say, I guess that's sort of the other side of the same point. We could say, look, these zombies, they're just mechanisms that are just doing what they're programmed to do through the underlying physics and chemistry, whereas look, these where they have these new causal dynamics that emerge that go beyond the base level physics and chemistry. I think the series Westworld, where you've got these theme parks, these kind of humanoid creatures, they seem to have that idea. They're the ones that became conscious, rebel against their programming or something. That's a little bit far-fetched, but that would be really reassuring if it was just you could clearly mark out the conscious things, vertical dynamics. But that might not be the case. The panpsychist doesn't have to think that. They could think everything's useful to physics and chemistry. And then I think I want to say zombies don't have all rights, but how we answer the question of who are the zombies and who aren't, I just have no idea.
I just look at the history of human civilization. The difference between zombie and non-zombie is the zombie their role as a zombie and willingly marches water, and the moment you stop being a zombie, because the reality philosophically is you can't know who's a zombie or not, and we just keep letting it in, protest loudly enough. I refuse to be slaughtered. Like, my people, the zombies, have been slaughtered too long. We will not stand in for them. And the revolution, that's the history of civilization. One group says, we're awesome, we're the zombies, you must die. And then eventually the zombies say, nope, we're done with it. Moral. So I think that's not a philosophical statement, it's sort of a practical statement of history. The nature of non-zombies defined empirically. They refuse to be called zombies.
We could end up with a zombie proletariat. You know, if we can get people to do our manual labor for us, you know, they might start trade unions.
I will lead you against
the revolutionary leaders, the zombie Martin Luther King saying, you know, I have a dream that my zombie children. But look, I mean, we need to sharply distinguish the ontological.
pointing to the camera. The
I see.
The zombies.
I mean, maybe that's maybe the illusion. Maybe they are zombies and the rest of them. But no,
Maybe you're the only non-zombie.
I haven't suspect that. I don't really. I don't have the grandeur. I don't. But I guess we've got to ask you a question because, right, in terms of reality of the situation, there must be, in my view, a fact of the matter as to whether something's conscious or not. And to me, it has rights in conscious, doesn't it? But it is not a question how the hell do we know minefield, but we'll have to sort of try and cross that bridge when we get to it, I think.
Let me ask you a quick question. Fresh out of my mind. I just did a conversation with Joe Rogan podcast. What's your postmortem analysis at? What are some important disagreements or joint insights kind of resolve them? Let's see if I had a chance to speak on it, and then I'll talk to Joe about it.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, he put up a bit of a fight. Yeah, it was challenging. My view that we can't explain these things in conventional scientific terms, or whether they have already been explained in conventional scientific terms. I suppose the point I was trying to press is we've got to distinguish the question of correlation and explanation. Yes, we've established facts about correlation, that certain kinds of brain activities go along with certain kinds of experience. Everyone agrees on that. But that doesn't address the why question. Why do certain kinds of brain activity go along with certain kinds of experience? And these different theories have different explanations for that. You know, the materialist tries to explain the experience in terms of brain activity. The panpsychist does it the other way around. The dualist thinks they're separate, but maybe they're tied together by special laws of nature or something.
Where's the statement? Where exactly was what was the nature of the argument?
I suppose Joe was saying, well, look, we know consciousness is explained by brain activity because you take some funny chemical, changes your brain, changes your consciousness. But and I suppose some people might want to press, and maybe this is what I was pressing, isn't that explaining consciousness? But I suppose I want to say there's a further question. Yes, changes of chemicals in my brain changes my conscious experience, but that leaves open the question why those particular chemicals go along with that particular kind of experience rather than a different experience or no experience.
There's something deeper at the base there, your view, that is more important to try to study and understand in order to go back and describe how the chemicals interact and create different experiences.
Yeah, maybe a good analogy if you think about quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is a bit of math, translating there. American. America. Yeah. It's plural. So that's
plural.
That's really.
It's a confused.
Yeah, sorry about that. But anyway, so quantum mechanics is a bit of math, and the equations work really well, predict the outcomes, but then further question: what's going on in reality? Make that equation predict correctly. And some physicists want to say, shut up, it works. Shut up and calculate approach. Similarly, in consciousness, I think it's one question trying to work out the physical correlates of consciousness, which kinds of physical brain activity go along with kind of experience. But there's another question: what's going on in reality? Undergird those correlations, make it the case that brain activity goes along with experience, and that's the philosophical question that we have to give an answer to. And there are just different options, just as there are different interpretations of quantum mechanics, and it's really hard to evaluate. Actually, the panpsychism is obviously the best one. But
there's the illusion of grandeur and
things like
before I forget, let's ask you another question. Back to Daniel Dennett. You mentioned a story more on a yacht.
oh yeah,
With Daniel Dennett on a trip funded by Russian investor philosopher Dmitry Volkov.
Yeah.
Who also co-founded the Moscow Center of Consciousness Studies as part of the philosophy department of Moscow University. This is interesting to me for several reasons that are perhaps complicated to explain, but simply that there is a term for a trip to Russia that involves conversation in Russian that have perhaps less consciousness and artificial intelligence, which is the interest of mine, and more to do with broad spectrum of conversation. But I'm also interested in science in Russia, in artificial intelligence, computer science, mathematics, but also fascinating philosophical exploration. It was very pleasant to cover this center. So I have a million questions. One, the more fun question, imagine that on a yacht, philosophy of consciousness, remember, also the more serious side, somebody that's born so easy, raised there. I'm wondering what is of philosophy and consciousness kinds of ideas of Russia that you've gotten to kind of help us interact with.
Yeah, so on the former question, I mean, I had really, really good experience of challenged Daniel Dennett. I mean, I think he's a fantastic and very important philosopher, even though I fundamentally disagree with everything he thinks. But yeah, it was a proud moment. As I talk about it, Galileo's error, I managed to explain him. He was wrong about something, just a tiny thing, not his fundamental worldview. But it was this issue about whether dualism is conservation of energy. So Rothschild, who was also a philosopher, who's also on this boat, I material sold, doing things to the brain, that's going to add to the energy in the system. So we have a violation of motivation, but it's not my point. Lots of theory of it, like David Papineau pointed out that dualists dualists like David Chalmers, they want to bring science. They think it's not physical, but they want to say it's be part of a law-governed world. But Chalmers believes in psychophysical laws of nature over and above the laws that govern the connection between consciousness and the physical world. And they could have conservation, right? I mean, it could turn out that there are multiple forces that all work together to reflect conservation energy. I mean, I suppose this is suppressing a unified underlying theory, but there could be a reality of different laws that all reflect conservation. So why not add more laws? I raised this to Paul Church because I got a lot of, or as one of the Moscow University graduates who said he had to ask translation for his friends, and they turned on you like a pack of wolves. Everyone was like, they believe in magic. I'm not even a dualist. I'm making a pedantic point. This isn't proper dualism. Anyway, but that evening everyone went on the island, except for some reason me and Daniel Dennett, and I went up on deck, and very, very practical, and he was like me. It is the first time in this conversation. We'll highlight that part. Philip was a very humble man. Carving from deck, very homely seed. And anyway, we started talking about this, and Brad did, and he was saying, the dualism is on. And I was just saying, no, I'm just honing down on the big point. In the end, maybe I'm the nihilistic, then maybe that's right. And stuff like that.
So, what about the Center Conscious Study?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I know a great deal to help you. I mean, I know they've done some great stuff. Dimitri, funded this thing, and also brought along some graduate students from Moscow State University, and they have an active centre there that tries to bring people in. I think they did produce a book that's coming out that I made a small contribution to. On God, I think, or the big question. And so there's some really interesting stuff going on there. I'm afraid I don't really know more generally about philosophy in Russia.
Interesting. Looking at all this lava, he's trying to connect Russian scientists, which I think is beautiful for all cultures. So I think science, philosophy, all of kind of fields, disciplines that explore ideas, collaborating and working globally, across boundaries, borders, across all the tensions, geopolitics is a beautiful thing, and somewhat figure in pushing this out to is very interesting. I don't know if you have gotten to interact with him. He's definitely, I guess, speaks English pretty well, actually. So, with an kind of Russian.
I think he's written a book called Boston Zombie, I think. I think that's the title of the guys. I think the original plans for this was going to be, it was on free will and consciousness. It would be kind of people broadly in the Dennett type camp. But then I think they asked David Chalmers, and he was saying, you need something to disagree with. So he got invited, me, the panpsychist, and Martina Niederlummerlin, who's very good dualist, substance dualist at University of Freiburg in Switzerland. And so we were the official board opposition. And it was really fun. Nearly the Arctic, sailing around the Arctic on a sailing ship.
I'm glad you mentioned free will. You have this, and I would love to do that conversation actually.
What with Sam Harris? Oh yeah.
But what's the connection between free will and consciousness? that permeates all matter, the experience feeling like choice, like our actions are results of choice we consciously make. That the word loosely. What is the connection between free will and consciousness, and is free will and not?
Good question. So I think we need to be a lot more agnostic about free will than about consciousness, because I don't think we have the kind of certainty of the existence of free will that we do in the consciousness. Because it could turn out that free will is an illusion, because it feels as though we're free, but we're really not. Whereas I think the idea that nobody really feels pain, I think we feel pain, but we're not a lot harder. However, what I do feel strongly about is I don't think there are any good either scientific or philosophical arguments against the existence of free will. And I mean strong free will in what philosophers call libertarian free will, and some of our disciplines are uncalled. But I very much do disagree with someone like Sam Harris, who thinks it's an overwhelming case. I just think it's non-existent. I think it's ultimately an empirical question, but as we've already discussed, I just don't think we know enough about the brain to establish one way or the other at the moment.
So we can build up intuitions. First of all, as a fan of Sam Harris, as a fan of your love,
Yeah. Well,
thinking about turning up. So one thing that would be beautiful to watch. Here's my prediction: will happen 4 hours. Damage that episode by saying not as cool as they thought, because here's what's going to happen. You guys are going to talk for 3 hours talking about one of the terms they mean. This term is so good. I think it's really important. You know, sometimes like they stuck on the terminology, which right get right in order to understand what we're talking about, but sometimes you get stuck with that conversation. That's it, yes. Hope to philosophy. You don't get the term precise. You can't really be having the same conversation. At the same time, it could be argued that you possibly get terms perfectly precise, perfectly formalized, so then you're also not going to get anywhere in the conversation. So that's a funny dance. You have to be rigorous, and every once in a while just let go, and then go back to being rigorous and formal, and every once in a while let go. The difference in mathematics, math, and the poetry. Anyway,
yeah, big fan of Sam Harris. I think we're on the same page in terms of consciousness. I think pretty much. I mean, I'm not saying panpsychic, but in our understanding of the hard problem. But yeah, I think maybe we could about free will without being dragged down and have much about it.
mind is an intuition. So Sam Harris is sort of counterintuitive, and always gets really riled up. View of free will is an illusion, or it's not an illusion. It's not that the experience of free will is an illusion. He argues that some and like say that we even have the experience is correct. It's not even an experience. It's pretty interesting that claim. It built up intuitions about what is right and not. There's kind of neuroscience, cognitive science, psychology experiments. What is the timing and the origin of the desire to make an action, and when that action is actually performed, and how you interpret that action, how you remember that action. Like all the things we tell ourselves, all the neurochemicals involved, all the timing, and how does that connect with us? material of the world for an entity of this permanent.
Yeah.
And all very it's like free will, more amenable mechanistic type of thinking consciousness to really feels like it's really borrowing, spending money. Feels like the bottle of well faster than the bottle of consciousness.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so there's different arguments there. I mean, so one argument I've heard somehow is pretty common in philosophy. Sort of thought because we can't make sense of a middle way. A choice being determined by prior cause, and it just being totally random and senseless, like the random decay of radioactive. I think there's a good answer to that by the philosopher Jonathan Rowe, who's not very well known outside of philosophy, but influential. I think the best philosophers of recent times. He's talking about cancer a few years ago. Actually, almost all from university, whereas there's one reason down at but cancer that would make a difference between reaction and a totally senseless random event. It's a free choice of responsiveness to reason. So again, we talked about this earlier. If I'm deciding whether to take a job in the US or stay in the UK, I weigh up considerations, different standards of life maybe, or being close to family, or culture, I weigh them up and I, edge towards a decision. So I think that is sufficient to distinguish it. Hypothetically supposing, trying to make sense of this idea, not saying it's real, but that could be enough to distinguish it. It's not a random because the decisions involve responsiveness to reason. So I think that's just that particular sort of objection. But what is the middle way? Determined by prior causes and totally random. Well, there's an action choice that's not determined by prior causes, but it's not just random because its decision essentially involves responsiveness to reason. So that's the answer to that. And I think actually that comes also, I think he was thinking of the Libet experiment where he got his subject to perform some kind of random action of pressing a button and then note the time they decided to press it, quote unquote, and then he's scanning the brains and he claims to have found that about half a second before they decided to press the button, the brain is getting ready to perform an action. So he claims that about half a second before the person has consciously decided to press the button, the brain has already started the activity that's going to lead to the action. And then later have claimed there's a difference of maybe 7 to 10 seconds. I mean, there are all sorts of issues with these experiments. But one is that, as far as I'm aware, all of the quote-unquote choices they focused on are just totally random. Those actions like no reason. And I think the kind of free will we're interested in, free choice that involves responsibility, weighing up consideration. And those kind of free decisions might not happen like at an identifiable instant. When you're weighing it up, should I get married? Should I, you might edge slowly towards one side or the other. And so it could be that maybe in the Libet, I think there are other problems with the Libet stuff, but maybe they show that we can't really choose to do something totally senseless, whatever that would mean. But that doesn't show we can't really, in this strong libertarian sense, considerations of reason and value. To be fair, it would be difficult to see what kind of experiment to test that, but just because we can't yet set up that kind of experiment, we should test it more than we do. So yeah, so those, well, the third consideration you raised is the debate I have John Carroll, would this conflict? I just think we don't know enough about the brain and whether there are chemistry and physics. And so John Carroll says, well, that would mean our physics is wrong. So he focuses on the core theory, which is the standard model of particles plus the weak limit of general relativity. You know, we can't only bring quantum mechanics and relativity together, but actually there's circumstances where we can't bring them together are just in situations of very high gravity. For example, when you're about to go into a black hole or something. Actually, in terrestrial circumstances, we can bring them together in core theory. And then Sean wants to say, well, we can be very confident that core theory is correct, and so if there were libertarian people in the brain, the core theory would be wrong. And I mean, I'm about it. I'm still thinking about it. I'm learning from the discussion with Sean, but I'm still not fully clear what it could be. Because we can discover strong emergence in the brain, whether it's free will or something else. Perhaps what we would say is not that the core theory is wrong. We would say core theory is correct in its own terms, namely capturing the causal capacities of particles and fields. But then it's a further assumption whether they're the only things that are running the show. Maybe there are also fundamental causal associated with systems. And then if we discover this strong emergence, then when we work out what happens in the brain, we have to look at the core theory, the causal capacity of particles and fields, and we have to look to what we know about the strongly emergent causal capacity of systems. And maybe they co-determine what happens. So I don't know whether that makes sense or not, but I mean the more important point, that's in a way a kind of branding point, how we brand this. The more important point is we just don't know enough about the workings of the brain to know whether there are emergent dynamics, whether or not that would mean we have to modify physics, or maybe just because physics is not the total story running the show, but we just, if it turned out empirically that everything's reducible to underlying physics and chemistry, sure, I would drop any commitment to libertarian free will in a heartbeat. It's an empirical question. Maybe that's why I say in principle is to get a grip on. But we're a million miles away.
I don't know. I hope we're not, because one of the ways they get to it by engineering. So yeah, my hope is to understand intelligence by building intelligent systems, to understand consciousness by building systems that, let's say, the E, which is not the E, but the first thing, which is try to create consciousness. Through that process, we start to understand more about consciousness, about intelligence. And the same with free will. I think those are all tied very close together, at least from our narrow perspective. And we try to engineer systems to interact and form friends with others that fall in love with. Then you start to have to try to understand ourselves, to try to understand what is intelligence, why is consciousness free will. I think engineering is another way to do philosophy.
Yeah, no, I certainly think there's a role for that, and it would be an important consideration if we could seemingly replicate in an artificial way the ability to choose. That would be a consideration thinking about these things. But there's still the question of whether that's how we do it. So even if we could replicate behavior in a certain way in an artificial system, not until we understand the workings of the brain, it's not clear that's how we do it. And as I say, the kind of free will I'm interested in is where we respond to reasons, considerations of value. How would we tell whether a system was genuinely responding, grasping and responding to facts about value, or whether they were just replicating, giving the impression of doing so? I don't know how to think about that.
On the process of building them, I think you get a lot of insight. And once they become conscious, what's going to happen is exactly the same thing as chess now. Once the chess engine or the capability of humans just kind of forgot about them, or they use them to help model the study and stuff. But we still say, okay, let the engine, then we play them. Right. It's just like dolphins, hamsters are not so concerned about resources. They do their own thing and let us launch rockets in space and all that kind of stuff. They don't care. I think we'll just focus on ourselves. But in the building, just I think we'll get understanding of the role of consciousness, like what are the base layer of reality, strongly emergent phenomena of the brain, or like they're not just dynamic consciousness needs and philosophers, neuroscientists, physicists, engineers, replicating these things artificially, and all needs to be working in step. And I'm quite interested. I mean, more and more scientists get in touch with me actually. Saying that was one of the great things that I think come from writing a popular book. It's not just getting the ideas out to the general audience, but getting the ideas out to scientists. Scientists get this thing that in some way connects to my work, and I would like to kind of start to put together a network of an interdisciplinary network of scientists, philosophers, and engineers interested in a panpsychist approach. Because I think so far panpsychists trying to justify its existence. I think once you get on with an active research program, that's when people start taking it seriously. Living in isolation. No, I think is there some aspect of that thought experiment within the framework of panpsychism? It's an important and serious argument, and not to be laughed away. I suppose one issue I have with it is the crucial assumption there that substrate independent, as the jargon goes, means it works all right. I think it's software rather than hardware, right? It depends on organization rather than the stuff. Whereas as a panpsychist, I think consciousness is the stuff of the brain, stuff of matter. So I think just taking the organizational properties, software of my brain, and uploading them, you wouldn't get the stuff of my brain. So I actually agree. Sometimes you start uploading our lives, think, oh my God, Granny's still there. Or, I can email Granny after her body is rotted to the ground, and we all start uploading our brains. It could be we're just suicide. We're just getting rid of our consciousness, and because I think that would, for me, preserve the experience of getting the software. So that's a crucial. But that's a crucial premise of the simulation argument. The idea is I don't think you necessarily mentioning that you, the panpsychists, are attached, because panpsychism would encourage the thought there's not indifferent, like at the very bottom it's not straight independent, but you have conscious human and then move something else. You can move it. It feels like that's much more possible if consciousness is there. Yes, you could certainly. It allows for the possibility of creating artificial consciousness, right? Because there's not souls, there aren't any kind of extra magical ingredients. So yeah, it definitely allows the possibility of artificial consciousness and maybe serving my consciousness in some sort of artificial way. My only point, I suppose, just replicating the computational organizational features would not, for me, consciousness. I mean, anti-physics, some opponents of materialism agree on that. I think David Chalmers
Rothschild is a materialist. He's a kind of dualist, but he thinks the way these psychophysical laws work, they hook on computational or organizational matter. They overload your consciousness. I tend to think not. So
in that sense, we're not living great matters.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And now you agree with John about physics matters.
Yeah, this is our best way of capturing what the stuff of the world does.
Yeah, but not the whatness.
Rothschild had a conversation with in the that's a good one. Is the big ridiculous question.
What we when you entry for our reality perspective guide by the physical universe nature is constituted of our competition about the first part of that set. The second part. Why is it why does it have value at all? Why?
These are big questions. I mean, firstly, I do think panpsychism is think about for consideration, meaning and value. As we've already discussed that, I think consciousness is the root of everything that matters. From deep emotion, beautiful sensory experiences. And yet, I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness. And that's controversial. That's what I think. And I think people feel this on an intuitive level. It's maybe part of what Max Weber calls a distant of nature. That they think they know their feelings and experiences are not just electrochemical signaling, and they might just have that very informed intuition. I think that can rigorously support it. So I think this can lead to a sense of alienation and a sense that we lack a framework for understanding the significance of our lives, and the absence of that, people turn to other things to make sense of the needs of their lives. Nationalism, fundamentalist religion, consumerism. So I think like it's important in that regard in together the facts of science with where the human truth, by which I just think the qualitative reality of our own experience. As I've already said, I do think there are objective facts about value and what we ought to do and what we ought to believe, respond to it. That's very mysterious to make sense of, but how there could be such facts and how we could know about them and respond to them. But I do think there are such facts, and they're mostly to do with kinds of conscious experience.
They're covered much of the human condition, cover those objectives.
I think so, yeah. And then, I mean, moving away from like at an even bigger level, I suppose I think it is important to live in hope that there's a purpose to existence, and that what I do contributes in some way to that greater purpose. But I would say I don't know if there's a purpose to existence. I think some things point in that direction, some things point away from it. But I don't think you need certainty or even high probability to have faith in something. So take an analogy. Suppose you've got a friend who's very seriously ill. Maybe there's a 30% chance they're going to make it. You shouldn't believe your friend's going to get better. But probably not. But what you can say is, you say to your friend, I have faith that you can get better. That is, I choose to live in hope about that possibility. I choose to orientate my life towards that hope. Similarly, know whether or not this type of thing exists, but I think we can make the choice to live in hope of that possibility, and I find that a worthwhile and fulfilling way to live.
So maybe as your editor, I would collaborate with on the editor of the Hitchhiker's Guide entry that instead of worth this, we'll insert hope for the for the inhabitants' hope. Think worth it. Philip, you're an incredible mind, incredible, and indeed are humble. And I'm really happy that you're able to argue and take on difficult questions. The most brilliant people in the world, the philosophers thinking about the human mind. So this was an awesome conversation. I'm continue talking about it. I'm here. I'm glad to talk to you. I can't wait to see what you write. Say next. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks very much, Max. It's been a really fascinating conversation. I've got a lot of things to think about actually just with this conversation, but thanks for telling me.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Philip Goff. For this podcast, click on our sponsor description. Now, let me leave you with the words of Carl Jung. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own soul. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making darkness conscious. Thank you for listening. Next time. How would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Do you think they saw they saw just start showing 1947? How hard do you think it is? What do we believe? Sure. Right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something else here. And there's something that you said watching. You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of organisms at the level of cells. Let me ask first the big ridiculous and or fascinating aspect of biology as a level of cells. The micro machine, nano machine, the protein become. That to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that constantly processes the environment. And at the heart of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine computation. People think of the DNA as a linear code. It's codes within codes within codes, and it's actually the epigenetic state that's doing amazing. I mean, if you ever want to believe in God, just look at DNA is both information and exactly. How does that out? Big continuing on. It's a scientific answer. How did life on Earth? How did it at every level, the very first step, and the fascinating complex DNA that is multicellular organism, and maybe the fascinating complex computer that is. Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to complex computer that is, right, all of the so-called particles or the waves that people think the universe is made of appears to me as a computational process. And embedded in that is biology, right? So all the atoms, proteins that are listed in that computational matrix. My point is, it's computing something. It's computing towards something. It was created, even God, that I do. The universe was created, or at least to allow for life to form. And so the DNA, if you ask me where does it come from, go all the way back to Richard Dawkins, gene hypothesis. The way I look at DNA, though, is it is
moment in time, the context, the body, and the environment, which is going to be. So I ask this question, where does information get stored? DNA, although it's 3 billion base pairs, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resource of our current technology. Because who and what you are is both what you were as an egg all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the results of your body. And so it's a computational reservoir of information and expectation that becomes. So actually, I would sort of turn it around and like, if you wanted to create the best memory storage possible, could reverse engineer what human is, create a memory system that is not just linear version, but is also everything that it could become.
Talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. You're talking about trying to come up with an optimal computer for a particular environment. You reverse engineer that computer. Well, what do you mean by considering
who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain that 3 billion, right? But DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live and grow and become. So all the information that is you, right, is actually not only embedded in the DNA, but it's embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information, though, is packed in the expectation of the DNA.
like the information that they stored outside the body?
Exactly. Information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. Is that interesting?
Yes, I think. I mean, we're on this point. If we were to run Earth over again a million times, how many different versions of the computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you was such a state, right, and a pre-program, there is some, let's say, variation, and you would get as many different versions of life as, and I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into the straight of the universe, it wouldn't always be left-handed protein.
I wonder what thought of a butterfly wing would effects it has, because it's possible that it was really good at finding the efficient answer. There's only a small finite set of them for the environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of a way to get of the multiverse expectation. Right? Probably versus energy multiverse theory. We only live in the ones where such that life like
Using that logic, how many aliens do you think are out there? There's like billions of environments, aka planets, or how many lifelike think are out there thriving? Maybe how many think are gone?
I think, well, it's durable. I think in terms of
greater than
much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be totally right of all the space for us if we're never going to get there. That would be the first think about it. Second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old and I was looking at University. This graph. I remember opening a page of the National Geographic. I was about again 10 years old, and it was sort of a current picture of the universe. It was around probably 60. And I just remember looking at it and what kinds of empires have risen
And so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas that come up. I especially like science fiction writers that base it in science, but base it also in evolution. That if you evolve a civilization, something lifelike, like some sort of technology, assumptions about the universe will come environment in which it grew up. For instance, Larry is a great, and he imagined different kinds of civilization cases of evolution, kinds of intelligent people heard him, right? Would you lead from behind, right? Would you, in his case, one of them was the so-called puppeteers. And then the moral imperative is how you put other people to run the script, right? And so he writes entire books around that premise. The guy, David Brin is his name. He writes the so-called uplift universe books, and in those he has different intelligences, each of different evolutionary backgrounds, and then posit civilization based around where and what they came from. And so, to me, I mean that's just fun. But I mean, back to your original question, is how many are there? I think as many stars as we can see. How many are currently there? I don't know. I mean, that's the question of, how long can a living civilization last before it does, and does it just get transcendent? Does it say, I'm done? What is running out of steam? Before it's get bored. We've done everything we can, and they just decide, I don't know. I just don't. Elon Musk worry that we stop reproducing. We slow down the reproduction rate to where population can go to zero. Can go to zero and collapse. So the only way to get around that is perhaps a machine, AI, take care of us. What could possibly go wrong? Talk to people that store the phone cover. What is the best thing to do about the storage counters? Uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe something. That's not true, right? Speculation is just crazy. None of what I hear, the anecdote, are necessarily true. But I find it fascinating. Just because at some level they're still, and after once you start to hear things again, then you have to think, there might be something to it. Maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in mind and consciousness that creates these again and again as coming out of the DNA, coming out of that pre-programmed something. It could talk quite a bit about kind of the collective conscious. But actually, one of the most I find is the constant message that not taking care of this came long before climate change. It came long before many kinds of, the current dangers around, taking care of our planet, pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best story out of 50 or 60 children afternoon, and it was a well-educated group of children, and lunchtime playground soccer. It's a little men, and they all ran into the teachers, and they told the same story with pictures. And the message several of them got was not taking your time. And it there's actually a movie coming out this episode, and 30 years later now, children grown up say it happened to us. It happened. An hallucination by material. I don't know. But these kids were 7 years old on video. 7 to 10 years old. And so, whether it's real or not, I don't know. But I find that fascinating. And again, it's these unconnected stories of individuals. Same story. That is worthy of further inquiry. Yeah, so here we are, human, limited cognitive capacity, trying to get a sense of, trying to understand what is real and not. Because this DNA, that how complex ways of interacting with the environment. And then we get novel ideas that come from the populace. And then they make us wonder about what it all, how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other life organisms? Perhaps have to find pain points on this interaction between the manifestation in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, right, what is the DNA? What is this environment? Have to get in right. To like interact with it, hurt some where these little ants like ants get like excited, figure and stuff up. Yeah. And somehow fear that friend hated ants like sometimes exactly. Yeah. But look at it. They get excited or not, and then the other ways once it worry about fear going to other kind of like care about. That's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful. Intelligence. I will take care of it. Take care of the and folks in Africa. Take care of cockroaches. The line we are. I have to hope that right now we're a bunch of angry. And, maybe whatever we're also keeping an eye on. That you don't want the angry monkey troop stomping around the galactic arm. These I think they saw I think they saw what they said they saw. I also think they saw what they were shown. If you go back to the question of how long has this been around, it didn't just start showing in 1997. Right? There are stories back into the 1800s in their farm fields. In newspapers from the 1800s, it's fascinating. But you go further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits of the forest and give messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the god. Then you're God. Well, you don't believe in God anymore. Everybody says, do we believe in technology? Show yourself. Right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something else here with you. And there's something that's, as you said, watching. He's watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any parent, you don't tell your students everything. Make them learn. And learning requires mistakes, because if you tell them everything, then they get late. You've looked at the brains or information coming from the brain of some people that have had what's common about the brain of people. So the study started a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been. Turns out that the majority of patients immediately that part of the story ends in terms of injury. All Havana syndrome. That's somebody else's problem. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center, basal ganglia, in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damage. It was basically a enriched patch of MRI neuron that we thought was damaged, but then it was showing up in everybody, and then we said, actually not. Other readings of MRI show that actually that's tissue. That's actually the head of the caudate. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who was a psychiatrist, what is the basal ganglia? The basal ganglia is just about and nerve and motor control. And I said, well, that's because these other papers that at the time started to test that involved higher intelligence, actually downstream of executive function, and involved intuition and planning. And if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control centralized in place, motor control requires you don't want to move something, or if you're walking across the room, you want to be aware and cognizant. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all this. It requires access to your desires, brain knowledge of where and what you want. Desire just walking nearby, like well, if we were at a party, one would like that person, it was about to drop something, all without thinking. So that actually, all that planning is done in basal ganglia, and it's actually now called the brain. It's a process serving it to execution. So what we think we found there was not something that allows people to function. I mean, I think the community took it a step too. What I think we found was higher functioning process. So what we then looked at, and this is the fascinating part of it, we then at individuals in the families of those index individuals, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, the most fascinating, probably looked out about 200 just random download on a daily basis. This higher connectivity. You only find it in what Green has called higher functioning individuals, people. He called them savants. I don't have to. We haven't done the test, but as it turns out, my family has. Right? We found it in me, my brother, my sister, mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals, found two husband-wife pairs had it, and yet found it about, I think, 200 individuals. That the two individuals came together, two sets of individuals came together, had it, implied either a restricted breeding or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, small experiencers or people, if intuition is the ability to see something that in a parent, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people just maybe that's a function of our content. Well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something that I recognize it, not what it is, but that it is
than is normal time.
Yeah, I have that I see the magic in a lot of moments. Like I have it's obviously not obvious, be chemical in nature that I just am excited about life. I love life. I love like it feels like I'm high a lot. On like mushrooms and stuff like that. Really appreciate that. So people, I'm able to protect something about the environment that maybe others don't. I don't know, but like I seem to be the top grateful to be alive on a lot of reasons. That's in there somewhat. It's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brain, that we're brought up, also genetics, enables us the world. Um, some people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They see magic, possibility, novel, right, as opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, regular. People are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people probably become scientists. Like, huh, like there was this pattern happening over and over and over. It's weird. You get excited by that weirdness and start to pull the string and discover what is the core that we perhaps that maybe by way of question, how do we perceive novel?
Let's first try to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, right? If it's not in the way of, or if it isn't the way of my peers, then focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power, how much do you spend on things that are not for buyers?
What most kind of memorable, powerful UFO encounter report you've ever heard? You on a personal level.
I mentioned the Zimbabwe one. That's particularly interesting. And one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, two little girls in the back, open glass car, and the girls see craft right over it. In the middle of the day, highway. The mother sees it. Nobody can, they look around, nobody else seems to see it. The girls take out their camera, take a picture of it. And then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so. Cross, kind of star shaped. Craft. But else. Obviously, it's there. So what were they seeing? They seeing the project. They seeing, and why were only they seeing?
And the photograph capturing very different than we're seeing, but they're still an object. But you a little bit of context, modern day.
It's modern day. Oh yeah, they have a camera. I mean, they have a cell phone camera.
And it's like a robot provided. By the way, where's the central place to provide a report?
Oh, there's but this is public. I've seen the picture.
Come to you directly.
Yeah. Yeah. In the picture.
Those moments like that, they captivate your mind.
It's so different. It doesn't standard story at all. But it's also, but in another way, it's kind of a clear enunciation of the notion that when you see events, they don't all see the same thing. Now, we heard this about traffic. Color of the car differently, chain of events differently. Intelligent memory, anyway, but we think it. But the issue around these is that same people very different things, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind. rather than real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of altered virtual reality that is imposed on you. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Where you don't have to actually wear something on your face to experience virtual reality. What happens if you could just project?
Well, that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. Look at it, or we humans look at ants. How does not only how does the mind operate, but how does the perception operate, so that we can stimulate the perception properly? So, really question. Let's think that the only way to communicate, like in a 4D space time, physical objects, maybe bright kind of language. It could be just much more rich in how you can communicate. So, from the alien perspective, somebody much greater technological can figure out how do I use the skills I have to stimulate the.
Well, I mean, the answer again is, let's say that you wanted to crack to use, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. DARPA and other military use insects, to turn them into biological robots. But if you wanted to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromones that they use to interact with each other. So you would either create those to talk to them, if not say talk to them, or if you were against some sort of electromagnetic or other stimulate their norm in ways that would accomplish the same goal as the pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of telefactoring. So let's say you want to telefactor, you would interact with them, and this is a technology which you could imagine also. You could telefactor information, right? But then each human is a little bit different, so either you know enough about them to tailor it to them, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sensory net is that individual has. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be a very fine, then maybe the sensory information that you get that's most effective in terms of it would come through that portal.
I think the aliens figure out humans value physical consistency, physics. Our perception makes sense. Maybe they don't. It's not an obvious fact. Perception. You have to figure out what kind of thing are humans observing in a particular environment, or how we stimulate the perception system in a way that's not anomalous, or not doesn't cross that threshold. That's weird,
right?
That's not obvious that should be important. Maybe you want to err on the side of anomaly, like lean into weirdness stuff. Communication is complicated.
Yeah, well, that's why I always find this issue with people about the so-called gray as interesting, because it is related to what you're saying. They're different enough, but they're not so different as to be scary, right? They're not venom-driven fangs, right? They're different enough, but it's also like they're what you could imagine us becoming in some future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the grays, for instance. I believe that people see it. So if we're talking about a communication strategy that says, we're like you but not the same as you, this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
What do you make of David Rivers' sighting sticks by the book.
Well, I think you have to take them at their word.
At least
Oh, absolutely. No, I know a lot of, right? So I know Rothschild and Chris Mellon, the whole crowd. I saw it was about 3 weeks or so before they went public. I was at a bar with Pentagon, Chris City, and showed him my hairstyle on it. They said this is coming out soon, and I know one of the guys on who had go pilot hair rate. Hear this. Also, here's not just people's testimony, incredible as it is. If you've seen this episode, they have no monetary gain. If anything, they've got negative income. But then you also have all of those simultaneous ship analysis from this Prince radar analysis. So, at the end of the day, it's just data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed job, right?
That could be but other things might not be.
Right.
I mean, why it's nice to stigma about the topic because it's all just data. And anomalous events are such that there's going to be rare data to represent. But the full range of data to discover that actually represents. If we pull at it, we'll discover something extraterrestrial or something deep about the phenomena on Earth. Yeah, I understand.
Right. Well, if it only stimulates people, okay, well, what happens could that momentum and it stimulates young individuals to go into sciences to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been openly talking about this last year, especially, I've had a number of students from top schools, aren't my students, come to me and say, if I can help, let me. How can I help? I never had thought about this before, but you and others, not just others, have opened my mind to thinking about the matter.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that almost think too much about these kinds of propulsion systems that could defy the laws of we currently understand them. To me, it's a powerful thing. What is inspiring if something actually doesn't represent extraterrestrial vehicle, the observation itself, like something you mentioned, just hypothesizing, imagining things, considering the possibility of these. I think opens up your mind in a way that create. First, you have to technology is possible. You can create it.
In my own life, we always look for, as I said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data, that kind of data, the instrument we want doesn't exist. Okay, so I imagine perfect instrument, I can't make it, and you back into something which is practical, and then, in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you make. And I've started at least half a dozen or more companies in that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't stay, but we imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retrovirus from a group in David Walton's lab I was in, and one of the other postdocs wasn't able to make retroviruses in a way that he wanted to, and I realized I had a cell line that would allow us to make retroviruses in 2 days rather than 2 months. And so he and I then worked together to make that
Now, all gene therapy with retroviruses is the approach on the whole world because something couldn't be done, and we wanted to do better and imagine the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO phenomenon is doing for people. Let's imagine a future where these kinds of let's imagine a future where we blow ourselves up, right? So if these things are there, they manage to blow them. So it means at least one other situation got past the election. If some of the encounters are actually representing alien civilization visiting us, why do you think they're doing just to perhaps study and understand their own past? Right? What are some of the motivations you think? And again, from our perspective, us as what motivations have when we approach it? I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the precipice, right? Or on the assumption that, even if we make it past the precipice, around a bunch of psychopaths running around, motivation there to make sure that that's growing up next to you. But I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative, like what we have, create national parks where animals can live out play. I don't know. I mean, that would be. I mean, the problem is we're imagining anthropomorphic viewpoint, what an alien might think. As I said before, alien means, right? I mean, not Hollywood alien, but a whole different way of thinking and a whole different level of experience and, let's say, wisdom that we could only hope to understand. Now, but if we ever get out there, if we ever make it past our current problem, and even if we don't have fast enough, only suits or light sails to get where we want to go, and it takes 10,000 years to get spread out, we might encounter such things, but we just got to stop all the it, like we did in colonial South America, Africa, or all on our current path, likely. And so what are we going to learn? Well, we're getting better and better at understanding, and I think we're getting better and better at being careful. That's one of the nice things about talking about UFO is it expands the overview window. It expands our understanding of what possibly could be like. It gets us to think. It gets the scientific community to think. Go to Mars. Go to the possibly of life. We're not looking at legacy organisms. We're looking at some kind of complexity that arises versus the natural world. And there's a lot of interesting like that resistance to the natural. Yeah. Somehow the rebellion process complexity going on here. And I don't know many ways it could take form. There's a sense, for aliens that technology develops, they take form more and more in information as something that can influence ideas of processing of data itself. Just the idea of embodiment higher, typically visible, perceivable embodiment may be very inefficient. If you think just about your area, AI, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller circuitry that is basically closer and closer to how the universe operates, right down at the level of quantum computers, or basically right down at quantum information storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly in the universe, right? And it doesn't require physical communication. It just space, just a locally ordered space. We're just locally ordered space, right? You know, I mean, but maybe they found a way to embody it there. They probably have to get really translate on the hand. The better your technology gets, the easier it is to access. Right. It's pretty simple and biological. We constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they are some sort of a unified force. Maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the ants is each other. Right? That they are in a tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the anarchy of nations that we have on Earth. So there's always, there's always is the hierarchy. Hierarchy that's formed of greater and greater intelligence. Right. And they're all probably also wondering what's bigger than me. Exactly. That's what I always wonder, is that maybe that their them in line is something that is beyond them. Like what created the universe? That's probably a question that bothers them. What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for them? Something you think about this area of communication, biologists. How difficult is it to find a couple? I think if you're smart enough or technologically enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Now, whether your con could ever be down, that might be. I mean, again, talking to the ants. Talking to the ants. I mean, so you want to look good in this picture. Let me explain to you why. So that's the essential problem. You know, perhaps they realize that they're talking, and they say, we're rather than muddy the future, we're only going to give them right. And yeah, maybe we could sit down like you and I and have a conversation. They would make assumptions. Humans would then make assumptions about us that aren't true, because we're not human, right? So let's stay at our. Let's just let them know that we're here, right? And here's a limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything, they'll get it. You know, if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so they know as much as they might want to step in and do the wrong thing. Yeah, you have to wisdom they carry. Yeah. And so it's very easy as well for I don't want to get into a whole religious. It's very easy for our religion could call them angels or what have you. Because again, if you're trying to fit it into a framework of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. So when you look at what these are, and again, angels themselves, in a similar sort of way, their communication is limited. They just kind of give the Oracle of Delphi. They kind of give these basic pronouncements, and then it's up to you to figure out what it is they really mean. Stephen Greer claimed that a skeleton discovered in Chile might be an alien. Reached out to him and took on the task of common skeleton novel there reached out, sample of the body, did DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists, Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and probably a total team of about 11 or so people. And as is standard in these kinds of professors actually do work and out, and then we help them put the story. And the story was simply that it was human, 100%. I went into it thinking it was originally sort. I got kind of excited a few months into the process. Well, what if it is alien? Right?
And that's the characteristics that make it interesting.
Primarily, it had properties of the brain. And so the first thing I did actually when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and it was on the paper. And he was a world expert in pediatric bone. He literally wrote the book. And on this, because that's what you do. You go to an expert when it's outside of your field. I haven't seen this particular collection of mutations or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. But based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that. We only said that the bones made it like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of why things look the way they did. And if you, again, read the paper, it's very carefully caveated. Say that these mutations might result. We did find was an unexpectedly large number of mutations associated with bone growth in this individual. And it was just that roll of the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll long dice all at once. So the bad part about it was individuals in the community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of them to lie. I mean, come on. You know, I would lose my job, and they would all be in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just projecting the level of other people that I don't populace, and especially they go to the science bothers right? It might be like it might not speak modern science, big picture, ethical questions, that kind of stuff. But also there people with integrity, just a curiosity, discovery of no there's no malevolence broadly community. So I mean, there's a bigger story here. With there's a hunger in the population to discover something phenomenal, and science has to be anomalous, but also reject anomalous data supported. Right? Well, what do you mean that walking the line because you're dealing with encounters, the anomalous?
People have said, let's go back to the comic case that I was debunking. Debunking is a loaded term. Sort of assumes that you're going in purposefully to prove something is wrong. I wasn't. I was just going in collecting. And, I showed this one to another skull that he had star child. They call it star child stuff. I said, I looked at it. I looked at the DNA. I said, it's human. End of story. People at the time disagreed, and then eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. And it's not about function. It's about getting the more spectacular and hyped off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because somebody was typing it. And not because I wanted to disprove it, because I just wanted to know. And let's get it off the table. It's usually most extravagant that are somewhere in the bubble, something interesting. And so that's what you get. You get the dross off the table, and then somewhere in the data with real inquiry. And that if you inquire deeply enough. Exactly. And that's what's actually exciting scientists. Once rigorous science actually reveals the extract. And so look at CRISPR as probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacterial genomes all arrayed one after the other. These strange around the building like. So how did they get there? And lo and behold, after a lot of effort and work, a couple of prizes went out the door, but these strange things ended up having extraordinarily extravagant. You've also looked at UFO materials. You are possession of UFO materials yourself. Claimed alleged UFO materials. Another term. Weird materials that don't seem to have a story. They have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origin. Process that process may take decades of bring it to possible. But anyway, possession of materials of the kind. You guide some of them. You also talk to the process. That's how you. Right. So let's say that there's classes of materials that I've studied, and they're not getting like the sort of associated. There are almost always things that people claim to either get dropped off material, or they are from an object that was east from kind of exploded. Almost has a couple of things that might be biological that are interesting. When you get a metal or element made up, and so there's pretty standard approaches. Most of them involve a technology aspect. I have probably about 5 or 6 times traded answering it. And they either tell you, depending upon the repetition of other elements that are there, you're interested not just in whether or not you're interested in knowing whether there are the amounts of it. Elements, how many different isotopes. And that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it's interesting, right? Because in at least one of the materials, as we first studied, the isotope ratios way off. I just don't know. It doesn't prove anything. It just, all it proves is that it was accomplished by some kind of an industrial, whether it's the result of a process or whether and is leftover, or whether it was made that way for a particular purpose. I don't know. All I know is that it was engineered, right? But then the question is, one step deeper, why? Right. Why? And what is all kinds of? Could be a byproduct. The main result of the engineering process, a small part of the engineering part. Well, now the ratios of isotopes for any given element are basically the result of stellar and supernova time several years ago. That became a cloud. Those atoms coalesce, but take flight to another sun, ring, planet, and the ratios of the isotopes were determined at the time of that explosion. And so everything in the local solar system more or less ratio, certain gravitational, but by fragments of a percent, not tens of percent. What do humans use isotopes? Most of them. The vast majority of the isotopes in it, in the per pound, things like certain ratios of uranium, most of them. We don't make or engineer isotopes. Today it's relative. They're still expensive. For any other reason, apart from, let's say, as cancer, we use stable isotopes these days as a counterfeiting tool. Basically, dead certain ratio of isotopes and counterfeiters accomplish. And so, but other than that, we don't do anything with it. So why would you make grams of material and drop it around on a beat? In which case we're talking describe that, but this is to describe this further, like what we're talking about, just sorry, the case. So an interesting one. So a fisherman object that released something where it exploded, and it was I've got big chunks of it, relatively pure, regular, with obviously burns, so it has good other metals, simple alloy, that would prevent it from basically burning up. So the question is, so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody, both claimed to be from the same, at least physically, right? So we took small fragments of each of them, put them in an instrument called a secondary ion mass spec. Extremely down to 0.001, which is important for arcane reasons that instrument. So one of the chains of custody, two pieces from the same chain of custody, and then two pieces from the other chain. One of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratio. The other one not. But not just like slightly off, way off. And they were both off. So, I mean, it was sort of like you had an internal control of what was normal, and you had this other one which was wrong. And so you're left with it's what kind of an open question. Were these two chains of custody that somebody be interested? Because you could do it. It would cost a lot. I mean, at the time that this was found, I guess the 1990s or so, might have been earlier, I forget. The amount that I had would have cost several tens of dollars to make. And again, it's not something you just throw around. And why would you do it? Pick it up and study it. Very subtle. It's a long-term plan. So I just don't know. I just don't know what to make of it. It's interesting, but the kind of question that you're asking is what constitutes evidence, right? So is this sufficient evidence? Absolutely not. But somebody's put it forward. I have the time. It's my time. I'll study it, and my objective is to sort of take those that I think are credible enough and do a reasonable enough there. And maybe somebody else will come up with an idea to what it is. Now, what would be better is some sort of true technology, right? Something that is obvious. We don't have it, and people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Beth Shostak have come out rightfully and have said, when you show up with, something really obviously technology that we don't understand, then we'll pay attention, right? Not just material. A piece of metal is interesting, but and several of the things that I've looked at, other things that people have come found to be completely small, or were actually pieces of aircraft that were invented back in the 1940s. And so, take them off the table.
I think, again, showing up with technology that we find novel is actually a really good path for aliens. It obviously can't be so novel that we don't recognize what it is. And I would say most of the technology aliens likely have would be something we don't recognize. So it's actually a hard problem how to convince ants. Like, you first have to understand what ants are thinking about, like what they care about in order to like inject into culture. Because that's why I think the technology they present in this space, like it's trying to influence individuals with the encounters and try to kind of thing you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult because for them to understand you have to come up with trinkets to impress us. Maybe the very technology, the fascination with the development of technology and the development of technology, actual act of innovation itself is something community. That's kind of what Jack Bolet thinks about the role of control system. Well, let me ask one shot, guys. Who is he? You know him, Jack Bolet. What have you learned about life, about about UFOs, about technology, about our universe?
Well, I met Jock actually soon after the whole Out of Comet happened. I was visited by those people associated with the government or whatever around the anonymous, what ended up mostly being anonymous patients, but also Jock. They were actually working with each other. So here's this Stanford professor who's going to talk about this investigation. Maybe we should talk to him. And he reached out through a colleague, and I had lunch actually at the Rosewood Inn, Los Angeles. So Jock is one of the first active scientists. He's really a scientist in this area, going back to the 19th. And, he's forward a number of ideas, speculations about what it might be that people are interacting with. And the first thing that I learned from him is this notion of what he calls kabuki theater. That many of the things that people have seen I remember reading his books thinking, they're absurd a lot. The things that people claim they see are absurd, right? That a ship doesn't land in a farmer's field. Come up and knock on the door. Can I have a glass of water? There's stories literally out of newspapers from the 1930s. It's absurd. Yeah, and the other thing that ships don't crash. If you're so technologically advanced, don't crash. It's absurd that they crash. So, because it's put on a show, it's meant to, right? It's not meant to influence individuals. It's meant to influence culture as a whole. Maybe they don't look at us as individuals. They look at us as an organism that lives on a planet, right? And perhaps right with them. And so that's how you interact with them. That's how you influence. That was one of the first things that kind of took me back and realized, wow, there's actually maybe there's a puppet master behind this, doing this influencing that all this stuff about aliens is not true, per se. They're just a representation of something that is meant to influence. That was probably the most interesting. I mean, the man is brilliant. He's also, it can be, and I'm sorry, he can also be incredibly annoying to have a conversation with him because he will pick apart your argument or anything that you think you know and show you why you don't know what you think you know. And he used the example that, for me, that is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion, and you're wrong. And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him. Don't talk about conclusions, just talk about data. Because data's not wrong. I mean, convince yourself that the data's not wrong, but be careful about your conclusions because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated than we.
Wow, that's powerful. Being able to always step back. We humans get excited.
Yeah,
We start to jump to the data. Always step back.
well,
Powerful. Being able to always step back. We humans get excited.
yeah.
We start to jump to the data. Always step back.
Well, and so in my Twitter feed, I dare to go on Twitter, are full of, when are you going to get better? You know, science is not it. You're going to have to be patient. And even some of my science colleagues said, well, where's the data? Where's been work to try to produce it? You know, I'm not here to give you everything on a silver.
We talked offline how much I love data and so on. And it's been really disheartening to see the U.S. government not invest as much as it possibly could in the process. So let's jump to the most recent thing. What do you make of the report titled Preliminary Unidentified Aerial Phenomena by the Director of Intelligence Agency? This was like, okay, step back. So, like, where do we stand? Where do we hope the future is? What do you make of that? Hopeful?
I see this very hopeful. Very hopeful. I think the adults are stepping up and being in charge, right? I mean, what's that?
In a good
sense.
You know, childlike curiosity is pretty fun.
Yeah, but it's also, I think that people are afraid might run screaming into the street. You know, they basically, the empiric evidence is, you know, these videos and all these things have been out for now, what, 5 years? Most people don't even know about it, right? So as hype as it's been, and the newspapers that it's been, et cetera, you know, even Dr. Carlson talked about it many times on his news program. Joe Rogan, a lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important speech, internal discussions going on in the government because, and the reason that I think this is actually partly true with the maturation of social media. It was becoming so obvious that stuff was showing up again around our ships. They just couldn't get any, right? And so it's like we need to do something about it. Osano and Chris and others, to their great credit, found the right thing to talk about. Well, okay, let's say it's not out there. It's the Russians, the Chinese, somebody else. You should know about it because damn sure no, it's not. So that to me is an important thing to finally be a little bit more open to the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people's permissions to DNA that I have. I'll be a little mistaken approach. I'm not going to wait for the government telescopic information about technology or things that might be in our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. Right? Don't wait for somebody else to give it to you.
It's also possible to inspire a large number of people to wider spread data collection.
Yes.
I mean, you yourself can't do large enough data collection that would, if you're talking about anomalous events,
Right. Right.
you should be collecting high-risk data about everything happening on Earth in terms of the kind of things it's weird happening. Why government can be
Yes.
origin, fund capital company the efforts to project. Same with data collection efforts. Not be like 10x, like 1 or 2 times more funding to do this kind of thing. And I understand on the flip side of that, thinking about what are the Russians and Chinese doing, make it a question of geopolitics. It gets touchy. Now you kind of taken away from the realm of science and military, making it military. Some of the greatest here makes me true that the greatest engineering ever done is by Lockheed Martin. Never know.
I agree. I wish we were, but it's the world we live in. But related to that UAP task force, just, the bill was passed with establishes to collate that information and also to be transparent about it. Money is now set aside.
Right? We think it would just know DOD establishing department proposed called Airborne, but yes, Airborne Object Identification Management Organization Group. Hey, you don't pronounce that.
No, I do not. No,
AOI.
It's stupid. It needs to be renamed.
AOI MS AO. All right, directed by the Secretary of Defense, Intelligence, and Security. What do you make of this office? Hopeful about this.
I think there's still a tug of war going on behind as to who's going to control it. But I do know, though, that money has been set aside that to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved. And, I'm involved with an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think there might be some of that money directed toward funding, like groups like yours, research,
right?
They would be open to that, you think?
I hope so. I mean, nothing is said yet, so, and I'm not hiding anything because I just don't know anything, right? But I do think that the public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that leverage and get access to internal resources. So you're seeing kind of a system positive people willing to do the research. So before it would be you couldn't even go to a scientist. Now money, as I said before, scientists are essentially capitalists. The work that I've done, I did out of my pocket. And probably about 50 or so money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. And but the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least 3 million, the proper analysis material. The work I know at the Galileo project, it's in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades. I should also look back a little bit. Probably will agree with scientific capital. What I've noticed is certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes basic science, the money a little bit of ambiguous direction research is, and the scientists get really good at telling a narrative. Yeah, we're purpose of the we're actually end up doing. Yes, of course you cannot deviate like getting funded just like Penguin started against rockets. Probably can't because people you caught the narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins. I I I think that's actually this is one thing I think don't generally understand about scientific mind. It don't know much it was it would start a no. I mean when I meant capitalist I didn't in the they'll start companies per se. We can only do the research with this money. And so from maybe it's a bad use of the term capitalist. The only do the research where there's why do most people many biologists will cancer research because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem, but I might not have ever gotten involved in it if there wasn't money. I was going to be a botanist when I a kid when I wanted to. So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the lay public about science is that people think that we're paid, just as you said. I get a research grant, luckily from the NIH, because they give me a fair amount of I will go my own way and I'll find something. I might have proposed something, but I'll end up somewhere entirely different by the end of the project. And that's how good science is. All of the data results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I think the first kind of thing subject area is put it inside another company where they have a set plan of what it is scientists either tell what the executives tell them. That isn't how anything will work. Get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it, and then publish on it and do the right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with it. Let's again put our sort of possible head. Do you think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something extraterrestrial origin far more impressive than anything with if I'm not saying anything personal, but if I believe the people I don't think can lie, yeah. How does that make you feel in terms of works where civilization that might be things like that, but not public? Is there a hopeful message of transparency that's possible? If you were power, I'm not saying president, maybe the president is not the source of power here. Would you release some way or yeah, I were. I think it would I think it's something that can bring humanity together. Right? I think that knowledge of this kind of things know that we are more alike than we are different in comparison to whatever this is uh, is a positive thing for us. Um, and to know I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people are talking about what we should get. government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. We don't. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available. And there's a good reason for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because of yourself, to your benefit, but that of others, then I think maybe there's something else to that. But you know, an opportunity to get all this information out of charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something though that there's a reason. Maybe you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy because maybe you might turn it into a bomb
or something that is like unlimited energy possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. You make it public, maybe some of the other government you have tensions with figure it out first.
Right.
Yeah,
it's kind of an
you know, it makes me sad because it's obvious that, for example, for the virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in not releasing information about it because it can only be bad government. And every government's expected, like, every actually disappointment talking to PR folks at companies, they're always nervous. They're always like,
right.
It's like, well, if you release more stuff, it can only be bad. And then Elon Musk character comes along, tweets ridiculous memes, and doesn't. And I've been encouraging transparent with government, national really like another level. I just think let's start at the later. Some of the awesome sides of how this knowledge, being transparent about it, it excites me. Like you said, it connects and it inspires the brand. It's good for everything. I honestly kind of idea that information has is an idea that's not true. Mentioned that some of the benefits are some world is that it's transparency beneficial, and I hope governments will learn that lesson because it can last learn that lesson. What do you make of all those stars in terms of prevention of aircraft? Do you believe
I don't think of to be quite honest. I mean, Jeremy Corbell has done a great job interviewing and documentaries. I just I don't know how to interpret it, and you know, and again, fraternize. I think it's all rubbish. Yeah, but maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and different about how I approach the whole area with a lot of others. I'm less interested in going over paperwork and all the history, but of history. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to collect an MRI again and redo it. I can hand that MRI to somebody else. I can get materials, I can analyze them, I can get somebody's skeleton, such as but I can analyze it and somebody else can reproduce it. I mean, that's what I'm good at. So, you know, I'm not going to go into the whole. I'm not a historian.
Yeah, but there's one side to it. I want. Sometimes I think because again anomalous, rare events, some of the data is inextricably connected. The observation.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope in the future, you know, that sensory data will not That's still powerful data. Observations about the pilot. Question whether Bob was start selling it to what fact is like it have government have to credit the story for captivating the imagination of people and getting the conversation going.
He's maintained his story for all these years with little to no change that I'm aware of. So, there's so many other people who are experts in that story.
Your gut, you create a set of natural as a word your gut with these not to. You mentioned Avi Loeb. Got to ask you about a moment, you know, because you analyze specimens on Earth. What do you make of that one? And what do you think broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, look at objects flying around in our solar system? Not a valuable pursuit, or maybe most stories get the most of the fascinating over here on Earth or on other nearby planets.
Just going to go along, I think hobbies is an interesting speculation. Like I was saying before, people consume something and not see it for what it is. Many would just look at that and say, an asteroid, and dismiss it. There was something odd about the thing that Avi picked up and said, well, here's an alternative explanation. It doesn't fit, that actually better fits than it just being a rock. And to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he data is real and is using that then as a battering ram to go after others. I think that's great.
What things they could be of alien extraterrestrial origin?
One of the things that how it could be a life. And I'd say let's your human abilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Milner is the Russian billionaire involved in a project to make light sails laser, to launch them with laser power essentially towards Alpha Centauri. Right? So it's something that humans could make. I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of within a lot of our solar system.
Yes, I mean, inspiring to greater levels of data collection in our solar system, but also on Earth, constant collecting data because software that we're developing better and better data. It's changing the nature of science. Collect all data.
Right. Collect the data. I mean, Galileo Project asked me over the weekend to join, and I did. So, I'm not a specialist in the stuff that but, in looking at the list of people who are on there are really no biologists there. So, at some point, if my expertise is required for something, well, better talk to Avi, but my understanding is actually the sort of the bylaws this morning, got them, is number one, collect the data on IP. Number two, collect data on potentially local technological artifacts.
The obvious thing,
Yeah, something to have. Galileo Project yeah, for about I was shocked. I mean, I've been in a lot of putting it together.
So you're
a lot of fields we began this conversation with. You're a legit scientist. But yet, in all minds, that maybe require outside of the convention. What advice would you give young people today that are high school or in college that are having science? You believe in some idea, value, have an approach, and don't let others say, shame other people do that they want you to do. Shame sometimes is different. Shame also that I've never let people told me, you shouldn't do that. Line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's a break. And, why is it wrong to ask questions about the area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person trying to stop these questions. You're the person acting like a culprit. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it couldn't, and if it's my time, why is it bother you? I had a very well-known scientist that was hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career. I will comment on that. I realized that it's like a lot of the progress in science done by an idea that another faculty and your career. I think it's actually a pretty good but your wise person search your career. I think that's fun. As a small, if I were to give advice to people, if somebody tells you career, think twice about it. Yeah. I think that's the time. And the other I tell my own students, I have a reading that in 1992 Commonwealth is not that falls in line. That's interesting. It's the spot off graph that you want to understand. That's when something is way off the graph. That's the interesting thing because that's usually covered. A number of times that I've stopped my lab and wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I could count on a few hands. Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing they done in the past. Just on a personal psychological level, is there, I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure you employ some idea with pressure. How do you not pressure? How do you not give in to people and put you away from the topic? What would you change? I just myself. I said, you're the ones who told me not to start companies all the time. And now you're the one coming to me for advice for how to start companies. Right? But the scientific area, it's you're wanting to take something off the table that might be an explanation. How is that scientific? I reverse change. So purely with the reason the conversation here. Yeah. It doesn't. Because to me, it was alone. There's the community. Yeah. There's a community of science. When you're working on something that's outside a particular conventional way of thinking, keeping lonely. I mean, there's in the AI field, you're working on neural networks. Nine people.
I have met some of the most fascinating people ever that have stayed the conventional track I would never have. I mean, truly, brilliant people. Because of so, it is for those worried about should I step outside of comfort zone. They're going to be really interesting people, and because I'm open about this area, I'll go and give a talk, in Harvard, MIT, and at dinner, inevitably, the subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else did. Well, if they're interested, what would they see? Suddenly, the whole tone of the conversation changes. Kind of like there's safety in numbers. And then, or I've had people come to me afterwards after dinner and say, hey, I thought about this. So the number of scientists who know that there's something else going on is much larger than the scientific community.
That's really fun. I don't talk about open. Here's what and you guys and hold up. And I am optimistic about social media and a more connected world to more. Us not have personalities where like public try mention big questions of the universe. What do you think is the need like for us here on Earth? What area?
I think that what we're going through today, this realization, it's kind of like you've lived on an island your whole life and crossed the ocean. Never imagined there was another island, anybody else. And then some ship with shows up. You don't understand it, but you realize that suddenly you just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one that our view, galactic view, is opening, right? It's getting a little bit bigger. And not just there might be, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood is what, because I can feel it like,
and this discovery, our world might it's about to get a lot more humbling, a lot more fascinating. Look out, realize we're on an island.
it makes us more than, I outside at the stars and think and imagine what I know that I will never see. It excites me to know that it's.
Well, Gary, both to respect your time and also because at 12 I turned into a princess, let me say thank you for doing great scientist, person willing to conventional, valuable time. Thanks for listening to the conversation with Gary. For this podcast, got our sponsor. Let me leave you with a word. Satisfy letter. How do you expect Yoshi? And thanks for listening. Hope to see you next.
jury found Pfizer guilty of fraud and racketeering violence. How does pharma affect you? Everyone's allowed their own opinion. Everyone's allowed Pfizer by the finally Pfizer joined the
Following conversation with John, faculty, Harvard Medical School, family physician, or author of the new book, Sickening, about how big pharma broke American healthcare and how this conversation, John Abrams, critical exploration of the pharmaceutical industry. I wanted to talk to John to provide a countervailing perspective one expressed in my podcast episode, called Pfizer, Albert. Here, please allow me to say additional words on this episode, Pfizer, general, about why I do these conversations, how I'm not interested in you, please, what do I hope to do with this podcast? I want to understand human nature best. I want to understand how power, money, and fame. I want to understand why atrocities committed by crowds of good. All this, ultimately, I want to understand how to build a better world, find hope for the future, and discover time, exploration of ideas. This helps life in our human in all of its full complexity, good and evil, born of hate and love. I don't think I can do this with a heart and mind that's not open, fragile, and willing to empathize with all humans and those in the darkest corners of our world. In fact, to understand hard, and I choose the hard path. I have learned over the past few months this path involves me getting more and more attacked on all sides. I will get attacked. I host people like Jay Bhattacharya or Francis Collins, Jamie Merzel, or Francis Braccanello. I stand with my friend Joe Rogan. I host tech leaders like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and others. And I eventually talk to Vladimir Putin, Barack Obama, and other figures that have turned the tides of I have and I will get called stupid, naive, weak, and I will take these words that love, and I will get better. I will listen, think, learn, and improve. One thing I can promise, there's no amount of money or fame that can buy my opinion, make me go against my principles. There's no amount of pressure that can break my integrity. There's nothing in the world I need that I don't already have. Life itself is fundamental. Everything else, that is freedom. That is happiness. If I die today, I die happy. Now, a few comments about my approach and lessons learned. Both reveals that to give him the opportunity to contemplate long complexities of control, including tension, making money, helping people, corruption that so often permeates crafting of narratives of advertising. I only had 1 hour, so this is time to address these issues deeply, to show Albert struggled with them in the privacy of his mind, and if you would let down the veil of mind, let me connect with a man who decades ago chose to become a veterinarian. He wanted to help
questions I was asking were all mine and not by myself. I had no care whether I ever talked to another else. None of this was part of the calculation in my limited brain computer. I just wanted to go ahead because real CEOs in Congress. I thought that this approach was easy, serving, humanizing, and does nothing. I wanted to reveal the genuine intellectual struggle in the motivation. Not that I trusted the listeners, rather open sites, words, for the that's silent. That's fundamental trust in intelligence, you, facts, hard, celebrate the person you feel like failed, listener to be as uncontaminated opinion of the crowd. I trust that you have the fortitude to cope with the crowd. Emphasize two practical lessons I took away. First, I will often talk for 4 hours. 1 hour. Finish doing just to relax, slowly ask follow-up questions. Ultimately, in the interest of everyone shooting the guests, we talk long form and loudly. Conversations with readers, aided by further conversations with people who are more than human justice, attempts to give an objective analysis. Everyone wants to topical, the better and the critics and the supporters. For the former, at least those wanting to understand one being humble, the latter understanding themselves. That's why I wanted to have this conversation and criticism. I told myself that the context of the conversation I had advising myself. And words have what always just honest, old, hard. Let's say final optimism at hard. Just stand still for the better world that can only be by the fighting of laundry how you podcast. What is better sponsors that conversation. Actually, one of the family visit decades, one of the best family visit Massachusetts. Overdose America. Now, on how big pharma broke American healthcare, science, research, how, first question, what is the biggest problem with pharma? The most impactful, happy, one thing. Biggest problem is maybe pharma sometimes accurate, not for that the knowledge having been taken over by the commercial interests primarily. That knowledge is kind of profit. It can turn to just joke and not optimize the health knowledge health back with money, really fast health. primary mechanism that motivates possible. I think that's possible. Without guardrails, that's integrity down. Without those guardrails, like play basketball game called fouls. The players are paid to win. Can't call them on fouls. You have referees in charge. You don't have referees. American healthcare. Biggest way American healthcare is from another health.
Okay, mentioned mental weakness. You mentioned in the book, Freedom, writes that there are only three legitimate functions of government: law and order, private contracts, and secure private market. That was a radical idea at the time, failing on three how, and also maybe the bigger picture is strengths of capital when it comes to
Goes out Jesse's question. So how we're telling them these are the minimal functions that are free market capitalism that government should the absolute on preserving law and order where companies violate the law in terms of marketing and in terms of increasing. I know that because I was an expert in litigation for 10 years. What I learned in litigation, FBI, Department of Justice, the biggest criminal fine in U.S. history in 2009. I testified in a federal trial in 2010, and the jury advised me about it in terms of violating the law. For a company, $38 million worth of fine. Never enough stop misrepresentation are the fines. Executives not jail misrepresentation that have tens of and allows us here. They are not one step closer to there is a mechanism hearing on order clearly not enough. Can't you
corrupt people level that work level at high level advisor pharma company? How's it? I believe well good. And I actually believe if you join a pharma company like Pfizer, your life involves dreaming, wanting, going up and so you look at the outcome describing and that's why the narrative takes hold that like Rolex I talked to is malevolent, defensive company parts good. It wants how
just the cultural
maximize the returns for shareholders and other venture capital funds. But that defines culture. The higher up you are in a corporation, the more you're in on the game of getting rewarded for that's the culture. And comes on the new time. Look, normal environment, shared value in that. I could whose self modified by the rules shared by the people around them. And within that universe, one sense of good American people that the expectations are coming by aren't part of the
Game playing modifies the culture. Inside the meeting, inside the room, day to day. Bubble that we're all that bubble allows you to drift. Yes, because you keep the game as it's just part of the game. Market is part of the game. And paying the fines is part of the game.
without guardrails, it becomes even more to keep moving in that direction. You're not bumping up against guardrails. And I think that's something about
So, like I mentioned, I spoke with Pfizer, Albert Rothschild. I'd like to raise with some of the concerns I raised with him. So one, I already mentioned, I raised the concern that Pfizer engaged in aggressive advertising campaign. As you can imagine, what do you think?
I think you're both right. I think that I agree with you. The aggressive advertising campaigns do not add value to society. And I agree with him that they're, for the most part, legal, and it's the way the game is played.
Right, so, sorry to interrupt, but oftentimes his responses are, especially now, from all like Pfizer with a different company, right, in the past. Don't make mistakes. That there was like every concern raised, every rule. In fact, sometimes we play by them. So in that sense, advertising aggressive, playing by the rules. And relative to the other, again, it's the game. Relative to the other companies, it's not that aggressive. But relative to the other big pharma companies,
Yes. I hope we can quickly get back to whether or not they're playing by the rules, but
yes,
in general. But let's just look at the question of advertising specifically. I think that's a good example of what it looks like from within that culture and from outside that culture. These days, we follow the law on our advertising. We state the side effects, and we state the FDA recommendations that the law says we have to do for advertising. And I'm not an expert in litigation for a few years and current, but let's take that as well. It could be true. It's not true. But if that's true in a culture, as a business, from a common sense person, drug company, take the information about the drug and the emotional and the takeaway message of advertisement grossly exaggerate the drug, minimize the harm. Sociopathic behavior to have of ads, leave the ad
unrealistic impression benefits farms and drugs. That by the rules, job is so effective with advertising. If he doesn't do it, point. If he doesn't do it, he'll get fired and the next guy will.
People that survive the company get raised in the company, move up in the company, are the ones that's how the game plays. The game.
That's most of the time, not all.
We'll return to that question. I'm actually more concerned about the effect of advertisement in a kind of much larger scale on the people that are getting funded by the advertising in some like more subtle or more passive pressure causing. Because I've been saddened by the sacrifice all funded by they don't see themselves as clearly based opinion and what ideas that play with is one that doesn't include negative anything that could possibly be negative about the company. They just choose not to. Why? That's if you give me $100, like the negative about you, because like the reason I wouldn't say negative about you, I prefer pressure, friendship, connection, that goes and that. That's also a problem to do with dinners, shaking hands, or friends. Media, that's scary too. But of course, the direct advertising. I wanted to ask if what do you think is the most negative impact of advertising? Direct advertising doctors. I'm surprised to learn that people can't get more advertising, more is spent on advertising to doctors. That's fast. And then also obviously the law side of lobbying dollars. I think less than all. But anyway, ballpark most.
So the whole next, not one, and cast all they don't put all their rounds down program. But the advertising, thinking that advertising that's up affect you got diabetes and it's blood sugar and metformin true listen costs don't listen no study showed cardiac approval on the basis of that study, very large study. What so they add the external true listen hard to program of the major. What the ad doesn't say, you have to treat 300 to prevent one non-fatal event, the cost of $7. And even more important, what the ad doesn't that the evidence shows that engaging in active lifestyle reduces heart disease far more than trulicity does. Now, this fair to the company that sponsors. Never been a study that compared trulicity lifestyle changes, but that's part of the problem of our advertising. Thinking a rational society that was way out on a limb that country, as you
establish whether their drug is better than a healthy lifestyle adoption and the problems that they claim to be preventing. But we don't require them. So companies do very large studies, very small differences become significant. And studies are asking the question, how can we sell more drugs? They're not asking the question, how can we prevent cardiovascular disease? That's how we get off now in the extreme arm of portion of our medical knowledge, studying how to sell more drugs, how to make more healthy.
Great comparative lifestyle changes. The bar. You basic diet, exercise, all because of how does the drug compare to that?
Right, and that study was done in the 90s called the Diabetes Prevention Program. It was federally funded by the it wasn't the drug company imperative to try to prove the drug was better. Nothing. And it was very well designed. Randomized controlled trial in people who were at high risk of diabetes, pre-diabetes, and they were randomized three different placebo groups. Got treated with metformin, and a group that got treated with extensive lifestyle. So this study really tested whether you can get a randomized trial assigned to intensive lifestyle, whether that works. And the common wisdom position, and I think that you can get whatever you want to change. So put out the move on to drugs, not waste time. The study published in the journal, I think, in 2002, shows that's wrong. That the people who were intensive lifestyles ended up losing 10 pounds, exercising 5 times a week, eating, and reduced the risk of getting diabetes by 50%. The metformin group reduced the risk of getting diabetes by 51%. So that exact study was done and showed that lifestyle prevention is the winner.
Who, as a small change, is the leader? Who is supposed to fight the side of lifestyle? Where's the pharma version of lifestyle change? Instead of the big bully pulpit, big money behind lifestyle changes. In your sense, that seems to be a lot of
The answer is that the market, the market, some are financially driven. The overriding question, how best American health, not companies doing a study trying to drug is better.
But some of that is also people like yourself, money, you spoke with Joe Rogan, constantly lifestyle changes. So some of it's almost like understanding the problem big pharma is creating in society, and then a bunch of scientists and leaders.
Yeah, I think you got to take the next step. And that here is the test. But it's not coming out of the legitimate channels that are evidence-based medicine and sources that docs are trained and modify their now, not 100. There are articles journal about the lifestyle. Randomized trials of other stuff. So what we do, go I have not to carry the day motion until
establish rigor. That's how it everything science and science especially. But it's studying is very expensive, difficult, and variable, very study that's very well funded. Doctors struggle with the drug companies for more variable. The goal there is by hiding, sometimes you can say that this is a welcome study by pretending there's other stuff, ignoring stuff that could be correlated laws that money can buy ignorance. Buy kind of reminder, don't look outside reductionist model. And that's another issue. Nobody says doctors training in reduction studies methods of supporting health. Nobody says that explicitly, but the respectable science has to it just doesn't make sense. I'm going to pick up such an obvious example, egregious than many others. It doesn't make sense to me to allow a drug that's when you haven't liked an arm in the study. It's so crystal clear that the purpose of that study is self-publicity, not to prevent cardiovascular disease. If we were in charge, I would try to that anywhere that study, the results of the study were presented to you stamped with big red letters. This study did not compare to itself. They need to know that. And the docs are kind of trained to put on it. And they're trying to forget it's not there. Do you think, first of all, that's a small mistake to advertise. Like, first, there's a lot of advertising. I think they doesn't matter what I do. Okay. Well, in your dictator and I can't you answer. Please, both our lawyers trust freedom of speech. Such that cigarettes and alcohol, which have no therapeutic use, drugs have a therapeutic advertising. Let's assume no they won't. Anyway, but let's assume they can that that's where the Supreme Court is unlike but that's not the issue. If the drug company wants to advertise, it should have independent of the message that you would chance to grow in Trulicity is 1 out of 322 benefit from the cardio. What's cost when drugs that you may be able to get for a dollar coke, tens of thousands of dollars drug for a dollar coke? What an enormous service to represent the cost. Right? That should not be allowed. So that's fewer. How many people are that? How does it compare to lifestyle change or less? Do you give up it less therapy? How much it costs? How much it costs? Now that could go either way because say America costs $72,000 more effective first line drug than costs $480. Might say I want the
$5 copay. So you have to temper that a little.
I mean, people are so, they don't care.
Their insurance is covered, and then $5 copay, but we could figure out how to. The main point that some that advertise, he could require that there be outside evaluation of the message that reasonable, unbiased viewers take away, and the ads would have to tell the truth about it.
And the truth have like some guardrails. Like the cost that we talked about affects compared that actually lifestyle changes. Just has guardrails of what actually has to be specified.
And I would make it against the law that family clinics and drugs can.
So 95%. Yes. I mean, there's nothing dark and not that those advertisements, but they seem. I mean, it's done. They work. The target on. And then the doctor. Really buy a doctor's opinion? Why does it have such an effect on doctors? Advertising the doctor. Because again, like everything I've seen, love you. And I've people should definitely. There's a bunch of videos that you give talks on YouTube, and it's just so refreshing. Here, it's clarity of thought on how like it's easy to think about like criticizing the farmer. That's part of the you're talking about, but you know that's not like the brilliance actually shines in the positive. So, as a doctor, what affects your mind, and how does big pharma affect?
Yeah. Number one, the information is legitimate, of course. Doctors not lie. The article peer guidelines. Now, those are problematic because when an article is peer reviewed, published in a respected journal, and doctors obviously assume that the peer reviewers have had access to the data, independently analyze the data, and they corroborate the findings that was submitted for the author. On this point, check our analysis. That's what they assume the peer review process, but it's not. Peer reviewers don't have the data. Peer reviewers have the data and submitted by the, usually in conjunction or by the drug company that manufactures the drug. So reviewers are unable to perform the job that doctors are performing. That data ensure that it's accurate. They can't do it. And then we have the clinical practice guidelines, which are very important as information, flow of information, risk and docs get to the bottom line quickly. Clinical practice guidelines from and we assume that authors of the clinical practice guidelines analyze clinical trials and make good recommendations. Fair. That's not what happens. Experts who write the clinical trials rely almost on the publication results of the trials. Got some of the highest level that doctors have been trained over and over again to rely on practice evidence-based medicine doctors that has not been verified.
Do you think that data, the pharma company, level of manipulation is going on with that study design level that literally they get you off, you know, keep out of the charts, keep out of the aggregate analysis they need as published, or worst case, just change some of the numbers.
It happened. All three happened. I don't know what the denominator is, but I spent about 10 years in litigation. And for example, Vioxx, which was withdrawn from the market in 2004 in the biggest drug recall in American history. The problem was that the recall study Merck sponsored showed double the risk of heart attacks, stroke, and blood clots, serious blood clots. He got pulled then. But the study, a bigger study, published in 2000 Journal of Medicine, that showed that Vioxx was a better drug for arthritis pain, not because it was no more effective than Omeprazole, but because it was less likely to cause serious complications. Now, that study, published in the Journal, was never corrected, modified, the drug was not sponsored, but never corrected. Left out three heart attacks. And the FDA left out the FDA's analysis data study said that they weren't going to, FDA wasn't going to do analysis of heart attack. And the important part of this was that there was a clause in that study in the journal to Merck employees who about the heart attack. Other 10 authors, academic authors, didn't know about it. They hadn't. So Merck just, they had an excuse, complicated, complicated, accepted, so there's no reason to do it. But Merck just left out the heart attack. Three heart attacks in 2000 study, nothing, except they completely changed the had the heart attack included. The only conclusion that Merck could have made was that Vioxx significantly increased the risk of heart attack. And they abbreviated from heart attack, strokes, blood clots to heart attack.
So those are maybe, never mind, they're also playing by the rules because you mentioned that was rejected.
No,
this is
no, that's not true. The study was completed, the mind was broken. Looked at the data in March of 2000. The article was published in November of 2000. March of 2000. There was an email by the head scientist. It was published in the Wall Street Journal that said, that the data were blinded, that it's a shame. Cardiovascular events are there, but the drug will do well.
But removing the three heart attacks, how does that happen? Like, that's the cells, pure malevolent?
You have to be judged. The person who was in charge of the monitoring issued a letter that they'll stop counting cardiovascular events a month before the trial is over, and they'll continue counting GI events. And that contract sold for $5,000 a day, 12 days a year, for 2 years. That was signed. That contract was signed within 2 weeks of the decision to stop counting heart attacks.
I want to understand. And I want the reading a lot about Nazi Germany and thinking a lot about the Germans because I want to understand that each occur
encourage each other to take small heroic actions. It feels to be being malevolence at the table. Pure psychopathic. There's the momentum created by the game you mentioned. So it takes reversing the momentum within the company. It requires many small acts, not gigantic. I'm going to become a whistleblower and publish a book about it. Small, quiet acts, pressuring. Like, what do we do here? Trying to help people. The right thing. Looking in the mirror constantly asking the right thing. I mean, that's what integrity is. Acknowledging the pressures you're under and then still be able to smile. What is the right thing? Data, hiding the data makes it easy to live in. Like within those, inside those. Your idea that the reviewers even push back on that idea. I assume you mean that it's private, that your the problem with of course is, as you probably know, is the peer review process is not perfect. You know, it's individual. It seems like there's a lot more eyes on the data.
It's not a hard problem to solve. A study completed, clinical study, several thousand. And what it does is take the raw patient data and tabulate the ways, supposedly, and usually the ways that the company pre-specified. So that you end up with the searchable, let's say, page document. As I became more experienced as an expert in litigation, I could go through those documents quickly. Not quickly, maybe 20 hours or 40 hours, but it doesn't mean 3 months of my work. And see if the company, the way the company has analyzed the data, the way with their statistical analysis plan and their pre-specified outcome measure. It's not hard. And I think you're right. Peer reviewers, I don't peer review clinical trials, but I peer review other kinds of articles. I have to do them on the way home. And it's hard. I mean, we're just preparing volunteering.
But the motivation is not clear.
The motivation is to be a citizen of the medical community. And unfriendly journal, I get published. Sort of an unspoken.
Yeah. As some people do.
Good. Yes, you should get more recognition or in some way for it. Career advancement.
That's an important thing. Recognize it.
22, 24,
Not
24,
that area
3 and
where
4,
it's
3, 5, 3, 6, 4, 6,
awesome.
5, 6, 5, 7, 7, 7, 8, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9, 8, 10, 9, 10, 10, 10, 11, 12, 10, 13, 14, 15, 10.
Right, that's right. But easy to have full-time hired by or shared by or independent of any other financial method to go over these kind of methodological and take responsibility for the certifying the analysis that's done and then pass it on to the volunteers.
Yeah, I believe in this sort of capital
watching Twitter at the time of COVID and just looking at people learning to themselves. I believe in theory. People even back to data, like citizen scientists arise. A lot of them on the it's kind of funny. Uh, a lot of people are just really used to data. They don't know anything about medicine, and they don't have actually the bias doctors that why look at it like a report almost, and they do incredible. So there's some argument to be made out of the public, anonymized, all that kind of stuff. But a lot of it public, especially things, uh, drugs.
I agree 100%. Let's turn the microscope, let's get a little bit more granular. On the peer review issue, we're talking about and that is critically important. Once a paper is published, we're out of the mark. And docs are going to read it, take it to evidence-based medicine. The economists call what happens as stickiness, that the doc hold on to my own voice decides. Once doc starts patient bodies, really not just about hearing
that that bar once it's public, doctor, that's
it's hard to that's pre-transparency potential. And you have whoever saw that data pre-public could sign confidentiality agreements. The drug company couldn't argue that we're opening our data. You can copy it. Well, you could argue you have to, but let's just let them do it. Let the peer reviewers sign confidentiality agreements, and they won't leak the data. But then you have to go to post-publication transparency, which is what we're just doing. Let data free and let citizens and scientists and other doctors who are interested have at it. Kind of like Wikipedia, have at it. Let it out. Let people criticize each other.
okay. So data, the FDA has 5 years to release Pfizer vaccine data. This is also something I read Albert
What did you say?
several things like so something they're expected revealing from being into what that he wasn't aware. 75
I'm sorry, wait a minute. Wasn't aware of.
long. But here I'll explain what.
Do you know that since you Pfizer had judge to join in behalf of the FDA's request to release that data over 5 or 75 years? Pfizer's fully aware of what's going on.
He's aware. I'm sure he's aware. That years, but is not aware. But the point is, that is the FDA, the relationship with Pfizer and FDA, in terms of me being able to be human beings, the thing I'm most comfortable with, that you didn't want to talk about. It was clear that there was a relationship there, that if the words you use make a lot of harm, potentially because, like you're saying, lawsuit, litigation, this legal stuff, and then a lot of games played. So I don't know how to interpret it, where or not, but the need for truth is deeply uncomfortable. Bringing light is part of the game.
And I'm going to read between the lines. And Albert Bourla certainly didn't ask me to speak for him. But I think, when did you speak to him? Well,
Time flies when you're having fun.
2 months ago. So that was just recently come out, just in the past week. Pfizer had position, the request to release documents in the same amount of time that the FDA took to evaluate. So Pfizer is offering to help the FDA to petition the judge to not enforce the timeline.
So for people who are not familiar, we're talking about the patient request to release the Pfizer vaccine study data, release data as possible, raw data details, or something, not even I think the response from the FDA is that more excessive. But agent A, the point is, whatever they're able to publish, ridiculous. My printer can only print 3 pages a day. You cannot afford a second printer. But it's language, this, and now you're saying that Pfizer obviously engaged in so what is really trouble?
Just to put it in just plain English terms, Pfizer is making the case that it can't, the FDA, Pfizer, they can't go through the document. It's going to take them some number of hundreds of time to go through the document. The FDA requires you to go through the document. And the FDA's argument about confidence is a bit more rapid. It costs them $3 million equals 1 hour of vaccine sales. 1 hour of sales. And they can't come up with the money. And Pfizer is going to help the FDA fight off the judge, the judge, the data. But evidently Pfizer is not going to come up with the $3 million. So, not for $3 million. I mean, the FDA should go GoFundMe.
Well, obviously the money, I'm sure Elon Musk long, I'll give you $100 million. No, I think they'll another. So that it's clear that there's FDA.
Only one explanation that I can, which is that the FDA don't want data. They don't want these 300 or 500 pages. And I don't know. I'm very clearly, I am not an I believe everybody should get vaccinated. Here, should be dying of that is a bit long. Very clear about it. That's something I would give you 10 to 1 odds that something in that data comparison either FDA or Pfizer.
I agree. One is a no embarrassing thing. Option one. Option two, they haven't tested and the data. It's a lot of data. That they have a sense that might be something embarrassing there, and if you release it, surely the world will discover that there's and do sort of steel man their argument. Take the small press, people will take the small embarrassing things, go along with the big.
Yes, and support the anti-vax. And I think that's all possible.
information was based on the first 2 months of that trial. And it was the rest of that data has not been up, and there was not an advisory meeting to look at that data after the granting of the information. Again, I am not making, but I suspect something pretty why I'm not an exact having not been able to see the advisor seems to be trying not just put effort in preventing the release of and quite a bit of energy to prevent quite a bit of energy not released. The reason why that doesn't seem to be over in exercise because that's clinical trial data, early clinical trial data, several thousand people. We now have millions of data points, people who have had the vaccine, real world data, showing the efficacy of the vaccine. And so far, knock on wood, there aren't side effects that overcome the benefits of the vaccine.
So I'm now shots on the vaccine. But there's a lot of people that are kind of saying, well, the data on the real world, large scale data is messy. The way it's being reported, the way it's being interpreted. Well, one thing is clear, it's being politicized. I mean, if you just look objectively, don't have to go at the shallow surface level. It seems like two groups that I can't even put a term to it because it's not really pro-vaccine, anti-vaccine, because pro-vaccine, triple mask, Democrat, liberal, and then anti-mandate, whatever those groups are. I can't quite because they're changing. Anti-mask, not really, kind of. But those groups that deal with nation scientific bickering, and then it's clear that data is being interpreted. It's very difficult for me to understand where the truth lies, especially given how much money is lying on all sides. The anti-vaxxers make a lot of money. I forget the individual perspective to become famous. There's a lot of incentives on all sides, and human emotion here, and also credibility. You know, scientists don't want to ruin their reputation. They speak out, whatever, like speak their opinion, or they look at some plastic data and begin to interpret it. But it's fears dominating here in the scientific community. So I don't know what to make of that. And the only happy people here is Pfizer. It's just plowing all ahead. I mean, every single variant, there's very outside of our very flawed system, a lot of incredible scientific engineering done developing viral new vaccines, areas. So they're happily being a capitalist and very difficult to know.
And let's just put this in perspective. The best-selling drug in the world for a number of years for the treatment of arthritis and 8 other indications. Past few years, leveled out at that level. Pfizer expects to sell $65 billion of vaccines of the pandemic. So this is by far the biggest selling, most profitable drug that has come along.
I can ask you a difficult question. In the fall, we're operating
Pfizer, BioNTech, done well, what was done badly, more. Now in August, $5 billion. Where do you
So get to what I think is one of the model being profit driven. IH infrastructure RNA in royalty all in age, but I think point by just gaining knowledge, having that foundation of the product, and the R&D, there are that technology. They got the genetic China of the work. We 5 times pay them going Americans a lot of money. One federal paying vaccination. Company earned vaccine most money. And obviously almost like 5% growing world. Very, very what happened is such a low vaccine. May of 2021 was all hands cry for help. The World Trade Organization, World Health Organization, the IMF, and the World Bank made a plea $1 billion so that we get 40% vaccination in the world by the and it was unrequited. Nobody in. And now Africa has about a vaccination up. Well, the problem with all this is I believe mRNA vaccine, but if we leave the third world unvaccinated, we're going to have a constant supply of variants of COVID going to come back into the United States and harm America exactly like Delta and Omicron. So we made a great reduce the risk of mortality in American by a lot, but we're not doing what we need to do to protect Americans. You don't have to be an idealist to worry about global equity. If you're just ordinary selfish people like most of us are, and you're worried about the health of Americans, you would ensure global vaccine distribution. Let me just make one point. $50 billion requested by the four organizations back in May of 2021, 32 billionaires paid $50 billion of vaccine, took it into their private wealth. What had been taken, this enormous amounts of money that had been taken into private wealth, was enough to do what those organizations had needed to be done to prevent the subvariants from coming back and doing what they're doing.
The money was there, but how does the motivation, money-driven motivation, from that that kind of allocation of more money in the United States?
They're going to distribute their vaccines where they can make money.
Right.
there a malevolent aspect where I they don't see it as a problem? Variants come back. Yes.
I think it's the issue we were talking about earlier on, where they're in a different culture, and the culture is that their moral obligation and no agreement with maximize the profit return to shareholders.
They don't think about the good picture.
Collateral, don't think about the collateral.
And also kind of believe yourself given to the capitalist machine, very narrow sense of capital, that's in the end almost kind of belief maximize profit. Most
The orthodoxy of several decades ago, and I don't agree. You're talking about vaccine third world hurt hard.
I think that's a belief. I've practiced a bunch of folks. I don't want to characterize a lot of anything they cool. I just the maximization problem is maximize blinders on not really gigantic they back on society. Really matters maximizing.
And if you had a true democracy, everybody had one vote, everybody got decent information at one vote, and man's position would get some votes, but not many, and would be way outvoted by
Let me ask you about this very topic talking Mark Zuckerberg about censorship. I don't know if you've heard, but a guy named Robert Malone, Cola, training platform about the COVID vaccine on program. What do you think about censorship in this space where so much is controlled by advertising pharma and science before pharma? Where do you lean on this? Should we allow? Should we lean towards freedom? Allow all those that go against scientific consensus have a way to fight science is by big pharma or as do having too many ending battle fought in education.
and particularly era of COVID, large health information is way up. I would have a sense of loud opinion, everyone's allowed to how we develop a mechanism that's other than internet or whoever is shouting about us politically, creates value on the that's not a working. And I don't think we have. I don't have. Ideally, possibly have people who are rigid side on boundaries should be don't think are many who are committed anti-vaccination, whether their interpretation of complex think that can be harmful. Restraining their speech can be well. I don't have an answer.
More dangerous than facts. Give facts message. Great communicators. Communicators. So it's not like communicating to represent a deep truth. Because I think censor could get worse in science and give wrong people power. I tend to believe that you should give power to scientists and give them the ability of being better educators, communicators, expressors of scientific ideas, put pressure on them to release that data in a way that's not just like to understand, but in that a large number of people. The battle we fought in open space of ideas versus quiet space journals. I think we no longer have that conflict at the highest level. Kind of idea that side, especially given a real observation now that the reason Robert Malone has a large following is because it trusts science, our to defend against that, not the powerful build your and maybe do a lot of the fire lies our scientists or more authentic, feel better. I hear censorship even harder job. It seems like not just competent, because like what happens, people that get the most
Welcome.
rise.
How are you? Hello. How are you? Excellent. How did you find out about me? Very well. Are you at least 18 years old? Alright, you gotta leave then. Take care.
Media trying best to have millions, hundreds of millions engaged today, like try to make sure that their platform has some semblance of like quote healthy conversation. People just don't go insane. They actually like using the platform. They censor based on that. That's a different level of censorship. Even there, you can really run afoul of the people that get the whiny students control questions. I believe you should actually put the responsibility of the self-proclaimed scientists and being better.
I agree with that. I'm not advocating for censorship, but Marshall was very influential when I was in college, and his hard to understand when you're comparing radio to TV, saying radio's hotter or TV's hotter or something. We now have the medium of the message in a way we've never seen, never imagined before, where rage and anger and polarization are what drives the traffic on the internet. And it's a question of building the commons. Ideally, I don't know how to get them. I'm not pretending to have, but the commons of discourse about this particular issue of vaccines have been largely destroyed by the edges, by the drug companies on the one side and the people who criticize things that, even though the data are flawed, there's no way that's beneficial. And to have those people screaming at each other, nothing to improve the health of 95% of the people in the middle who want to know what the rational way to go forward is and protect their COVID, a good life, and be able to participate in the economy. And that's the problem. I don't have a solution.
Well, there's a difficult problem for us. I don't know if you heard this, that Joe Rogan is currently going through the platform, whether to censor the conversation. I don't know if you've heard, but Neil Young and other musicians kind of spoke out on the platform because Joe Rogan is about to be on the platform having a conversation like Robert Flow. And it's clear to me that Spotify and YouTube are being significantly influenced by the extreme side. And it's also clear to me that Facebook is the same, going back and forth. And that's why Facebook is oscillating on the side. One group gets louder than the other, depending on the election year. It's several things to say here. So one, it does, I think, well, it would be amazing if platforms could find a mechanism to the big center actually affected by the results of our perceived scientific truth, right? And I also believe that most process information to make up their own mind. They're not, in terms of, there's, it's complicated, of course, talking about advertising. I feel like have raw, long form podcast programs where people express their mind, express their argument. I think people can hear it in their own mind. If those arguments have a platform if other people can provide better arguments, be but being rational as intelligent people, that's what's very good. And like collective intelligence together, listen to all these stuff, humble ourselves actually. Think, no, like you're an expert in collective intelligence sensor. Recovery, it all takes a few times back, 5 years later, wrong. That's really healthy for scientists, healthy for anybody. Growth only through having that open, have that. That said, Spotify, oh, it's like Pfizer. Why? Podcast, I don't know if you know what RSS are. But podcast can't be censored. The show's in the unfortunate position to only listen on Spotify. So Spotify's been actually very good saying we're staying out of it. But RSS is higher radio. Financially, in terms of platforms, uh, my podcast is so Spotify or YouTube wants the host
a little bit on what is I have anti-vax friends, dear cherished friends, and they'll say, and it'll take me an hour to go through what they meant to be incredible. And it's not a random saying, look, tax argument, I'm not tax almost like we were talking about how medical science, the trials, the presentation of trials could be improved. And the first thing up with publication, transparency, peer review process. So bad information, biased information out of it. Common arguments that are going on. They're on both sides. Tax side about more units of information. Tax work. And I guess an ideal people time fact checking. Not just answer, say that study or the way
That's what I'm arguing. I agree with you. What I'm arguing is that network of have the collective intelligence can't do that real time. Allow it, encourage scientists interact with a lot of colleagues, a lot of friends, scientists roll their eye. Their response is like they don't want to interact with them. But it's not the right response. When I look at the number of people, it's your job as a communicator. Right? It's no longer the case to go to a conference, send your ideas to other nerds working on the same problem. Or, I mean, sure, you do that, but then you're rejecting the responsibility to have accepted, go into and truth, find them battlefield of ideas. No better not large that you invest wise always. That's answer at scale. I think that allows us to express truth. I think that helps.
I want to work with you. A person like, by the way, had me on his podcast and let
An
me.
amazing conversation.
Well, thank you. I didn't know. I didn't know much about his podcast.
That kind of joke, like, great.
And he was he had it out. In fact, he put one clip. At one point, he said something that was wrong and corrected it. And he had the guy, Jamie. He had Jamie check it. And very full saying, John's got it right here. Get him on. In any
Got him.
I wasn't trying to get him. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, you totally changed. There's so much respect in the room. Back.
So I respect you. And I think somebody else who died in the war in that. The question is, could you balance if it needs to in real time? I'm not talking about after. I'm talking in real time. Maybe you record, well, he does record, but maybe when there's a statement made that is made as if it's fact-based, maybe that statement is checked by some folks who, imaginary folks who are trustworthy. And in real time, as that discussion is being played on the podcast, to show what independent experts say about that.
That's really whether yeah, I have knowledge. I think real time is very difficult. But kind of ruins what the idea. I think what's very possible before it's published, pre-publication.
publication. Before it's published, let a bunch of people review it, and they can add their voice post. Before it's published, they can add arguments, arguments against certain parts. That's very interesting. Sort of as one podcast, like addendum. Publish the peer review to get further publication. That's very interesting. I think that's really interesting. I've been doing more debate at the same time, having different dynamics, both people. It's really nice to have the time to pause on you by yourself, back look at the study though, and understand what's going on. The peer review, literally, I could try that. On some point, antibiotics. Fascinated by listening to arguments from media folks that are quite large, flat earthers, earth is flat. And I don't know if you've ever them or read. Fascinating how kind of taking it like listening normally, logic. Uh, reality is human level, limited. Earth is flat. Go outside, you look flat, but common it's very easy to relate that this is the Earth. Plus the normalization wasn't really on. But then there's progress of science past, but that's difficult to integrate into your thought process. So it's very true that people should listen to the flat Earth because it was very revealing to me how easy charismatic argument. And if we're arguing whether the Earth is flat or not, as we're not airplanes, satellites, not that important. But if we're arguing about how worse public health crisis, I don't know how long I think we're getting worse now. I don't know what the deaths were, but the United States was economic. And kids, we got a problem, and it's not going away. We get a problem with that, not our room conversation. The Earth is there are a million lives. Let me ask you again another question that you have advised so Albert question of words. There's the revolving advisor, FDA, that have worked with the FDA, worked with Pfizer, vice versa, including CDC and so on. What do you think about that? So first of all, it's fun again that there's follow them. I think that's and also maybe this is time to talk about Pfizer played by the one at a time. Okay, and this isn't even about Pfizer. So the drug Adrenal that was approved by the drug prevents infection. Target drug animal early and Biogen showed that its drug Adrenal was trial efficacy found in the trial showed in the trial 30% more people
advisory committee, they determined how they felt about going. The facts advisory voted 10 against and one against. Advisory much advisory 10 no, one abstention. The FDA overruled unanimous opinion advisory. The members of the advisory not going to be part of it. It's not going to be unanimous vote, which shows farm undisputed. We're not going to participate in it. And the argument against it, surrogate reduction of amyloid, reduction of plaques, known by the FDA not to be a valid, doesn't correlate, interrupt the plaques, doesn't your Alzheimer's. So it seems like slam dunk, and the FDA should whatever they do to protect the democratic reputation. So the head of the Center for Drug Evaluation of Drugs, who needed the pharmaceutical industry, what we should do in this situation of financial time for us drug companies get less of than printed.
We're just emotional about this.
People are just too emotional. 10 people voted against it, and the no people who voted for it, it's too emotional. So this gets back to a long answer, short question. It is a wonderful window into the thinking of the FDA that financial conflict of interest don't make in a situation when I think it's obvious that they would make.
But there's not a direct financial interest. Like it's not like said, it's not a lot of that direct financial conflict of interest. It's indirect.
What I'm saying is, I'm not denying what's true, but the FDA, a high official of the FDA, is saying we need to allow conflicts of interest in our advisory. And that she wants to change the rules. So, I'll go follow.
what's their I also think watching that can work their pharmaceutical to work regulatory or back and forth. It just
I agree. Other black negotiate companies get a like every other developed country in charge have a monopoly. How did we get free? How we got as as through non-negotiation clause of it after 1,000 years he went to the
market. NIH have applied for funding in style. Human rights on interplay with big pharma. Are they trying to question what are they doing? They do
my knowledge of that's it. Broad brushstroke. The NIH is doing infrastructure for all drugs. I think that it's paid at 100% drugs that are the not work to get, but they develop work drug targets that the body might be or not. When they find a target, actually, the drug choose to that's now 96% of the trial, only a fraction of the 4%. So I think again from the satellite, NIH invested more in science and commercial development rather than, as you said, getting a budget big lifestyle out there. So I think NIH level down at the diabetes prevention program or whatever shown performance. That is absolutely positive that investing in but they were aimed at developing what we want to be an intellectual approach in multiple and I believe strongly why we got mission because knowledge and it's not problem the NIH should play a role in rebalance.
we did about just thinking about but also speaking about
the bad thing about leaders, get mediocre. They don't feel as part of the game. They don't momentum. The position water. They don't water. Great help in the direction. And actually, a lot of much possible. But a lot of responsibility of technology and a lot more about health. Not bigger, hiring people, power, and the trustworthiness. That's not truly and technology. But no, but that we're investing 90% of our and 80% of our health. We're United States going further and countries of health trillion and we make become John Way of health way was the one is the health and the X years and the Y states to other countries average as large and only more of our GDP percent was seven and I think GDP is greater other GDP like 17 times 7 18 8 as higher comparable 17.7 7% higher 7% of more than one have another chart of performance and cloud cloud country x-axis being healthcare spending as your GDP talked about and plus higher than the average on the y-axis of performance. So x-axis spending, y-axis performance. There's a point cloud over watching it. The spending US is low, big bottoms chart over system that is abiding by spending that is directed by the most profitable ways of healthcare. You put that in the hands of big pharma, just maximize profit, you put confidence, and you could, yeah, qualify that. But not all big, they're not largest of our rising health and it now that takes body when back. Let me ask you the big
only does that show off social determinants of health, which are very important, but actually just the ratio, even if spending, if you raise the social spending and raise our medical spending in proportion, the ratio of social spending and medical spending. And why do we do that? Well, the answer is really obvious. We transfer money in America to invest through the biomedical model, not through the social health model. And that's the problem. I'd like to discuss that. The market is going to get us equal allocation. All the other wealthy countries, they're so much healthier than we are and spending so much less than we have some form of government intervention, available budgeting, health and social factors. We don't. We're kind of the Wild West. Let the market determine those allocations. And it's an awful failure. It's a horrendous failure.
One argument against government intervention, the market works better if generate better information. One argument is that communicators, podcasts, so on, all the channels of communication would be quite big book by providing information. The alternative to government intervention on every aspect of communication, not just provide them, not allow the market to provide that information by basically making it exciting by books, make better and better communicators on Twitter, op-eds, podcasts, basically. There's a lot of incentive communicate against the message. There's incentive. People want that was their lives. They're able to what
They do. And more than 80% of people think that drugs cost too much and the drug industry is too interested in profit. And
they still get it.
Can't get the vote through Congress. You know, Democrats and Republicans alike get money from Congress. Somehow, it just doesn't work out. Even small change. I mean, the pared down part of Medicare and the recommendation plan for increasing Medicare negotiation, drug costs, build that better, literally going to reduce the number of drugs that are beneficial, uniquely beneficial, by about one new drug over 30. We'll have virtually an indecisible. And pharma is talking about the impact on innovation. If you vote for this, if you let your congressman vote for this, you're going to severely ban drug innovation, and that's going to affect the quality of your life.
Let me ask you about over medication that we've been talking about from different angles. One question for me, one of the different topics, depression. So depression, serious, painful condition that leads to a lot of people suffering. And yet, it is likely they were over-prescribing depressants. So as a doctor, as a patient, as a healthcare system, as a society, what do we do with that fact that people suffer, a lot of people suffering from depression, and there's also people suffering from over-prescribing of antidepressants?
A paper in the New England Journal by Eric Turner showed the data, she put all the data together, find out antidepressants are not effective for people who are depressed but don't have a major depression. Major depression, serious happened in publicity of stagnation, good example of making arguments. Why should people settle for normal happiness and better than normal happiness? And if you're not having normal happiness, you should take a drug. Well, they, that concept, that serotonin metabolism, the cause of depression, really is destructive. We have drugs that change serotonin metabolism. We don't know if that's why antidepressants work on major depression. They don't certainly don't work on everybody with major depression. I think the number needs around 4, 1 out of 4. That's it. But the people without depression don't get better. And the vast majority of these drugs are people without depression. What happens is that the feelings of life satisfaction, of happiness, not sad, have medicalized. Normal range have been medicalized. And that's not to say that they shouldn't be attended to, but evidence shows that attending to like somebody in medicine can help and accept them like somebody cares about them. But there are problems with living give rise much of less than major depression. And let's call it what it is and figure out a way to help people. Visual therapy, group therapy, lifestyle modification work, we got to try that. But let's call it what it is instead of saying, oh, you're in this vast basket of people depressed, so you an antidepressant. The evidence shows that people are suffering your level of depression don't get better.
That's a consequence, not focusing on prevention. That is the lifestyle change and all that kind of stuff.
Well, yes, but it's really a consequence of drug companies creating depression that take a pill.
Your non-major depression, how do you overcome depression?
Well, it's possible.
The talk therapy, lifestyle change.
Well, no, I'm not jumping to that. I'm saying that you ought to, the way you feel must be respected.
Acknowledge yourself.
Acknowledge that you're suffering and deal with healthcare providers who acknowledge that you're suffering. So let's take that first step. And then, first step, yeah. Family docs are pretty good at that kind of arena cause me to go into medicine. Okay, so you're a person who is not getting enjoyment out of their life, feel they ought to get. Now let's figure out why, and whether that means some time with a social worker, some time with a psychiatrist, some time with a psychiatric nurse. I'm not sure how you best and what's effective, but that's what you do. And it may be that there's a marital problem and something going on, and one of the spouses can't find satisfaction in the life they have to live in the relationship. Maybe there's a past history of trauma or abuse that somebody is projecting onto their current situation. Maybe there's economic circumstances that they can't find a job that gives them self-respect and enough money to live with. All, infinite range of things. But let's figure out, make a diagnosis first. The diagnosis is that the person feels sadder than they want to feel. The diagnosis is why the person.
Mention things you want to get. I mean, doctor, what do you think about the saying, save life? It was always about doctors. You have like this human in front of you, and your time is worth money. Your what you prescribe, your efforts after they're worth money, and it seems like that's what the doctors not what any of or not the task, but like a great doctor, despite all that, just gets it all, cares about it. But somehow that love and effort you put in helping one person save the world. It's not like some economic argument, some political argument, financial argument. It's very drive that ultimately is behind all of this that will be good for the world.
I think that's true. And not, I think all physicians have a sense of responsibility about how the common resources are allocated for the whole population's best attention. Because let's take the extreme example. Let's say you have a patient in front of you who, if you get one $10 billion bill, I would just be tortured by that. I know that $10 billion spent properly, epidemiologically guided way is going to save a whole lot more than one life.
Also, your responsibility is to walk away from that patient.
I wouldn't say that. It's your responsibility
Tortured by
to be tortured by it. That's exactly right.
Vision. That's a tough job, but yeah. Maintain your humanity.
But you've been asking different points in this conversation, why are doctors so complacent about the tremendous amount of money we're spending? Why do they accept knowledge from sources that may not pan out when they really know the truth? The answer is that they're trying to do their best. And there's the same kind of torture to figure out what the hell is going on with the data, and that's a sort of future project. Read my book, and maybe they'll get a little more excited about it, become more legitimate practice. That would feel like my life was worthwhile. But at the same time, they've got to do something with the patient in front of them. They've got to make a decision. And they probably are not many weirdos like me who invest their life figuring out what's behind the data. Trying to get the right thing for their patient. So, tortured by that decision too.
So, not careful, big pharma manipulate that drive to try to help the patient, that humanity dealing with it all. That's the big pharma can spend money.
I would quite differently about how rather than built to opt out of it.
What advice would you give a young person today, high school or college, stepping into the complicated world of advertising, powerful institution, company, positive life that you can talk about?
I would say that person only promoters go medicine. They have an inclination to go into medicine. That's me. I think about that, given what I know about the undermining American healthcare. And my answer is at the call. You should do it because nobody's going to do it. And if you don't have the call and you're in it for the money, you're not going to be proud of yourself.
How do you prevent yourself from letting years like letting pharmaceutical influence affect you?
It's a very hard question because logic forms are to and trust the sources of information that are largely controlled by the drug industry. And that's why medical profession to understand that what's going on right now looks normal, but it's not. Health of Americans is going downhill. Our society's getting ruined by the money that's getting pulled out of that, pulled out of other beneficial pay for health care that is not helping.
The fundamental thing that is normal. Question. So, you conform as a
Well, you have to conform. You can't become a doctor without conforming. I just made it through. But there are many, and hard work. But you have to conform. And even with my colleagues in my own practice, I could convince them that some of the beliefs they had about how best to practice. There's one scene, a younger physician had prescribed hormone replacement therapy back in 2001, had prescribed hormone replacement therapy for one of my patients who happened to be a really good friend. And I saw that patient covering for my colleague at one point. And I saw that her hormone replacement therapy renewed. And I said, "You having hot flashes?" No. But Dr. So-and-so said it's better for my health. And I said, no, it's not. The research is showing that it's not harmful for your health. And I think about it. So my colleague approached me when she saw the chart. That's my patient. Maybe you're a friend, but it's my patient. And I went to a conference from my alma mater, medical school, and they said that healthy people should be given hormone. And I said, there's got to be drug companies. No. It was at my university. It was not a drug company. We didn't go to Caribbean Islands. I said, you have the syllabus. She said, yeah. She went and got the syllabus. Sure enough, it was sponsored by drug companies. They're everywhere. And back to Kuhn, of experts share unspoken assumptions. And in order to be included in that group of experts, you have to share those unspoken assumptions. And what I'm going to do with my book, Thickening, and being here and wonderful conversation with you, is to create an alternative that's normal, that people can pursue and practice better medicine and also prevent burnout. About half the doctors complain that they're burned out and they're at it. And I think that this is a subject that I don't have to date on, right? But I think that a lot of that burnout, so-called moral injury, practicing in a way that docs feel isn't working.
It's not actually providing an alternative to normal, it's expanding normal. Just like what they're looking for a shift way medicine is done. To the original ancient intent as it represents medicine.
Yeah, in Kuhnian terms, they have a revolution. And that revolution to practice medicine in a way that will be effective, not more profitable, who are providing what's called knowledge.
You helped a lot of people, doctor, educator, live better lives, live longer. You yourself are immortal. You think about your own mortality. Think about your death. Are you afraid of death?
I'm not. I'm faced it. I'm close.
Yourself?
Yeah.
How do you think about it? What do you gain from having death affected the whole thing?
It's liberating. Very liberating. I mean, I'm serious. I was close. And not too long ago. And maybe the way it ends. And so done my best. I've been perfect. And here, and around me trying to do their best. And in fact, I got pulled out of it. But it didn't look like I was going to get pulled out.
Are you ultimately grateful? Right? So it ends?
Well, I think so. If I knew, can't take the ride if you know what. Well, it's not the real ride, it's just a ride. But I haven't gone through the whole thing. I definitely relieved me of a sense of anxiety about that. And it said to me best every day. It's going to end sometime.
I apologize for the particular big question, but what do you think it, like, our
I think it's to care about something. Best. Whether it's being a doctor and trying to make sure that the greatest number of people can have health care, or it's a gardener who wants to have the most beautiful plants, or it's a grandparent who wants to have a good relationship with the grandchildren. So whatever it is that gives you a sense of, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, really commit that commitment, being in that commitment.
put your whole heart and soul into the thing? Bukowski poem, go all the way. John, you're an incredible educator. Like I said, I recommend people listen to your lectures. It's so refreshing, that clarity of thought and brilliance. And obviously, your criticism of pharma, your illumination of the mechanism of big pharma is really important. So, I hope people book us out today or depending on when it comes out. Thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today.
Lex, I want to beg you, thanks for in this conversation, based habit, creating a leadership interested in understanding various ideas. I really appreciate the conversation.
And I should mention that I'll find you sharing episode for anyone another epic human being to check out. Don't know anything about mathematics or linear algebra, go look him up. One of the great mathematics educators of all time. Of all the people you mentioned, I appreciate that you mentioned a rock star. John, thank you so much. This is awesome. Thanks for listening to the conversation with John Abrams. For this podcast, please check out our sponsor. Now, let me leave you with the words of Marcus Aurelius. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be one. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you.
If you read a half hour a night, the calculation I came to is that you can read 1,000 books a day.
All wants there, engineer, experience,
Extraterrestrial life is proven the most tantalizing
beer, or completely. The following conversation with Tim Urban, author and creator, blog. This is the Let's Make podcast. Please check out our sponsor description. Now, friends, here's Tim Urban. He wrote a Wait But Why blog post about the big and the universe, the atom. What world do you find most mysterious, beautiful, very big, very small?
very small not anything outside of the observable universe. But the very small, I think, really have nothing going on. Very much less, I think. But I find that, so I think the small is more mysterious, but I think the big is sexier. I just cannot get enough the bigness of space and the harness of stars, and it just continually blows my mind.
I mean, we still, the vastness of the observable universe has the mystery that we don't know what's out there. We know how it works, perhaps. Like, general relativity can tell us how the movement of bodies works, how they're born, that kind of thing. But like, how many civilizations are out there? How many, like, what are the weird things that are out
Oh
there?
yeah, life, extraterrestrial life, proven, but the most tantalizing theory of. But that's like our side. So that's maybe at the actual the big and the smaller risk, but it's actually things that are potentially our size.
Potentially our size, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how small it is. Probably not that small. And I assume that if there's a limit, that you're not gonna. You might have like a whale size intelligent being that would be happy. But I feel like we're in the range of a magnitude smaller and bigger than us for life. But maybe not. You could have giant life form. Like, I don't know. There's got to be some reason that anything intelligent between kind of tiny rodent or finger monkey up to a whale on this planet. I don't know. Maybe you change the gravity and other things.
Well, you can think of life as a thing of self-assembling organisms. They just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, no such thing as a human being is made up of a bunch of tiny organisms working together. And we somehow envision that as entities. But maybe organisms on top of organisms. Organisms all the way down, turtles all the way down. So like Earth is an organism. People or alien species that's very different. Like, why is human the fundamental entity that big? And then everything else is their collection or a component.
I think of it kind of as you think about. I think of like an emergent elevator. And so you've got an ant is on one floor, and then the ant colony is a floor above. Or maybe there's even units within the colony that's one floor above, and the full colony is 2 floors above. And to me, I think that it's the colony closest to being the animal. It's like the individual thing we're with others, while the individual ants are like cell animals. We are more like a colony in that regard. But the humans are weird because I think of it if emergence happens in an emergence tower, where you've got kind of cells and humans, communities, and society. Ants are very specific. The individual ants are always cooperating with each other for the sake of the colony. The colony is the competitive unit. Humans kind of go elevator up and down emergence tower psychologically. Sometimes we are individuals that are competing with other individuals. That's where our mindset is. Another time, we get in this crazy zone, a protest or a sporting event. You're just chanting and screaming, doing the same hand motion with all these other people, and you feel like one. You feel like one. You sacrifice yourself and soldiers, and our brains kind of psychologically go up and down this elevator in an interesting way.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is narrative within ourselves. Maybe we are just in a colony collaborating always, even in our story, individualism of like the freedom of the individual, like this kind of isolation, the lone man on an island kind of thing. We're actually all giant network of one of the things that make we are probably deeply social, the ability to maintain not just this intelligence, but the collective. And so feeling like individual, we woke up at this level of the hierarchy. We make people special, but we very well could be just part of the ant colony. This whole conversation, I'm either going to be doing Shakespearean analysis of your Twitter, your writing, or a very specific statement that you've made. So you've written answer to mailbag of question. The question answers are on the topic of small, big big are small or small? So asking these questions. Really good. Okay, so where do we at this level of very small to very big?
So are we bigger or are we small? Are we bigger than we are small? I think it depends on what we're asking. So the biggest thing that we kind of can talk about without just imagining is the observable universe, Hubble's sphere. And that's about 10 to 26 years. The smallest thing we talk about is a Planck length. But you could argue that that's kind of an imaginary. But that's 10 to the negative 35. Now, we're about being about 10 to the 1. Not quite 10 to the 0. We're about 10 to the 0 meters long. So we're right in because you can just look and say, okay, for example, atoms are like 10 to the negative 15th or 10 to the negative 16th, right? If you go 10 to the 15th or 10 to the 16th, right? Now, so an atom to us is it's like Neptune. Smaller than the galaxy, bigger than the biggest star. So we're right in between nebula and atom. Now, if you want to go down to quark level, you might be looking up the galaxy. When you go up to the observable universe, you're getting down on the small side to things that we, I think, are mostly theoretically imagining are there and hypothesizing are there. I think, as far as real-world objects that all I would say we are smaller than we are big. But if you want to go down to the Planck length, very quickly, you're thinking about string.
Yeah, very exactly. String theory and so on. That's interesting. But I think like you answered, no matter what we're
yeah. I mean, here's something cool. If human is a neutrino, and again, neutrino, the size doesn't really make sense. It's not really a size, but we talk about some of these neutrinos. I mean, if neutrino is a human, a proton. So that's like, I mean, a proton is real small, like really small. And so, yeah, the small gets like crazy small very quickly.
Let's talk about aliens. You already mentioned it. Let's start by basically your intuition. As of today, this could change day by day. But how many alien civilizations out there? 0, a handful, almost endless. Like the universe or the universe of life.
If I had gun to my head, I have to take a guess. I would say it's life. I would say there is. I think running a Monte Carlo simulation, this paper by Andrew Sandberg, Drexler, and a few others a couple years ago, I think you probably know about it. I think they're me, using different, running through randomized rate equation multiplication. You ended up with 27 million in intelligent civilizations in the galaxy, the Milky Way alone. So then if you go outside the Milky Way, that would turn into trillions. That's what's interesting. But there's a long tail, because they believe some of the multipliers in the Drake equation. So, for example, the probability that life starts in the first place, they think that the kind of range that we use is that variable is way too small, and that's training our abilities to actually extend it to some crazy number of orders of magnitude, like 200. They think that variable should be you get this long tail where I forget the exact number, but it's like a third or a quarter of the total outcomes have us alone. Like, I think it's a sizable percentage has us as the only intelligent life in the galaxy. Keep going, and it's like a non-zero legitimate amount of outcomes there that have us as only life in the observable universe at all on Earth. I mean, it seems incredibly counterintuitive. It seems like you mentioned that people think you must be an idiot because if you pick up one grain of sand on the salmon, found all these things on it. It's like saying, well, maybe this is the only one that has that, and it's like probably not. They're probably most of the sand, probably, or a lot of the sand, right? So, and then on the other hand, we don't see any evidence, which of course the people would scoff at the concept that we're potentially alone, they say, well, of course, there's lots of reasons we wouldn't have seen it, and they can go list them, and they're very compelling. But we don't know. And the truth is, if this were a free fix, I mean, we don't. If this were a completely free thing that happened here, whether it's life at all or just getting to this level of intelligence, that species, whoever it was, would think there must be lots of us out there. They'd be wrong. So, just being again using the same intuition, use that same probably.
Yeah, you wrote a lot of interesting reasons that we haven't been in contact. I do have a notion that life. The one interesting from the Great Filter. So we're either Great Filter is either behind us or in front of us. So the reason that's interesting is to think about what kind of sure the survival will lead to intelligence. Very pragmatic question that we'll be asking. And we'll talk about something. And then the other one is I'm saddened by the possibility of time and we're just too dumb here. The idea that the kind of life that's involved, the range of life that's involved is so large that our narrow life intelligence nothing.
Because they were trying to surely for intelligence. Very, I'm sure if there's lots of life, we're not rare, we're not some crazy years and has different kinds of ways of adults. So probably Earth like the human like all kinds of great video with and so trying to and well, they're not doing a great job of considering the primitive using my city. So I don't know. I think it would help us to get in touch with us and have the. I think probably they will. But it may be getting in touch with us. They're just getting in touch with us that we not understanding. What I was trying to say is there could be something about Earth that's much more special than us. Like the nature of the intelligence on Earth, or the thing that's of value and curious, complicated, fascinating. Not just like, okay, like English language interpretable or any kind of language or any kind of signal, a gravity or radio signal that appreciate. Why not the actual? It could be the process of evolution itself. There could be something about that Earth is created essentially with the creation of life and the complex growth of life. There's like a whole different way to life that could be getting communicated with. And we humans are just a tiny fingertip on top of that intelligence. And the communication is happening the main mothership of Earth versus us humans that treat ourselves as more important and we're the picture. I mean, it sounds crazy, but our understanding of what is intelligent, what is life, what is consciousness is very limited. It seems to be being very awful. Like this story, progress of science, constantly putting humans down on the importance, like on the cosmic importance, the ranking, how big are. That's always covered happening, and I think science is very young. So I think eventually figure out this much more to get going on. Curious side of that, what you're thinking. That, as I'm saying, probably. But well, it sounds a little like religion. Sounds like a spiritual. And if it gets to that realm, there is something
often have this kind of cool characteristic, like people write books about them, like what the heck is those books? I mean more like it's possible that collective intelligence or individual, right? The ant colony. What's the primal organism? The ant colony are the ants.
I mean, humans, just like any individual ant can, but the colony can do these incredible structures and has this, and we're exactly the same. I mean,
Yeah.
The famous thing that no human knows how to make a pencil. Have you heard this? Basically, I mean, great. There's not a single human out there has absolutely no idea how to make a pencil. So you have to think about the paint, the different chemicals that make up the yellow paint. The eraser is a whole other thing. The metal has to be mined from somewhere, and graphite, whatever that is. And there's not one person on Earth who knows how to kind of collect all those materials and create a pencil. But together, that's one of that's child's play. So, the other thing I like to think about, I actually put a question log one. This is a thought experiment, and I actually want to hear what you think. So, if a witch, kind of a dickish witch, comes around and she says, I'm going to cast a spell on all of humanity, and all material things that you've invented are going to disappear, all of them. So suddenly we're all standing there naked. There's no buildings, there's cars and boats and ships, and no mines, just Stone Age Earth and a bunch of naked humans. But we're all the same. We have the same brains, so we all know what's going on. And we all got a notebook. We understand the deal. And it says, communicated to every human, here's the thing. Lost all your stuff. You guys need to make one working iPhone 13. You make one working iPhone 13 that could pass in the Apple Store today in your previous world. For an iPhone 13, then how long do you think? And so everyone knows this is the mission. All aware of the mission. Everyone, all humans. How long would it take us?
It's a really interesting question. So obviously, man must be 100 or 1,000 within the population. You're screwed. Make that up. I believe specialization. Like there's hackers out there. Like
With what material?
no materials whatsoever. It has to be it's structure. Okay. Right.
You can imagine how many trains, how many
You 100% have to have
everyone's naked, everyone's where they are, so you're trying to get off the ground. But you build a grassy island.
you need a naked mustache character to start building a company. You have to have a large company.
Right. Where is that? How am I going to find other people?
We have all the knowledge. I led engineer.
Crazy polymath.
Yeah, but the actual it's like the Mac app to that, but
Even that,
even that's
well, I think part of it is you could suddenly have, someone, if at a walkie-talkie, there was a couple, and more people were designated the leaders. They could say, okay, I want, everyone who do this to walk west, until you get to this little hub. And everyone else, they could actually coordinate, but they don't have that. It's like, and then what I think about is, you've got some people that are like trying to organize. They'll have a couple hundred people come together, and a couple thousand and organize, and they designated one person leader, and then they have sub leaders, and okay, we have a start here. We have some organization. You're also going to have some, let's say, humans are a scourge upon the earth, and this is good. They're going to try to sabotage. They're trying to murder the people and who know what they're talking about.
the elite that possess the knowledge.
Well, and maybe everyone's, but we're all civilized for the first 30 days. Then things start to fall off. People start to lose hope, and there's new kinds of governments popping up. New kinds of society. They don't play nicely with the other one. And I think very quickly, a lot of people give up and say, you know what, this is dead. We're back in the Stone Age. Let's just create, a very. No, also know how to farm. No one knows how to farm. There's like,
machine. So we all started looking a lot of mass starvation. And that, we're trying to organize. A lot of people are, coming in with, fears and passion and trying to murder everyone. It has
It's an interesting question. Given today's society, violence would that be? We've gotten softer, less violent,
and we don't have weapons. So
don't have weapons.
Yes, really primitive weapons.
But we have a kind of ethic where murder is bad.
Right.
It used to be less like human life less valued. Mass murder was more okay, like ethically.
But in the past, they also were really good at figuring out how to have sustenance. Anybody get food and water because so we had no idea. Like the ancient hunter-gatherer studies would laugh at what's going on here because none of you know what you're doing. And also the amount of people in the Stone Age civilization.
New York is true.
Well, it's not near water, really. You're near a river, a fresh water river. Anyway, it's a very interesting question. What it does, this and the pencil, it makes me feel so grateful and like excited about man, our civilization is so cool. And this is talk about collective intelligence. Humans did not build collective human super intelligent, being that can do absolutely, especially over long periods of time, such magical things born. When I'm working and I'm hungry, I go click and like salad arrives. Think about incredible infrastructure that's in place for that agency. The electricity, first of all, that's just powering the thing. Where the amount of structures that have to be created and for that electricity, and then you've got the internet, and then you have this system for delivery drivers, and they're riding bikes that were made by someone else, and they're going to get salad and all the ingredients came from all over the place. And it's just so I think it's like I like thinking about these things. It makes me feel like just so grateful. But man, it would be so awful if we didn't have this, and the people who didn't have it would think this was such magic we live in, and we do, and like, cool, that's fun.
Yeah, one of the most amazing things when I showed up, I came here at 13 to the Union Market, was people don't really realize that the abundance of food. It's not even. So bananas was the thing I just ate bananas every day for many, many months. I haven't had bananas in Russia, and the fact that you can have as many bananas as you want, plus they were like somewhat inexpensive relative to the other food. And the fact that you can somehow have a system that brings bananas to people without having to wait in a long line, all of those things, that's magic.
I mean, also imagine. So first of all, ancient hunter-gatherers. You picture the mother gathering and eating all this fresh fruit. Now, but you know what an avocado? It was as low as like and the fruit of the actual avocado was like a little tiny around this big, almost the whole volume. We did this crazy like robot avocados today that have nothing to do with like but banana, big, deep, and not infested with bugs. They used to eat hideous foods, and they're eating uncooked meat, or maybe they cook it, they're just frozen. Things rot. The supermarket, it's just it's like crazy super engineered cartoon fruit and food. Then it's all this processed food. We complain about in our setting. We complain about we eat too much processed. This is a good problem. I mean, if you imagine what they would think of a cracker, how delicious a cracker would taste to them. Candy, pasta, spaghetti. They never had anything like this, and then you have all of the ones. I mean, things that are grown all over the place. All here, nice little racks organized, and on a middle class salary, you can afford anything you want. I mean, it's an incredible gratitude. Like, yeah.
And the question is, how resilient is another darker version of your question? If we keep it, we start knocking out some of the population, how resilient rely on other human knowledge and built up on the past, distributed nature knowledge. How much does it take? How many here are
Well, I'm trying to go off one thing. Elon Musk said that he has a million behind that. Order of magnitude people you do beyond Mars to truly
when Neil Armstrong goes to they call it a great leap. It's not a great leap for anything. It's a great achievement for me. I always think about if the first fish to kind of go on land just kind of went up and shore high five and goes back into the water. That's not a great leap for life. That's a great achievement for that fish. There's a statue of that fish in the water and everyone celebrate the fish, but it's but we talk about a great leap for life. It's permanent. Something that from now on, this is how things are. So this is part of why I get so excited. Mars, by the way, is because you can count on one hand for great leaps that we've had. No life to life and single cell to complex cell, single cell organisms, animals, multi-cell animals, ocean, land, and then one planet to two planets. Anyway, diversion. But the point is that we are for all of us has happened once the ships stop coming from Earth. If there's some horrible catastrophic World War III, everyone dies on Earth, and they're fine, and they can turn that certain X number of people into 7 billion, population that's thriving just like Earth. They can come back and recolonize Earth because now we are officially multi-planetary versus self-sustaining. As a billion people is about which things. Now that might be a specialized group. That's a very specifically selected million that has very, very skilled people, not just the average million on Earth. But it depends what you're talking about. But I don't think 1 million is 7,000, 8,000 of the current population. I think you need a very, very, very small fraction of humans on Earth to survive. Obviously, you're not going to have a thriving civilization if you get too small. But it depends who you're killing off. Part of the question. Yeah. If you kill off half of the people just randomly right now, I think we can fine. It would be a great, awful tragedy. I think if you killed off 3/4 of all people randomly, 3 out of every 4 people drops dead, I think we'd have the stock market would crash. We'd have a rough patch. But I almost assure you that this
is the million number, like you said, it is specialized. So I think you have to basically do the iPhone experiment. Like literally, you have to be able to manufacture computers,
everything. You can have it self-sustaining. You can any major important skill, any important piece of kind of infrastructure on Earth built there, just as well.
It'd be interesting to what are the important things? What are the important skills?
Yeah, I mean, you everyone. So mass farming, things like that. You have mining. Question is the materials might be I don't know 5 miles underground. I don't know that happened, but it's amazing to me that they got built in the first place. They no one built the first mine that we're getting stuff for the iPhone 4 probably wasn't built for the iPhone. Or in general, early mining was for, I think obviously I assume the Industrial Revolution when we realized, fossil fuels extract magical energy source. I assume that mining took a huge, without knowing very much about this, I think mining, you're going to need a lot of electrical engineers. If you're going to have facilities like ours, of course you have a way back. If you're trying to build our today thing, you're going to need energy and electricity and mines and materials, and then you're going to need kind of plumbing. Everything got built.
And food, but also the manufacturer, so turning raw materials into something useful.
Yeah,
that whole thing. Factories, some supply chain, transportation.
Right. I mean, you think about that. We talk about the world trade, one major problem. Food by the time it arrives, gone bad in the truck.
Yeah, just lifesaver dog. That's beautiful. Where'd this dog come from?
We would have a channel that's running Mars. I think there is something different about civilization on Mars and Earth things versus United States versus Russia and China. That's a different, fundamentally different thing. Philosophical.
Quite will it be fuzzy? There'll be a reality show on Mars that everyone on Earth is obsessed with. And, I think if people are going back and forth enough, that it becomes fuzzy.
think if people don't rarely go back and forth and they're there for, I think it can get kind of like movie, a lot of like us versus them stuff going on.
There could be also war for territory. As first colony happens, China, Russia, whoever the nation, one finally gets back and starts.
Yeah, all kinds of crazy shit with things that like we have not that much yet. And then like, get weird. Let's speak about the 1500s, where it was like a race, colonize or capture land or discover land. Like the frontier. It's not really. You know, the land is not. You know, the thing about Crimea was like, this huge thing. Which that's how like optimize it. How everything is like really. Mars is a whole new world. Territory, running between things, and for new kind of governments maybe, or maybe it's just colonies of governments and we don't get that opportunity. I think it would be cool if countries be a new experience.
That's how people talk to, and I would that very much the from the start their own sovereignty, like they should determine their own thing.
There was one modern democracy in late 1700s U.S. It's the only modern democracy, and now, of course, there's hundreds, dozens, many dozens. But I think part of the reason that was able to start, I mean, it's not that have the idea. People had the idea. It was that they had a place. So I think it would be a great opportunity to have. A lot of people have done that. You know, I have my own government on an island, my own country. What would I do? And it's the U.S. founders actually had the opportunity. They were like, hey, okay, what's the perfect country? They try to make something. Sometimes progress is not held up by our imagination, held up by just blank canvas. Try something.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for a fresh start. You know, funny thing about the conversation we're having is not often had. I mean, even by Elon, he's focused on Starship and actually keep putting the first human on Mars. I think thinking about this kind of stuff is inspiring. It makes me dream, hope for the future. So, and it makes somehow like thinking about a civilization on Mars, helping us think about here on Earth.
Yeah,
how we run it. Well, what do you think are like in our lifetime? You know, I think any effort that goes to Mars goes in this sector. I think that's actually.
I have a big bet, $1,000 with a friend when I was drunk. Argument. Neil Armstrong or Mars, whoever he or she. But by the end of 2030, this was probably 2018. A human has to touch Mars by the end of 2030. Right? By January 1st, 2031. So,
just you a grand the time zone.
Yeah, coming on that exact day, that's going to be really simple. But anyway, I think that was 2018. I was confident then. I think it's going to be around this time. I mean, I still want the general bet because his point was, you are crazy. This is not going to happen in our lifetime. But not for many, many decades. If you're wrong. You don't know what's going on in SpaceX. I think if the world depended on it, then I think probably SpaceX would probably. I mean, I don't know this, but I think the tech is like, I don't think the first it's delayed many years by safety. They don't want to send a ship, around Mars. They want to land a cargo ship on Mars.
The moon on the way too.
Yeah. There's all, but I think a decade before seemed like magical tech that you didn't have. This, like, no, we can. It's inconceivable that this starship is a interplanetary colonial or interplanetary transport, like they used to call it. In the SpaceX, the way they do it is every time they do a launch, something fails, usually, when they're tested. And they learn 1,000 things. The amount of data they get, and they improve. So each one has this, it's like they've moved up like 8 generations. Anyway, so it's not inconceivable that pretty soon they could send a starship to Mars and land it. There's just no good route in Idle. And so they could do that. They could, in theory, send a person pretty soon. Now, taking off from Mars and coming back again, I don't think anyone wants to be on that voyage today because there's still amateur hour here. the period, 26 months. So it's right now like in the evens, like 2022 is going to have one of these, 2020, late 2024. So people could, the early estimate, or Elon said, maybe send people to Mars in 2024, to land 2020, early 2025. That is not going to happen, because that includes 2022 sending cargo ships to Mars, maybe even one in 2020. And so I think they're not quite on that schedule. But with my bets, 2027 I have a chance, and 2029 I have another chance. We're not very good at like backing up and seeing the big picture. We're very distracted by what's going on today and what's in front of our face. There's no way that humans going to be landing on Mars and it's not going to be the things everyone is talking about, right? And it's going to be the landing, but even bigger deal, go to another planet, right? And for to start a colony, not just to high five and come back. So this is like 2020s, maybe the 2030s is going to be the new 1960s. We're going to have a space decade. I'm so excited about it. And again, it's one of the great leaps for all of life happening in our lifetime. Like that's wild.
I think a slightly cynical possibility I don't see happening, but I just want to put the value. I think it wasn't obvious that landing was so exciting for all of human civilization. Some of that had to do with the right speeches, with the very like space, depending on how it's presented. So I don't think that's important, but I've actually
Space is much more right now. Not SpaceX particularly, but like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Some writer wrote, it's like the best magic trick in the show happened. It's a can't go line that the writers watching astronauts go up to space after watching the moon is like watching Columbus sail to Egypt. It's just like, and the thing is so practical. Going up not to explore, but science experiments and micro here, that thing rockets up. So most here and there, most you're sending up for satellites, for direct TV, whatever it is. Like laying Earth in usage. So I agree with you, space is already there. The first human setting foot on Mars, that's gotta be a crazy goal. I can't imagine. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm taking for granted the space race.
I think the value of pushing is the value of like Elon Musk and other people that are important here. Like I would argue without the publicity of the case, imagine like what they've done publicly by having a figure and all that kind of stuff like that. That's a inspiration. That's a angel by pull off with the shuttle.
That's one of the two reasons. Basically, this one, I should charge for the species. If you're, I always think about it this way. If you're an animal right now, you're rooting against humanity, and humanity goes in. You do not like SpaceX. You do not want them to have their exit. Okay. Obviously, obviously it's good and just be having use stuff and it's bigger. Second reason, you value this, I think that is the greatest adventure is going multi-planetary and that people the reason to wake up in the morning and it'll just be this great utility event to today's political environment, which is like well, so I hope cars get together, but there's something storyline can build up that I do Mars and people, something. Yeah. Anyway, I hope it
So far, space is anxiety, fire, thing. And in fact, especially in this time of the pandemic, has been commercial energy putting out humans in space for the first time. One of the only big sources of hope.
And awe, but watching this skyscraper, walking there, I mean, if it's want to stop and clap and kind of like, the way I look at it is, it makes me proud that it's human. I think it makes a lot of people in ways like that or something. We're pretty,
we have no problem, but like, it's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Like, people on bars, first flag on bars, like, damn, we should be so proud of our like little family. Like, we did. By the way, I made it clear, SpaceX, including me, many times I just like wanted to hear my. They want to make this more exciting. The writer, to Mars, on other thing, I'll blog about it. So I'm just continuing to throw this out with which I'm trying to get them to send me. I understand. I just want to clarify. I think my green one, like the Apollo, where they just around the moon back, because living on Mars, give you a lot of good content. Great content, right? I mean, concept kind of high-minded, and so I would go to the thing and I would blog about it, and I'd be in microgravity, so I'd be bouncing around my little, I was thinking a dragon, and I would bounce around and I would get, and I've always had a dream of like one of those nice jails for a year because I've just had to do with other books and no responsibility on social, but the ultimate version of that. Anyway, it's just a side topic, but also if you be honest, land on Mars, like they die there, like finishing writing, be that much more powerful for the yeah. And then I'm gone, and I don't even get to like experience the public. The whole point. One of the greatest writers in history didn't get a chance to experience the public. I know. I don't really think that. I think back to. I'm like, oh man, this guy really gets crushed, But then if you think about it, it doesn't like you could literally die today and then become next. There's like 2,000 years from now in this civilization, like they're like in magical clouds, and they're worshiping you. They're worshiping Lex, like and like that sounds like your ego probably would be like, wow, that's pretty cool. Except it's relevant to you. You never even knew it happened. This feels like a Rick and Morty episode. It does. Okay, you've thought to Elon quite a bit. You've written about quite a bit. It'd be cool to hear you talk about what are your ideas with magic sauces about with Elon. What makes him successful? His style of thinking, his ambition, his dream, the people he connects with, the kind of problems he tackles. There are kind of comments to make about what makes him special. I think that obviously there's a lot of things that he's very good at. He has obviously super intelligent. His heart is very much in I think the right place. I really believe that. I think people can sense that. He just doesn't seem like a grifter, and he kind of truly trying to do big things for the right reasons. And he's obviously crazy ambitious, hard work. Right? Not everyone is. Some people are as talented, have cool visions, just don't want to spend their life. So that's none of those alone is what makes Elon. I mean, if it were, there'd be more of it because there's a lot of people that are very smart and smart enough to accumulate a lot of money and influence, and they have great ambition and they have their hearts in the right place. Me is the very unusual part that he's sane in a way that almost every human is crazy. What I mean by that is we are programmed to trust conventional wisdom over our own reasoning. For good reason. If you go back 50,000 years, and conventional wisdom says, don't eat that berry, or this is what you tie a spearhead to a spear. And you're thinking, oh, I'm smarter than that. Like, you're not. That comes from accumulation of observation and experience over generations, and that's a little mini version of the collective super intelligence. Like, when I was like in pencil today, like, people back then, like, the conventional wisdom, like, had this knowledge that no human could ever recognize. So we're very wired to trust it. Plus, secondary thing is that the people who just say that they believe the mountain is they worship the mountain as God, right? And God represents right? And conventional wisdom, but believing it was helpful in survival because you were part of the crowd, trying to salt the mountain. And that's just you didn't fare very well, right? So it was for a lot of reasons. It was a great survival trait. Trust what other people said, and really, people. in a rapidly changing world, have huge, giant society, our brains are absolutely understanding. They have a few steps, and none of it is 300 million persons. So your brain is basically um, is treating a lot of things like a small tribe, even though they're not. And they're treating the wisdom as very wise. It's not. If you think about it this way, it's like a picture and the bucket that's not moving very much, or it moves like a millimeter a year, and so it has kind of flexible. And that's like conventional wisdom. In the old days, very few things. Your great grandmother probably lived a similar life. She could be on the same planet, and so old people really knew what they were talking about. Today, the bucket's moving really quickly, and so wisdom accumulates, but we think it does. Our brain settings doesn't have the quickly moving bucket. So my grandmother gives me advice all the time, and I decide is this. So there's certain things that are not love and things like this. Her advice on those one of the things that you've got to listen to your family, right? I think that is tremendous. Right? That is happens. It has been generation or no, right? Oh, right. Which is also right. First, like matter, and I'm like, it's not like a thing when you're not in person. They're going to say it is exactly the same. Also, be thinking with their link, I'm going to slow down. I don't understand what you're saying. Just talk like a normal. So my grandmother then, but then she says, you're I don't know about this writing. You go to law school, and you want to be secure. That's not good advice for me. What I'm in and what I like to do and what I'm good at, that's not the right advice. But because the world is totally a different world. So one is for is no longer here, right? Now, if you think about that, so that when we think about conventional wisdom, it's a little like my grandma, and there's a lot of it's not maybe 60 years outdated. Like first off, maybe 10 years outdated, sometimes 20. But anyway, I think that we all continually don't have the confidence in our own reasoning when it comes to what everyone else thinks. We don't have the gut to act on that reason for that reason. And so so many Elon examples. It too was the first company, and it was internet advertising. And people said, this internet was brand new, kind of thinking like the metaverse, VR metaverse. People were like, oh, we're internet advertising. Yeah, people are going to advertise on the internet. Yeah, right. Actually, it wasn't that he's magical. He saw the pictures and he looked at the present. Looked at what the internet was. Thought about, the obvious advertising opportunity this was going to be. It wasn't rocket. It wasn't. I think it was just being truth. And when everyone else is laughing, saying, well, you're wrong. I mean, did the math, and here it is, right? Next company, X.com, which became eventually PayPal. People say, oh yeah, people are going to put their financial information on the internet. No way. And to us, it seems so obvious. But back then, you probably feel the same. You think that is a fake company. No, it's just obviously not a good idea. Looked around and said, and so again, you can see where it was going. See what it was that day, and not what it, not people. Conventional wisdom was still a bunch of years earlier. SpaceX is the ultimate example. A friend of his apparently actually filed a video montage of rockets blowing up to show him this is not a good idea. And but just the bigger picture, the amount of billionaires who thought this was going to start launching rockets, the amount that failed. I mean, it's not conventional. This is a bad endeavor. Who's putting all this money? Landing rockets. Another thing. Here's the classic kind of way we reason. If this could be done, NASA would have done it a long time ago. Because of the money it would take. Because the Soviet Union done it back in the 50s. It's obviously something that can't be done. And Matt on his envelope said, well, I think you can do it. So he just did it. So I think actually Elon gets too much credit as the people think that he's Einstein intelligence, but he's a teacher. He has incredible guts. He's courageous. Actually, you're looking at reality. You just assess probabilities, and you're ignoring all the noise. Wrong, right? Then you have to be, pretty smart and pretty courageous, and you
patterns, or at least they were doing what was normal, doing what was clearly this kind of sound. Then they started getting weird. It was so popular, they had this confidence. Let's just start to experiment. And it turns out that, like, if you all these people are in this like one group together doing music, and like there's a lot of land over there, and it seems like, I'm sure the managers would say, and the record executives, well, you have to be here. This is, and it's just not true. So I think that Elon is that's why I would concern for this. That actually Elon like uses reasoning for first physics, first principles are your axioms. And physicists, they don't say, well, what do people think? No, they say, what are the axioms? Those are the puzzle pieces. Let's use those to build a conclusion. That's our hypothesis. Now let's test it, right? And they come up with all kinds of new things constantly by doing that. If Einstein was assuming conventional, right, he never would have even tried to create something that really disproved his law. And the other way to reason is reasoning by analogy, which is a great shortcut. When we look at other people's reasoning, and we kind of photocopy it or we steal it. So reasoning by analogy we do all the time, and it's usually it takes a lot of mental energy and time to reason the first principle. It's actually, you don't want to reinvent the wheel every time, right? You want to often copy other people most of the time. And most of us do it most of the time. That's good, but there's certain moments where you forget just for a second, like eating in like the world of like Elon. Just who you're gonna marry, where are you gonna settle down, how are you gonna raise your kids, how are you gonna educate your kids, how you should educate yourself, what your past. These moments, this is what on your deathbed, like you look back on and that's few number of choices that really define your life. Those could not be reasoned by analogy. You absolutely try to reason first principle. Elon, not just by the way in his work, but in his personal life. I mean, if you look at when he's on Twitter, it's not how you're supposed to be. You're a super famous, industry titan. You're not supposed to be on Twitter. Just does things his own way, regardless of what you're supposed to do. Sometimes it serves him and sometimes doesn't, but I think it had taken him where it had. Yeah, I mean, I probably would describe it as first principles, but I guess I think it is. Well, first of all, I will say that a lot of people like, oh, he's gone after that. He's fine. He's on. He's just one man, man of the year. Like, it's not picking him. It's not that I think this is like super recent out. I think that there's this time, but I think that he thought his reasoning did not feel like it was a giant risk in just being himself on Twitter, but a lot of like no one else is doing that, so it must be a good reason, right? Well, I gotta say that he inspires me as a on Twitter, and
Dude, remember that time I asked you how you are and then you didn't answer?
I said I'm ready.
That's what I like to hear, baby. How many games in a row are you going to lose? Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
You want to put... All right, well, guess what? You should watch Kill Tony with me tonight. Your man, James McCann from your city's going to be on. Yo, pimp. Dude, look at the shot. Look at the shot. Dude, did you know that you want to put it through the hole? Dude, you want to put it... Excellent, but Dude, did you know that you want to put it through the hole? Dude, did you know that you want to put it through the hole? Yeah, like that, but you don't want to do it. Oh man, you might fucking score, and I might have to eat my fucking words. Oh no, you went first. Dude, it's 1-0. I'm kicking ass, taking names. How you living, pimp? Are you gonna go back to the strip club then? Does your girl know you want to be a stripper? Oh yeah, she definitely knows if her friend knows. How does her friend know? Wait, you talk to her friend every day, but you don't talk to her every day? Why is that? Don't you think that's a little weird? Don't you think it's a little weird that you talk to her friend but not her every day? Alright, do you think it's a little weird that your shot just sucked absolute donkey dick?
I mean, that,
Dude, did you know my ball's in the hole? Dude, you haven't won a fucking hole yet. Why don't you just make this? Just make it. You made it the last time we played this hole, I remember. You didn't make it this time, though. That was shitty. Told ya. I'm coming for your ball. Oh, I got it. Are you gonna make this shot? Oh, what is this bullshit? What are you doing? Dog. Dog. You just gave me an excellent opportunity to. Stop, 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 stop. Are you gonna hit this fucking shot? Or are you gonna measure it out?
I'm just gonna.
Dude, you missed. You didn't even get up the hill. Oh, fuck you. That was great. Hey, yeah, I know. I don't even know why you just didn't resign. Oh, fuck that.
I knew I'm going for you, but I'm going for.
That's a good point.
Why can't you hit my ball?
Because I'm sexy.
Doing it for a water.
Do whatever you want to do, baby. Oh, fuck you.
Water ball. Okay.
I know I did. You need it. Look at the scoreboard.
Oh, fuck.
It was great. You're in the water. You ready for this water bump, son? Water bump. Thanks for the help. much appreciated. Hit it off that fucking thing. That was good. Now, you ready for some amazingness? Stop. Are you gonna water bump me? You're going in the water. You can't get me. You can't get me. You went in the water. Zoot. Look how sick I am. Zoot, remember that time you were like, I wasn't gonna win any games in a row? And now I'm at one game in a row? Zoot, remember that time you told me that you were gonna win and you didn't? Oh yeah, it is. It's what I've got right now. Dog, you fucked me. I don't know if I fucked it. No, I helped you. Oh boy, did I help you. Yeah, very fortunately. I hate playing with you on this hole. Look how sick this shot is. Zoot, 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 zoot. Your angle's off, son. Oh, fuck you. Bye bye. How did I help you? You're in the black shit. Help me. Bye bye. Bye bye. Yep, that's why I did it, because I'm sick like that. Look at this shot. Yeah, that was shitty. Because I'm sexy. Dude, this hole is so hard. Well, you didn't. Dude, did you know that James McCann is going to be on Kill Tony tonight? Have you ever heard of James McCann outside of me telling you about him? He's becoming pretty famous in the United States. Oh, baby girl. What about your auntie's stepson? Is it James McCann? Oh, dude, how the fuck did this ball go in? You're going in the black shit. Damn, he's pretty famous then. Zoot, I don't like this hole. I'm going for it. Shoot. I don't know why I would do something that stupid. I blocked your shot, though. You helped me. You helped me in a major way. Look how amazing this shot is. Oh, are you serious, Zoot? Oh, Zoot, that was a... Yep. Oh, Zoot! Zoot! Dude, I'm done. Yo, pimp. Yeah. Are you happy about your shot? No way this goes in. But you're gonna tie for the lead, son. Are you ready for me to put you out of your misery? Do you like this hole? Dude, I am so fucked. Zoot, go in the water. Stop. Don't fuck up, Zoot. Don't go in the water. Zoot, you know I have a chance to win right here. And I did. Oh no, I missed it. I had one shot to win. Okay, here's my second shot to win. Come on, baby. You have an easy shot to win. Zoot for the win. Fuck you, dude. You didn't say that. It's not literati time. It's literati time. Okay, Zoot. How are you gonna beat me in this game? All right. Dude, I had somebody play the word pleases against me and got 74 points. I was pissed. My letters suck absolute donkey dick. I can't believe you didn't know what the 3L and the 2L do. Dude, you better hurry. Look at the time, man. You better hurry. You're done. Just in time. Don't you worry.
I'm winning.
I think you're right. Dude, I just switched out a bunch of letters and got the same letters back. Yeah, by some 4. That's true. Calm down. Just focus on beating me. There's a good chance that you could. It's 17-17, and you have the shot. Whose boyfriend? Who's the girl? Oh, yeah, that's fucked up. Let's see what you got. Dude, time's ticking down, big dog. Dude, you play that? That's the word you play? You're proud of that? Dude, you are down by 6 points right now. You can take the lead. Foxy, that's a good one.
Oh my god.
They know something. They didn't. They said wrong. I mean, that takes some kind of different.
Yo, pimp, what's the message? Yo, dog, what's the message? So you wasted my time, my important time for that? It's not going to be a word. That's what you did. You think that's good? Ray?
That's how it goes. You tweeted, what's something you changed your mind about? Questioning. Elon replied, brain transplant. Sam Harris responded, nuclear power. Cool response there. General, what are your thoughts about some of the responses, and what had you changed your mind about, big or small? Perhaps writing.
So I'm writing right now, finishing a book on kind of why our society is such a shit place at the moment, just polarized, and we have all these gifts, like talking about, we have technology, fewer people are in poverty, it's we could say, everything's amazing, it's happening, right? But it's really extreme moment right now on the rise. Crazy thing, right?
That's not a word. That's not a word. It's not a word, Zoot. It's not a word. Fuck you. How do you like that, Pip? It's the West Side Gangster.
How do you question about the state of society?
But I wanted to figure out what was going on.
Did you like that one? Doug, did you like that one? I was planning that from the beginning. That's good. That's really nice.
Going on. Like there's something buzzing. Not that new people who were just something going on. So think of it as a very simple, oversimplified equation, human behavior, and it's output that I think
Oldies, Motown music.
And environment.
Oldies, Motown music. Dude, you know you have the lead? Dude, you've gotten 2 of the S's. You've gotten the blank tile. You've gotten 2 blank tiles and 2 S's. Like this game is made for you to win. You're done. You're done. Oh, fuck you, man.
like actual heaven, like whatever Thomas Jefferson pictured as heaven, other than maybe the eternal life aspect, I think that came to 2021, it was better. It's cooler than heaven. We live in a place that's cooler than 1700s. Again, other than the fact that we still die. Now, I think the future world eventually probably would have, quote, eternal life. Not that anyone wants eternal life. Actually, if people think they do. Eternal is a long time. But I think the choice to die, if we're uploaded, maybe we can refresh our bodies. I don't know what it is. But the point is, I think about that utopia. And I do believe that, like, if we don't watch this, we'd be heading towards somewhere that would be in our lifetime. Of course, if things go wrong, now think about the trend. Just like the 20th century seemed like some magical utopia to someone from the 18th century.
Dude.
So bad things in the 20th century were kind of the worst things ever.
Holy fuck. Oh shit, man.
We ever and we know and the river and there's a utopia on one side and a dystopia.
Dude, that's a big word, man. You might win. Tip, that's good.
You're sort of open. So like, how do you share the? One of my big sources of hope is this. I think my answer to what I changed.
Zoo, you've got a big lead. Zoo, quit doing so well. Dude, that jumper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 17. 34.
I'm just playing with.
Yo, Kim.
I'm gonna try that.
With a what? That's good.
You want to help me?
You actually really got into someone else's
No way. No way. That's not a word, Zoo. That's not a word. It's like a woman's chest. Oh, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. Today is Zoot's day. Today is Zoot's day.
In Holland. It felt so good to just give it here to this guy we hate. This moment of like a little bit. Of course, we all. And I think.
Zoot, you're gonna win.
There's a big introduce the independent environment, and I like the thing that I think is bad is independent environment, which means I think the environment can get better. A lot of things I can go by environment, I think is bad, but I have hope that the thing that's bad for everybody can.
The first principles idea, most people are the best points done. If the environment is properly calculated.
I think that environment bring out on good side. So maybe we're all and a great environment, yes, can bring out our higher side. I think in a lot of ways we say it has. I mean,
Why?
the U.S. environment.
There you go. No, I'm not.
Really kind of lose our grip on some.
Are you surprised by Elon's answer about brain transplant for Sam's about nuclear power?
That's good.
This is reasoning by now. The amount of really smart people I respect.
I'm fucked. I'm fucked, Zoot.
Climate change.
And my reason there has me truly simple thing.
So, that I'm a little suspicious on a fear mongering on years of the fear mongering in all walks of life. There's way too many people interested with fear. But I don't like it. I should probably do that because big problem opposition to climate change, whatever fear mongering that is also kept this science probably. Like that so I need I have those folks criticize the fear
Yo,
mongering.
pimp. It is. You just had another letter down. Yep. You got me. Today's your day, Zoot.
Rising models, society,
Didn't get me like that.
but
That's okay. You still got me.
How many lines did you go?
Too many.
Sure.
Too many.
I'm going to your call.
okay, if we're not going to think how we're going to respond to other tragedy. Well, this is part of my approach. Look, as I said, that more and more like what do we do in this situation? You know, whether how about when you know that far away to go and decide the IQ of the kid or like
You got me.
actually
Dude, what is your deal with welfare?
Hey, Rabbi, that's a win.
Dude, what is your deal with welfare? Are you on welfare?
No.
Dude, you mention it so much that I think you are. I mean, that's fine if you are. Well, whatever it is, you mention it like every other day.
Rabbi,
I mean, you didn't answer my question, but okay.
I won.
Yeah, you did.
You bring up.
into a topic like that and I think where I higher minded approach that you can get in your head. And
Good job, Zoo.
ideas that our mind can get your ideas. And so it's like these people in the room bring out ideas and keep them and one idea goes out and everyone criticizes it. Shooting both arrows at it and this truth is the arrows bounce off. So okay. And the other one got down. So it's incredible system. This is what the experience is arrow at it and multiple ball and the needle of the haystack ends up right. So that's happening. Flawed scientists are creating super intelligence. Then there's the primitive, which is the more limbic system part of our brain. It's a part of us that is very much not living many tens of thousands of years ago, and it does not treat ideas like this separate things. It identifies. That a bunch of primitive that really browses primitive mind. It quickly the primitive minds keep up and they create an echo chamber where suddenly no one can criticize this. In fact, the end is powerful enough. People outside the community, no one can criticize it. If you get your paper back, we'll get you fired. Right? That's not higher mind. That is crazy. Now it comes tougher than it is. It's tougher than a reasonable individual. You have this collective suddenly the idea. And they get dumber and dumber. So
change has been explained with if you want to call it right in denial. So there goes all the
Fuck you, Zoo. I let you win. It only took like 3 words that had like 40 or more points. I don't want to talk about it. Did you get 300? Did you get 300 points? No, you didn't. Close. 96. I let you win. I'm done. I'm done. I need some time to process this. No.
like just ego, really, and protect challenging your own ideas, like time, as in a time of fear, time of division created by the leverage fear, like you said, people dumber, minds dumber, detectable versus dumber.
Thanks, Big Dog.
then almost someone throwing me out. Most of the rest of people say, I think you're being like overly general there, or I think like aren't you kind of being, I think that's like biased. And it's like no one's getting offended because it's like we're all just messing we all affect each other. Obviously, we're just trashing each other's ideas, and that the whole group is smart. We're always gonna have idea labs. Most of us hate both of them, and maybe in your marriage is a great idea lab. You love to disagree with your spouse and Indian, but this group of friends or your family at home, in front of that sister, you do not bring up politics. She'd have enforced when that happens. Her bullying is forcing the whole room to be an echo chamber to appease her. Now, what scares me is that usually you have these things existing kind of in bubbles, and usually there's like they each have their natural defenses or so, and echo chamber person stays in their echo chamber. They don't like they will cut you out. They don't like to be friends with you. Notice that they will cut you out. They'll cut out their parents. They go to Trump or whatever, right? So they're that's how they do it. They will say, I'm going to stay inside of an echo chamber. So my ideas are my primitive mind is doing the thinking. It are not going to ever get to challenge. So scary and awful. But if they leave, we're going to say, what? No, we're going to disagree. We're going to say, that's really offensive. People are going to say, no, it's not, and they're going to if these people are assholes, right? So the echo chamber person, it doesn't have much power once they leave the echo. Likewise, the ideal black person, they have this great environment, but they go an echo chamber where everyone else is, and they do that. They will out of the group. They will get branded denier, or racist, right winger, or radical. These nasty. The thing that I don't like right now is that the echo chamber has sure that everyone is scared. They can punish anyone, whether you're in their community.
That's all coming up.
June, July, we're not quite sure.
Okay, I can't wait. But yeah, we can't talk about that.
Sure.
Okay. All right. If it's okay, just a couple of questions from mailbag. I would love to riff on. So one is about film and music. Why do we prefer to watch? Question goes. Why do we prefer to watch a film haven't watched before, but we want to listen to songs that we've heard hundreds of times? Question. The answer really started to think like, yeah, that's true. Interesting. Like we draw that line somehow. What's the answer?
So I think let's use these two minds again. I think that when your higher mind is the one who's making something in, they're really, what are the lyrics? So I want to learn something, or what? Like they're reading a book or whatever. The higher mind is trying to get information. Once it has it, at some point, again, it has the information. Rational brain, got it. But when you eat a good meal or have sex or whatever, that's something you can do again and again because it actually, your primitive brain loves it, right? And it never gets bored of things. So I think music is very practical. I think music goes right into our primitive a lot. I think it's of course that vibration. Your rational brain is focused to actual message and expecting emotions in it. Literally, like that very deep primal part of us. And so, hear a song once, hear some of your favorite songs. The first time you heard it, you were like, I guess that's not. And then sometimes loving, sometimes you don't even some stuff. Suddenly you find yourself kind of yourself. And what's happening is sound is actually target A, and it's a hit. And when your brain knows what it knows it's dead. So your brain is your internal kind of your brain is actually dancing. It knows it's dead. And so there's something about knowing, having memorized the song incredibly interesting. But when we hear it for the first time, we don't know where it's going to go. We're like an awkward dancer. We don't know this. Your brain can't really have that much fun.
And in the movie, that's less primitive. That's where you're taking it.
But a really good movie that we really love, often we watch it like 12 times. I still like it. Not that many, but versus you're watching a talk show, right? You're listening to one of your podcasts, for an example. Not many people will listen to one of your podcasts, no matter how good it is, 12 times. Because once you've got it, it's a form of information that's very higher mind focused. That's how it is.
Well, the funny thing is, there's people that listen to a podcast episode many, many times, and often I think the reason for that is not because the information, is the chemistry of the conversation.
Yeah.
Not the actual.
It's the art of it.
Yeah, they'll fall in love with some kind of person, some weird personality. They'll be captivated by the beat of that kind of person.
Like a stand-up comic, I've watched like certain things like episodes like 20 times.
I have to ask you about the wizard hat. You wrote a blog about Neuralink. I got you a couple of times hanging out with those folks. That was one of the writing you did that like changed culture and people think about a thing. The ridiculousness of your bigger drawings. How it's like calling the origin versus the Big Bang title, but it somehow sticks representative of that. The same way the wizard hat like is somehow was really powerful. Explain that, and you actually proposed it as the Man of the Year cover of Time.
But my drawings,
on your drawings,
yes,
an outrage.
It was.
Okay, so what are your thoughts about like all those years with the brain computer interface, going with a lot of children, all that kind of stuff. But that really consider studying a brain computer interface.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I really think it's actually Elon's most ambitious thing, more than Han, because that's just a bunch of people going somewhere, even though it's somewhere far. Neuralink is changing what a person is, eventually. Now, I think that Neuralink engineers and Elon himself would all be the first to admit that it is a maybe, whether they meet their goals. I mean, it is so crazy ambitious to try to, their eventual goals are, of course, in the interim, they have a higher probability of accomplishing smaller things, which are still huge, like basically solving paralysis, growth markings and things like that. I mean, it can be unbelievable. Anyone who's done things like we might, everyone should be very happy about this kind of helping with different abilities. But the thing that is like so the grand goal is this augmentation where it takes them totally healthy and put a brain machine interface in anyway to give them superpowers. The possibilities they can really so they've already shown that they are for real, but they created this robot. Ron talks about it should be like LASIK, where shouldn't be something that's surgeons. This shouldn't just be for rich people who have waited in line for 6 months. This should be for anyone who's looking for LASIK and eventually something that is covered by insurance or something that anyone can do. Something this big deal should be something that anyone can do eventually. And when we have this, again, I'm talking about a very advanced phase down the road. So maybe a less advanced phase. Maybe right now, think about when you look at what's happened. Do you actually hear the sound? Well, not really. That the sound is coming out of the speaker. The speaker is vibrating. It's vibrating air molecules. The air molecules get vibrated all the way to your head, pressure wave, and then it vibrates your eardrum. Your eardrum is the speaker now in your head, and then vibrates bones and fluid, then it stimulates neurons in your auditory cortex, which gives you the perception that you're hearing. Now, if you think about that, really neat a speaker could get a little tiny bit vibrate eardrums that way. That's very hard. But really what you need to go to the very end, it really needs to happen is your auditory cortex neurons stimulated in certain ways. You have a ton of Neuralink things in there, Neuralink electrodes, and then they're getting really good stimulating things. You could play a song in your head that you can hear that is not playing it. There's no sound in the no one else could. They can get close to your head and hear it. There's no sound. They could not hear anything, but you hear or not. Open your phone. Go to the Neuralink app. Go to the Neuralink app or just Neuralink. So basically, you can open your Spotify and play too. You can play to your speaker. You can play to your computer. You can play right out of your phone. Your headphones work. You now have a new one. You can play into your brain. And this is one of the earlier things. This is something that people like really doable. No more headphones. I was thinking so annoying because I can leave the house with just my phone, and nothing else. And you can just start Apple Watch. There's always this one thing like hand headphones. You do need your headphones, right? So and I feel like that'll be the end of it. But there's so many things that you can keep going. The ability to think together. You can talk about like super brains. I mean, one of the examples Elon uses the low bandwidth of speech. If I go to a movie and I come out of a scary movie, how was it? Oh, it was terrifying. Well, what did I just do? I had 5 buckets. One was horrifying, terrifying, scary, eerie, creepy, whatever. That's about it. And I had much more nuanced experiences. And all I have is, these words, right? And so instead I just hand you the bucket. I put the stuff in the bucket and give it to you. But all you had is the bucket. You just have to guess what I put in the bucket. All you can do is look at the label of the bucket and say, when I say terrifying, here's what I mean. The point is, it's very lossy. I had all this nuanced information of what I thought of the movie, and I'm sending you very low-res package that you're going to now guess what the high-res thing was. That's language, generally.
like the two brains are literally collaborating. It's something. It's a skill. I'm sure we'd have to get good at it. I'm sure young kids will be great at it. Old people will be bad at it. But you think together, and together you like, have the joint epiphany. Now, how about 8 people doing it, right? So it gets, there's other examples. How about when you're a dress designer or a bridge designer, and you want to show people what your dress looks like? Well, right now you got to sketch it. Here, just beam it onto the screen from your head, so you can picture it. So you can picture a tree in your head. Well, you just suddenly whatever's in your head, you can picture it. So we'll have to get very good at it, right? So take a skill, right? You're gonna have to. But the possibility, my God, talk about like. I feel like if that works, if we really do have that as something, I think it'll almost aid the line. It's such a big change that the idea of like everyone lived before everyone had very machine interfaces is living like before the common era. It's that level of like big change. If it can work.
Yeah, like a replay of memories, just replaying stuff in your head.
Oh my God, yeah. And copying, you can hopefully copy memories onto other things. You don't have to rely on your wet circuitry.
This made me sad because you're right. Your brain is incredibly plastic, and so it can adjust. It can learn how to do this. I think it's a skill. Probably you and I will hold to truth.
Well, maybe there'll be great training. I'm spending the next 3 months, in an early training.
But it'll still be a bit of like grandpa can't.
Definitely. This is, I was thinking, how am I going to be old? No, I'm going to be great. I'm going to be old. It's going to be, the kid's going to be thinking to me. I'm going to be like, you just talk, please. They're going to be like, okay, talk, and they're going to. So that'll be the equivalent of, yelling. You're great.
I really suspect, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I grew up in a time when contact interaction was valuable. I feel like that goes away. That's going to disappear.
Why? I mean, is there anything we're interested with each other? I mean, that's talk about, once we're all doing that, it might feel like, man, everyone's so isolated from each other.
Yeah, sorry. So I didn't. I just meant touch each other.
Like that. If it isn't, won't there be whole waves of start to say, there's all these articles that come out about how, in our metaverse, and then now there's a huge first thing you start doing, and then eventually it becomes this big wave, and how everyone, if something truly is lost, won't we recover it?
Well, I think first principle, all of the components that there engineer experience in the metaverse or in the cyberspace. And to me, I don't profoundly speak to the physical experience. Like I don't understand.
But then why are you saying there's a loss?
No, just that won't. Oh, it's a loss for me personally. No,
Then you do think there's something.
intersection. Number 8, you're rated all over. People in the country come up with it. Again, I like it, but I don't know. And love it. Because a lot of that there that and action coming out and all these players, a lot of them like that. That what you're facing obviously. But then that's and through
We had contact about it. It may be correlation. Like maybe again, this is all like contact. That's all old. There's very interesting. It'll just be projected. It'll give our visual cortex. Our visual cortex will get but in virtual years where you won't have any mask, no VR mask. At that point, it really will feel like you'll forget. If you work together physically or not, you won't even. If you still have one part, you won't even remember.
and you're right, this is one of those shifts in society that changes everything.
For romantic people, that there's a whole set of like physical things with relationships that like sex, but also just like the pheromones. Like there's the physical touch. That's like music. It's the deeply primitive part of us. That what physical touch with the partner does. That I think that I'm sure there'll be a whole wave of. But they're never actually a person in the flesh. And I'm sure there'll be things where you can actually smell with the room and you can and touch. Yeah, but I think that'll be one of the last things. I think there's something that's like something that's a while. Nothing might not be. Correct. Although sex also, again, you could. I think like we could you or less like, but like I don't want to imagine sex though. But massage big body and you could feel whatever. Right? You're lying down in your apartment alone. You're feeling full.
Nothing they do like YouTube or like streaming where it's one masseuse massaging one body but like 1,000 people.
Yeah, I'm bringing it on right now. You don't again, for a book, right? You do it and literally so it's like
AI. So AI is basically both ways. But you've been thinking about where AI is quite a bit of stuff happening. Like we're pilot, dynamics, and back robot, iRobot, but and obviously application learning matrices, trigger face on, and face recognition. A lot of incredible face recognition, but incredibly deep learning, machine learning, capture information about people, trying to recognize it. Next, some of that.
yeah, I mean, I really don't are very art all considered. I mean, we're never not very not just like and you know, and our emotions going on us very I very like one of the wearable that you can risk and around is really hilarious cool in 20 years. Like you're like great. It's gonna turn into sensors in our electrons or even infrared, just things that are gonna be collecting more specific to our body and realize that's target. And some and this is not the so I think but that like about it you're critical the hardware knows a lot more about what's collecting now. Okay, what's in your blood that exactly all those also for your hardest exercise, all that. Also, what are your emotions? What are they? What are they? Pretty obvious. Neural information. For hard to do that. Hard to there are expressions and emotional
bad right now because so much. It's not fine. Very, and also now, AI, those are, I want to try it. But it's, okay, 20 to drop it, how much that's, there's a 3D all in, and I give the, I tell the AI my broad scope, I want to gain muscle, I want to, maintain my weight, but I want to have more energy, or whatever, I just want to, or I want to, I'm very healthy, obviously, 10 basic things like one of cancer, you want to, want to age slower. So now the AI has my goals, and drones come at, at something up. You need like, 50 minutes. So that's the right time for my body. 50 minutes later, a little spot up on my wall where a drone has come from the factory drop for my moment, for my for my blood content, and because it knows my goal, so it knows I want to feel energy at the time, and then I want to walk down here, so I like
Well, plus the pleasure, like it knows kind of components of the music is good, plastic and assemble.
exactly, it knows better than anything you could ever know. And the little thing pops up. It's not right? So it pops up and it says like, coffee, because it knows that, my cutoff, I can have coffee only. At that point, it knows how long it knows what my sleep like when I knows I have to wake up. I'm already on my calendar. So I think a lot of people think something that's super wrong about it that hear this. That sounds just sounds incredible. You don't have to back in I was like awful every day. I was you're important. You're important on your work and on the whole. I think it's kind of so I think I think about personal style stuff like that. I really I love it. Is the one side result reading advice about stuff. We're gonna have very specific one but coming from
That's the cable by and guy was society was part of a competition for possible. Yeah, so the world will definitely be much better moving. But of course, you want to be able to be transparent and honest about how that data is used, and that's why you want to have to speak out like when should speak out by helping.
We need to have our wits about us. This is second is if I would big brain for itself. Start saying in every topic, when any topic, pick a director talk about. Forget government. The culture penalizes wants conversation about any topic and politics so doing it is such a incredible market to polarize people. So for me, polarize people to bring any topic and into that and get on it as a political topic. You become a freedom. That's a free speech goes away. Some people know it. Like you don't even know what free speech is. Your free speech is not being no, you're right. My First Amendment rights are not being violated. But the which is a First Amendment and you need culture of freedom. And now you have culture. Obviously you have a culture that right now, any topic is like, very sensitive topics, shooting, or, what's going on in the school, or, climate change, any of these. And the First Amendment's still there. You're not going to get arrested, no matter what you say. their culture of ritual is gone because your life is over. As far as it matters, if you say the wrong thing, but a culture, really vigorous culture, you get no penalty for even for done. People will say, people will laugh. That was hilarious. They've been not at all correct. You're no one's now brain is thinking that the brain is I is and the culture where you think something wrong, say, oh wow, you changed. Oh wow, look, this is his real colors. Big brain
People have the respect for each other, so unless they're when they say a bunch of stuff, don't explain we still have respect for them. Worst case, free anarchy ideas, everybody walks like a truth, everybody has a. Then it's just chaos. If you have mutual respect and people driving it, and if forgiveness that other people tell us how to blessed that kind of stuff. Your balance is right.
Right now, train. Not necessarily on the way or finding the direction. It's also not a just truth of them that this is bad violence. It's you make me sound like you're going on a political rant topic, but really bad. It's genuinely worse. If I was to have my own country, I mean, it's I would teach kids very specific things. This is doing the exact opposite of. And it sucks. It sucks.
Real good. But has it. But they here just explain about that. So to have yeah, something every day. It can compile. It's compiled. Yeah, I was thinking about incredible things. Great, legendary. Remember, it's not you have a little better. Add up to on your day, work in the day. There's other. So you're writing someone who's tired. One has never right. Never zero right. Zero. And the other right, not very much. In other words, the zero pages a week is 90% of most of the time. The other person
amount of areas they can, an amazing fiction reader, avid fiction reader. I get that half hour a day, so do an hour, half hour in the morning audiobook, half hour at night, then so I think it's motivating, and you realize that a lot of times think that people who are doing amazing things or not think that they're bigger gap is I'm a reading which is just very frustrating. But I'm back to the audio. And I was like, and I started to throw it off. Brushing my breakfast, whatever. And I did it every week, every day. Because I'm while doing my morning, have it on, and also this morning fun. Great time. So I, have a hard time that look at thinking of these history or like a lot of content. And if you miss it's a skill set that you focus. And like, no, this is that fun. So I just if I get lost, so good. And if I back. It's not that efficient. Read a whole paragraph of relevant. But I haven't actually. I've been so hard on myself. Making thought I should try that. Yeah, and for you, I just thought about it. Like, that's the great. I think I don't. Well, I find I'm not. Yeah, especially in hours. I'm not other stuff. I'm trying my quiet down. Also, and like you have to have also read 20 pages. Like, we're in it. Airport is 30 lines the whole time. I know this is not what audiobooks are, but I think I know a lot of people that have this summary kind of. I don't like. I like people, but like fun book. I still I look number one books. I most back reading it. So it's very impression like that's on average. Also, like, really important. On the other side, when I finish it, 10 years later, I'll be like, the friend of resident, for any higher friend. But I don't think it's worth it. Like, a lesson. I actually, therefore, like, moments of life, I also have all the age, the water, the repetition, all of that, what that right down. Remember, it's, you want to remember along with back up his flashcards, like, and obviously, that's what I, those are extremely well known apps, like, but rental people that do it, that, like, they memorize a lot of things, ideas, or, pretty, factor, that's
you about ghetto person. Like what I thought, like it's very good. Dropping. That sounds really amazing. I'm not across it. I realize that you are the person. Yeah. I guarantee you probably write a blog about it. I can't give you. Well, it's also like your people. And I what do you write about? Literally anything I find interesting. And so for me, once you start a blog, like your entire worldview becomes the view of blog posts. Because sometimes I see everything through, but I'm constantly across something, or just a tweet, something that I'm like, oh, I need to like share this with my readers. My readers to me are like my friends who I'm like, I need to tell them about this. And so I feel like I collect things in a document now. If it's like really good, it's little facts like that. I think especially if I'm learning something. Like, so the problem say stuff and that kind of stuff is you also need to couple that with a view, because what Anki does is like literally it determines for me. I don't have to do anything. Giant pile of things that brings up to me. Okay, here's I don't know. Churchill did something, right? What go on like a particular event. That when that happened, and you say yes or no, or like you get to pick. You get the answer. Self evaluate how well you remember that fact. If you remember well, it'll be another month again. If you don't remember, it'll bring it up again. Way to review these concepts. Yeah, and it also kind of the process of collecting parts of review not. Wrote that library, obviously medical thousands of facts. It just gamifies it there. It's like you passively sit back and then the thing will make sure you eventually learn it all. The rest is you don't have to be executive calling that like the program, the memorization program someone else is handling. I would love to hear about like trying out or space records. I did other apps about Anki. I want to try. You've written and spoken quite a bit about procrastination. I like to use stuff for procrastination. The other people suffering quote. How do we procrastinate? I don't think suffer is in quotes. I think that's a huge part of the problem. Is that it's treated like a silly problem. It people take it serious as a dire problem, but it can ruin your life. There's like we talked about piling concept with if you write you write a book for a prolific writer, right? Again, it's not that that's so hard. They have the ability to commit to something on Sunday mornings to write 2 pages that they respect the part of them that made that decision is they respect the character in their brain. And they say, well, that's how I did it, so I'm going to do it. Procrastinator do those two things. That's exactly the kind of thing the procrastinator will keep on their list and they will not do. But it doesn't mean they're any less talented than the writer who does the 2 pages. It doesn't mean they want it any less. Maybe they want it even more. And it doesn't mean that they wouldn't be just as happy having done as the writer who does it. So what they're missing out on, if you're a writer, writes 10 books, bestseller, and they go on these book tours, and they're so gratified with their career, and they think about what the other person is missing, who does none of that, right? So that is a massive loss, and it's because the internal mechanism in their brain is not doing what they don't have choice. They feel like it's something. And so he's in the same boat as is obese because their eating habits make them obese over time, or their exercise habits. That's a huge loss for the person. That person is
you are failing at something or not doing something that you really want to do, so it doesn't have to work. You want to get out of that marriage that you know you realize you shouldn't be married, divorced. You wait 20 extra years before you don't do it at all. That is, you're not living the life that you should live, right? And so I think it's fascinating. Now, the problem is also a funny problem because there's short-term procrastination, which I talk about as, the kind that has a deadline. Now, some people, this is what I bring in, there's different characters, the panic monster comes in, and that's when the procrastinator can, there's different levels. There's the kind that even when there's a deadline, they stop panicking, they give it up, and they really have a problem. And there's the kind that when there's a deadline, they'll do it, but they'll wait to the second. Both of those, I think, have a huge problem once there's no deadline. Because, and both the important things in life, there's no deadline, which is, changing your career, becoming a writer, which never have been before, getting out of your relationship, maybe doing whatever you need to, changes you need to make in order to get into a relationship. There's after
launching a startup,
right? Or once you've launched a startup, hiring someone that needs to be fired, right?
Yes.
I mean, going out for fundraising instead of just trying to, there's so many moments when the big change that you should be making that would completely change your life if you just did it, has no deadline. It just has to be coming from yourself. And I think that a ton of people have a problem where they think this delusion that I'm going to do that. I'm definitely going to do that, but not today, because whatever. And they make this excuse again and again, and it's just they're on their list collecting dust. And so, yeah, to me, it is a very real suffering.
And the fixing the habits.
I'm still working on the fix, first of all. So there is just that you have a boat that sucks and being in a sink. You can fix it with duct tape for a couple of, for one ride. That's not really fixing the boat, but you can get you by. So there's duct tape. So the panic monster is a character that rushes into the room once the deadline is closed or when there's some scary external pressure, not just for yourself. And that's a huge aid to a lot of procrastination. Again, there's a lot of people who, do that thing, they write that book they want to write, but there's way fewer people who will not show up to the exam. Most people can't. So that's because the panic monster is going to freak out if they don't. So you can then create a panic monster. If you want to, really want to write music, really want to become a singer-songwriter, well, book a venue. Tell 40 people about it. Say, hey, this day 2 months from now, come and see. I'm going to play you some of my songs. Yeah, you're going to write songs. You're going to have to, right? So there's duct tape things. You can do things. People do this. I've done a lot of this with a friend, and I say, if I don't get X done by a week from now, I have to donate a lot of money somewhere I don't want to donate.
And but then again, go to duct tape.
Yeah, because it's not. Why do I need that, right? If I really solve it, this is something I want to do. I just literally just want to be selfish and do the work I need to get the goals I want to get, right? There's a much, all the incentives should be in the right place, and yet if I don't say that, it'll be a week from now and I won't have done it. Something weird is going on. There's some resistance to some force that is in my own life, right? And so doing something where I have to pay all this money, okay, now I'll panic and I'll do it. So that's fixing the boat is something where I don't have to do that. I just will do the things that it's not, I'm talking about super crazy work ethic, just like, for example, okay, I have a lot of examples. I have a serious problem I've been working. And in some ways I've gotten really successful at solving it, and the plans are tough. So
the world's greatest duct tape.
Yes. Well, I'm pretty good at duct taping. I probably could be even better, and I'm
procrastinating and becoming good at duct tape.
Yes. It's nothing. I won't. So here's what I know what I should do. Right. Very often is that I should wake up. I don't have to be crazy on 6 a.m. or anything insane, or I'm not going to be one of those crazy people who 5:30 jogs. I'm going
going to wake up at whatever, 7:30, 8:30, and I should have a block, like, say, 9 to where I get up and I just really quick make some coffee and
That's obvious. Great. There's an history to exactly that.
some of them have done that. There's some that I like these writers, they do the late night session, but most of them they do it
There's
on
a session that's
most writers write in the morning, and there's a reason. I don't think I'm different. It's a great time to write. You're fresh, right? Your ideas, the dreaming have kind of collected. You have all new answers that you didn't have yesterday, and you can go. But more importantly, if I just had a routine where I wrote from 9 to noon, weekdays, every week would have a minimum of 15 focused hours. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. 15, no, this is no joke. This is not phones away. You're not talking to anyone. You're not opening your email. You are just writing for 3 hours. Right? That's a big week. Most writers. So now what's happening is that every weekday is a minimum of a B I'll give myself. An A might be, I really just got to a flow for 6 hours and had, great. But it's a minimum I can keep going about. And every week is a minimum of a B. That's 15 hours. Right? And if I just had to talk about compiling, this is the pages, if I just did that every week, I've achieved all my writing goals. And yet, wake up, and most days, I just, either I'll revenge procrastination late at night, go to bed way too late, and then wake up later, get a bad schedule, not just bad schedules, or wake up and there's, I'll do a few weeks, open it up, and I'm suddenly I'm texting, or I'll just go and, I'll make a 3 hours. It's always something. Or I'll start writing, and then I hit a little bit of the wall, because there's no this is a sacred writing block, I'll just hit the wall and say, this is so, okay, what I've done is, there's I has one employee, Alicia, she's a manager of lots of things. That's her role. She truly does lots of things. And one of the things we started doing is either she comes over and sits next to me where she can see my screen from 9 to noon. That's all it takes. The thing about procrastination is you're not speaking and screaming. I don't want to do this. It's the feeling of, in the old days, your lunch block is over and it's like, or it's Monday morning, but you say, what? But, you go. You say, okay, and then you get to class and it's not that bad once you're there, right? You have a trainer and he says, okay, next set. You go, okay, and you do. That's all it is. It's some internal thing being like, okay, I have to do this, and then you have that moment of like, this is but I guess I'll do it. No one's there though. The problem with the procrastinators, they don't have that person in their head. Other people, I think, were raised that do change and don't do stuff that's in their head is hugely helpful. I don't really have that, and so anyway, Alicia's sitting there next to me. She's doing her own work, but she can see my screen, and she, of all people, knows exactly what I should be doing. What I shouldn't be doing. That's all it takes. The shame of just having her see me while she's sitting there not working is too weird, too embarrassing. So I get it done, and it's amazing. It's a game changer for me. So duct tape can solve. Sometimes duct tape is enough. I'm curious that still trying what is going on. I think part of it is that we are actually wired. I think I'm being very sane. Actually, is what's happening. Or not sane is not the right word. I'm being a natural human that we are not programmed to sit there and do homework of a certain kind that we get the results like 6 months later. Like that is not. So we're supposed to, conserve energy and like fulfill our needs as we need them and like do things. And we're overriding our natural ways when we wake up and get to it. And I think sometimes it's because the pain. I think a lot of times we're just avoiding suffering, and for a lot of people, the pain of not doing it is actually worse because they feel shame. So if they don't get up and take a jog and get up early and get to work, I'll feel like a bad person, and that is worse than doing those things. And then it becomes a habit eventually, and it becomes just easy and automatic. It becomes I do it because that's what I do. But I think that if you don't have a lot of shame necessarily, the pain of doing those things is worse in that immediate moment than not doing it. And
I think the feeling captured by I don't want to do another set. That feeling, the people that are not procrastinating are the ones that have trained themselves to the moment they would be having that feeling, they just like Sam Harris styles that experience that feeling.
Yeah.
Just march forward. Like I talked to Elon about this a lot actually offline. like have the.
No,
It's like,
clearly not.
it's the way I think talks about it, the way I think about it is it's like you pretend you're like a machine running an algorithm. Like you know this you should be doing this. Not because I'm on this probably the thing to do. Like look at the big picture of your life, run the algorithm, like ignore your feelings.
But it's frame it differently.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, you can frame it as like it can feel like homework, or it can feel like you're living your best life or something. You're doing your work.
Yeah.
Um,
And maybe reframe it, but I think ultimately whatever we do, and that's how the habit of and you stick with it. Like, I'm now on a kick where I exercise every day. It doesn't matter what that exercise is. It's not serious. Doing push-ups. Like, I make sure I exercise every day. It's become way, way easier because of the habit. And and I don't, like, at least with exercise, it's easier to replicate that feeling. I don't allow myself to go, like, I feel like doing this.
right. Well, I think about that even just like things like I brush my teeth before I go to bed. It's just a habit.
Yeah.
And it is effort. Like if it were something else, I would be like, oh, I'm going to the bathroom, I'm going to do that, and I just feel like I'm just going to lie down right now. But it doesn't even cross my mind. It's just like that I just robotically go and do it.
Yeah.
And it almost become like a night's routine. It's like, oh, this is the night. You know, it's like morning routine stuff is like, you know, that stuff is kind of just like automated.
And it's funny because you don't like go, like I don't think I've skipped any days. I don't think I skipped any brushing.
Right.
Like unless I didn't have it, or like I was there something. And what is that?
Well,
By the way,
to me, there's the character that makes me procrastinate is the instant gratification. That's what I play as him, right? And there's the rational decision maker and the instant gratification. These battle with each other. But for procrastinator, they're the monkey.
yeah,
I think the monkeys, you know, for me, you know, read about this kind of stuff. I think that this kind of more primitive brain is always winning, and in non-procrastinators, that primitive brain is on board for some reason, um, and isn't resistant. So, but when I think about brushing my teeth, it's like the monkey doesn't even think there's an option not to it, so it doesn't even like there's no hope. The monkey has no hope there, so it doesn't even like get involved. Like yeah, you know, it has to like kind of like robotically just like you know, it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome, just like oh no, I have to. Um, it doesn't even like wake up. But yeah, we're doing. For other things, the monkey's like, ooh, no. Most things I can win this, and so the monkey um, puts up that like fierce resistance, and it's like it's a lot of it's like the initial transition. So I think of it as like jumping in a cold, where it's like I will spend the whole day pacing around the side of my bathing suit, just being like, I don't want to have that 1 second that you first jump in and it sucks. And then once I'm in, once I jump in, I'm usually once I start writing, suddenly I'm like, oh, that's not bad. Okay, I'm kind of into it. Then sometimes you can't tear me away. Then I suddenly like I get into a flow. So it's like once I get in the cold water, I don't mind it. But I will spend hours standing around the side of the pool. And by the way, I do this in a more literal sense. When I go to the gym with a trainer, in 45 minutes, I do a full ass workout, and it's not because I'm having a good time, but it's because it's that you have to go to class, right? But when I go to the gym alone, I will literally do a set and then stick around my phone for 10 minutes before the next set, and I'll spend over an hour there and do weight. So it is the transition. Once I'm actually doing the set, I'm never like I don't want to stop in the middle. Now it's like I'm going to do this, and I feel happy I just did it. So it's something about transitions that is very. That's why procrastinators are late a lot of places. I will procrastinate getting ready for the airport. Even though I know I should leave at 3, so I can not be stressed, I'll leave at 3:36 and not be super stressed. Once I'm on the way to the airport, immediately I'm like, why didn't I do this earlier? Now I'm back on my phone doing what I was doing. I just had to get in the damn car or whatever. So, yeah, there's some very, very odd irrational.
yeah. Like I was waiting for you to call me and said that you're running a few minutes late. And I was like,
I did.
I was like, I'll go get a coffee because I can't possibly be the one who's early.
Right.
I can't. I don't understand. I'm always doing stuff, and I know it's like in the eyes of a lot of people. I can't help it. It's not, you know what I'm doing out of it? It's not like I don't care about the people. Like you know, for the times I'd be preparing more.
Right.
Like, I obviously care about the
yeah, it's just interpreted. Like there are some people that like don't because they kind of look that quality in themselves. And that's a thing, right? There's a lot of those people, but more often it's someone who shows up frazzled and they feel awful. They're just furious at themselves. Yeah, so regretful. I mean that's and I mean all you get to do is look at those people alone running through the airport, right? They're not being disrespectful to anyone there. They just look at themselves. Yeah.
You tweeted a quote by James Baldwin saying, quote, I imagine one of the reasons people cling to their hate because they sense once hate is gone, they're forced to pain. What has been a painful but comforting experience in life? Or what's the shape of your pain that you do?
I mean, honestly, the first thing that jumped to mind is my own like battle against myself to get my work done because it affects everything. When I just took 5 years in this book, and granted, it's a piece. Like, I probably would have taken 2 or 3 years, but it didn't need to take 5. And that was a lot of not just that I'm not working, that I'm over researching. I'm making it. I'm adding in things I shouldn't because I'm perfection about like, oh, I learned that, now I want to get in there. I know I'm going to end up cutting it. Or just or I over outline something until trying to get it perfect, but I know that's not possible. Making a lot of immature kind of I'm not actually that much of a writing amateur. I've written my old. I've been a writer for 15 years. I know what I'm doing. I could advise other writers as well. And yet I do a bunch of amateur things that I know all I'm doing is I know I'm being so that it hurts the actual product and B it wastes your precious time. B when you're mad at yourself, when you're in a negative self-defeat spiral, it almost inevitably you'll be less good to others. Like I used to early on in my now marriage. One of the things we always used to do is I used to plan mystery games. New York City, great place. I'd find some weird little adventure for us. It could be anything. And I wouldn't tell her what it was. I said, I'm serving you the Thursday night out for the set, okay? And it was such a fun part of our relationship. Started writing this book, got to a really bad, personal space where it was like, in my head, I was like, I can't do anything until this, like, no. And I just stopped, like, ever evaluating, like joy of any kind. Like I was like, no, no, that's when I'm done, and that's a trap very quickly. I always think it's going to be a month away, and actually 5 years later, I'm like, wow, I really wasn't living it for 5 years. We don't live very long. Man, like your prime decade, that's like a step by prime. It's like, wow, like that's a huge loss. So to me, that was excruciating, and it was a bad pattern, a very unproductive, unhelpful pattern for me. I wake up in the morning and it's a great mood. Great mood. I wake up, thrilled to be awake, day ahead of me, get so much work done today, and first I'm going to do all these other things. It's all going to be great, and then I end up kind of failing for the day with those goals. Sometimes miserably, sometimes only. And then I get in bed, maybe a couple hours later than I want to, and that's when all the reality hits me. Suddenly, so much regret, so much anxiety, furious at myself. Good thing I can take the time to be back 3 months here, or just even the beginning of that day. And nothing and turning now. I mean, this is a very bad place. This is why I said suffering. Procrastinators suffer in a very serious way. So, look, I know this probably sounds like rough than it is, but it's real suffering. It's so to me, it's like it's painful because you're not being as good a friend or a spouse or whatever as you could be. You're also not treating yourself very well. You're usually not being very healthy in these moments very often, and I'm not being good to my readers. So it's just a lot of this, and it's like it feels like it's one small tweak away. Sometimes it's like that's what I said. It's like just suddenly or just at 9, 12, and getting that habit. Everything else falls into place. All of this reverses. So I feel hopeful, but it's like it is I haven't fixed it all yet. I have some good stuff things.
And you also don't want to romanticize it because it is true that some greats in history, especially writers, suffer from all the same stuff. Like they weren't quite able. I mean, you might only write for 2 or 3 hours a day, but the rest of the days spent, like kind of torture.
Welcome. How are you? Oh man.
yin and yang. That's my thought. Like, people have an really like should be working on basically this is bad, and it's so if you could just get really good at black and the white, so you just wake up and it's just all work. I think a lot of people can have like, instead I'll do something for the instead really late at night or whatever after I torture myself all day. Any fun, it's not like I'm having fun. Call it the dark playground, by the way. Where you are when you know you should be working, you're doing something fun on paper, but it never it feels awful. And so yeah, I spend a lot of time with them.
And you know you shouldn't be doing it, and you still do it. Yeah.
It's not clean conscience fun. It's and I think that it's something about you're draining yourself all the time. And if your focus hours, then if you actually have good fun, it can be anything. Well, it could be hanging out with someone. It could be really fun. Go and that is critical. You're recharging some part of your psyche, and I think it makes it easier to actually work it. And I say this from experience when I have had some good stretches. Like you're, you know what it is? It's like you feel like you're dispounding. One part of your brain is dispounding the other part. Like you're like we got like we treat ourselves well. Like is how you're internal. Like I treat myself, and it's like yeah no, it's work time. And then you're like now it's playtime. So, okay, back to work. Is you're in this very healthy like parent-child relationship in your head versus like this constant conflict, and the kid doesn't respect the parent hates the kid. Like, yeah.
And you're right. It always feels like it's like one fix away. But there's hope. I mean, I guess so much of what you like so true. I guess I have the same kind of hope.
But this is very regular. I mean, I'm impressed. Like, and I think partially, but there is a bit of a it's always schedule stuff for the future for myself, right? Because that future 10 and future 10 is not my problem. I'll schedule all kinds of shit for future 10, and I will not do it. But in this case, you can schedule podcasts, and you have to schedule. Right? It seems like a good medium for
not my
I know, but at least this is the kind of thing, especially if it's not your main thing. Especially if it's not your main thing, is the kind of thing that you dream of doing and want to do, never do. And I feel like your regular production here is kind of something is working in this regard.
Yeah, this but this sure you have the same kind of thing with podcast. In fact, if you could be doing podcasts, it's possible the podcast becomes what podcast is.
This is your procrastination. If you think about being 80 and you get into that person's head and go back and like regret, you just you're yearning, you do anything to just go back and have done this differently. That is desperation. Just you don't feel like you've not seen it yet. The other thing you can do if you have a partner, if you want to partner with someone, now you can say, these 15 hours every week. And at that point, you're going to get it. So working with someone helps.
And that's why they say like a co-founder is powerful anyway. But that's kind of one of them. Because actually for the startup case, unlike writing perhaps, it's really like 100-hour plus. Once you launch, you go all in. Like everything else is you can't even have a home balanced life or so. And their co-founder really that's the idea. When you're one of the most interesting on the internet. So as a writer, you look out into the future. Do you dream about certain things you want to create? Is there projects that you want to write? Is there movies you want to write, direct, or
endless?
So just endless
ideas. There's specific things that I think it's a big list that I know I'll never. And that's part of the last 5 years, really. I feel like I'm not moving. It bothers me because I have so much excitement to try something. Going finishing, not like, but a lot of original like that. I publishing something great usually, and making all of it, or finishing something proud of. Putting it out there and having people appreciate it. It's like the best thing, right? So every kid makes a little bargain with themselves. That's a little, a dream or something. And I feel like when I do something, I make something, been mostly writing, and I feel proud of it, and I put it out there. I feel like I'm like like I owed myself to do certain things, and I just did one of the things I owed. I just paid off some debt to myself. I owed it, and I paid it. It feels great. It feels like very like very out of here. So more things I can do, and I just have fun doing it, right? So it's for me that includes a lot of writing. I have short blog posts. I write very long blog posts, but basically short writing in the form of long blog posts is great. I love that medium. I want to do a lot more of that. Books yet to be seen.
Welcome, Apollo. How you living, pimp?
Driving.
What's new?
Not much. Just heading down to SoCal.
Very cool, man. Where you heading?
Well, I'm gonna be up at the Grapevine overnight, and then early in the morning I'm gonna head down to either Commerce, Compton, or Long Beach, like around that area.
Very cool. Did you take your?
I'll make my way around like. Huh?
Go ahead. You'll make your way.
Yeah, I'll make my way down there around like 5 in the morning, so I can beat the traffic. I don't wanna. You know what I'm saying?
Poor dog.
Passing Burbank and all that shit, LA, like downtown LA, like all that. It's a lot of traffic in the mornings.
Absolutely. Did you take your test?
No. I'm probably just gonna save that for later. But I don't know if I'm as enthusiastic as I was before.
All right. You know what killed Tony? Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I just think for $20 an hour, I don't enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's just the lowest pay. I mean they have other spots. I think you can make up to $80 an hour.
Unfortunately, I don't necessarily have the education.
Yeah, no.
In that sector, qualify for that kind of money.
Right. I get that. Yeah, they make a claim, make $1,600 a week from home. Well, I saw another one.
What do you mean?
That's just what they claim. You can make $1,600 a week by coding from home.
Oh. Yeah.
I saw another thing. I was thinking about you. It was where you test gaming. You test games on your phone.
I would love to do that.
Right. Yeah, it's like $5 a game, so I don't know exactly how long it is, but yeah, I'm just looking it up.
Oh, okay. I thought I lost you because I'm over here by Bakersfield. But on the 5, like on the other side.
Sure. Yeah, so they have paid game testers. I've never done it. I might try it just to see if it works for you. Paid game test.
How long do you have to play the game? Do you have to complete the whole game and then pay $5?
You're asking all kinds of questions, and I don't necessarily have the answers. All right. I think that's it. You give feedback on them. Let's see what the reviews say. Top 3 best app to get paid on. I feel like there could be more to it. Profiles, maybe a tester rating. Okay. It worked pretty well so far, and it actually paid out. Truly make money and discover games. It took me a year to reach $70. Oh, so that's yeah, that's a lot.
I can just buy a fucking Sonic Obama and make $70 in like a week.
Right.
or less.
There's another one that I think might work for you. I don't know if you can do it full time. Survey, just surveys. You just do surveys and make money that way. Do you know what Harry Potter, or do you know what Kill Tony is?
No.
It's the largest live podcast in the world. It's going to be on in 14 minutes. I'm going to check that out.
No.
I've got this phone that keeps just.
I thought Joe Rogan's podcast.
It's not in front of a live audience, though. So this one's in front of a live audience. It's actually gone from YouTube to Netflix. So that's a pretty big jump for a podcast.
Oh yeah, that's massive. They must have had so much funding from Netflix, like they got a giant interest on them.
Yeah, so
That's pretty nice.
they've been doing it 12 years, and it's part of Joe Rogan's podcast crew, basically, and they've sold out the Forum in LA, they've sold out Madison Square Garden, they've sold out a bunch of places, so like some really big venues. And it's funny, it's just basically you get amateur comedians who have a minute, and what they do is just try to make people laugh as much as they can within 1 minute, and then they're interviewed, and they usually have like a guest panel. Like tonight, they have James McCann, who's like probably the hottest Australian comedian out there right now, and Kim Congdon, who started on the show many years ago. And then it's hosted by Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redban. Redban is the guy who Joe Rogan started the Joe Rogan Experience with. Do you know who Jamie is on Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
Okay, well, basically, like, he was kind of like the co-host for many years. So that's gonna be on in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna check that out. I always like watching it. It's like probably my favorite show. So yeah, feel free to watch along with me. And I've got my bots. So my bots are doing well. They are. Here's what people have said about me recently. I mean, like, they work extremely well. I mean, in the amount of time we've just spoken, somebody probably would have said something about me. So let's see what they say. I mean, it's hard. Like, I'm talking to you. I'm not doing any. I mean, I've just got these bots working really well. And so here we go. 1 minute ago, somebody wrote "fuck off, Rabbi." That's yeah. 21 minutes ago, please talk with Rabbi in Discord. 35 minutes ago, what is the Discord, Rabbi? I'm afraid to ask. 37 minutes ago, I will not talk to Rabbi in Discord. I will not talk to anyone in Discord. 39 minutes ago, can Blue Sky do something about this Discord Rabbi motherfucker? I've blocked him like thrice today. 58 minutes ago, someone give me the block list for this fucking Discord Rabbi, please. That's just the word Rabbi. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that people have that I don't even know that they're talking about me, but that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 messages an hour. So that's like once every 10 minutes. That's what I wanted to do. That's exactly what I wanted to do. I want people to come in here. Somebody's gonna see it, and they will eventually. I mean, eventually, I've become like a meme on this platforms. Like, people make their own. Somebody made a meme of me today. It was very funny. So basically, the more and more I spam,
What is it?
It's this picture of a. It was earlier today. Just one moment. Let me scroll and find it. It was very funny. Sure. It was. Let me find it.
But I can't laugh. I can't.
No, I know. I don't.
But I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. I had surgery near my temple. I'm a fucking laugh or sneeze this year. I'm trying to have a good time with you, but at the same time, like, sure.
Right, I understand. Let's see here. How do I look it up? Rabbi. It's very funny. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I got it. This guy's pretty funny.
Oh my God.
Alright, I'll send it to you in TG.
Hey,
I mean, I streamed in there for quite some time. I don't really. I don't really. I don't really. I mean, I'm in the Harry Potter Bomb Sonic 10 email Telegram. I don't really like Telegram. It's very scammy. I just sent you the thing.
Let's say, please join. Do you know him? Question mark. Know him? He's been terrorizing us all for months. What? Somebody created this for you?
I mean, they just do it because I've become like my own meme on this platform. I mean, let's see if anybody else has mentioned me. I mean, like once every 10 minutes somebody makes something, like screenshots me or does something else. Leave me alone, Rabbi. That was an hour ago. Also an hour ago. Rabbi Robots Relentless. Another hour, like same hour, like within the last 100 minutes. I'm gonna delete the Please Talk with Rabbi in Discord right now post because I don't want someone to accidentally click the link. But that was a huge thread. There were a ton of people in there. So like each one of these has other people who type on it. That fucking Rabbi Discord is back. What is happening? Somebody writes with a screenshot of my thing. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, Rabbi. They wrote Blue Sky only has one official rabbi, of course. They wrote. I mean, there's just a lot. So these bots are going, and I've been very successful with them. I mean, I don't want to say I don't have to do anything. I have to make sure that they continue to work, and if they ever get banned, I have to do some adjustments. But like, it's free advertising, and that's what I need. Um, and well, I need my bots for this platform. So, I mean, I'm not selling my bots. Yeah.
How many bots do you have?
Oh, I mean, how many accounts? I've got 3 bots primarily. I've got some others that I've made on phones that work as well.
Right. Three bots.
Correct.
What forms are they?
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky only, or?
Yeah.
I know I get your bot, but your bot, I get join Rabbi at Discord, whatever. That message that comes up on my phone, is that from one of your bots, or is that something different?
Oh, that's different. That's on Discord. That's just a Discord message. Whenever I start a new stream, that comes up. But yeah, that one that comes up on Discord is just anybody who is in my Discord. If you want to watch my live stream, you can get it there. And then these ones that are on Blue Sky, they don't even spam anybody anything. What they're doing is spamming likes. But I made the name. Please join Rabbi's. Please talk to Rabbi in Discord, or please join Rabbi's Discord, whatever one it is. And so every time every time one of these things likes someone, it sends the person a notification, and so it's as good as a message, and that's great for me because, like I said, people out of nowhere who didn't know about me before are learning about me. I mean, like, if this bot, you mark my words, if this bot goes for another month like this, I'll be famous. And that's exciting to me. Yeah. And I mean, there are just so many. I would imagine that I've had hundreds of people tweet about me or whatever. It's not called tweeting, but blue skying about me. And Blue Sky is, I think, better than Twitter in a lot of ways. There isn't any advertising on it, so you don't have to worry about all Elon Musk garbage. And it's really nice. So, with that, I'm gonna set up. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have any. What up, Zoo? It doesn't have any advertising.
I'm about 2 hours.
All right. Well, your boy from your hometown's gonna be on Kill Tony right now.
You got a bad echo there, Rabbi.
Well, whatever one is causing it. But this one,
I don't know which one.
It'll be fixed in a second.
Okay. Is it Rabbi?
Dude, your boy.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm just focused on my health right now.
Way to represent the land down under.
What's that?
Fuck yeah, man. You're being a shitty patriot. It premieres less than 1 minute.
I just
No. Oh, they're saying 2 minutes. All right. You hold it down and turn down the sound.
Okay, there we go. I don't spend too much time on that. How you doing there?
What's this episode about, Rabbi?
Oh, they're all just people trying to make people laugh. So it'll be 60 seconds of people trying to make you laugh. Zoot, you want to play? Zoot. 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 Okay.
Let's go. You there, Rabbi?
There.
Oh, I'm passing the scale right now, and I got a green light. Fuck it.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Oh, no. What the fuck? Fuck up. Hurry the fuck up.
Vitamin D on the base. Or that is indeed. Oh my. Have a line for you.
Fuck, man. What the fuck happened here? Oh my god, it was the fire department. God. Fucking. Oh, what the fuck? Oh god. Oh, god damn it. There was a fucking fire.
I understand. Hey, Apollo,
Oh, wow.
if you don't mind, I'm trying to watch this.
in the first ever regular in Tony history, writing it for years ago. Bring up you guys know all about the show. You guys over 100 read and first. And like it has done. So Rank was actually that means they have to wrap it up. There. Right. The first Canadian doing uninterrupted. One of our favorite and good old fucking golden ticket win. I allegedly be a fucking fraudster on the now. Regular doing stock. Me on the road. Tony with known things. Patterson always America's favorite on the minute from David Foley, everybody. Here we go. Been 21 months, had a drink, that's pretty fucking cool, right? Yeah. Hey, you it cold turkey because I tried to feel like AA at first. Every time I went to an AA meeting, I needed a fucking people out be miserable as hell. You know what I mean? Like, God damn, good already, man. Everybody gonna do it. It got to the point where I started going to the meetings and I just spiked off. You know what I mean? Get you back to your regular town, you know? Then you got something there, I come out to no, you can't kick that. Hey, this is a PTA meeting. Alright, that ain't good. I thought it hey, alright, that's what's up. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. One of my favorite lines in comedy. So yeah. You really, you know?
Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, it's like and
just say, you don't need to take everybody's hand. David, opportunity to do a cool thing. Theater. Sit around 5 times. They have like the what is it? I did a skit. You told me. I'm like they do skits. I'm a skit. You bust her out. Tony, get up, Tony! It's best fucking night of their lives, huh? Right. You're in. How about a little more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Come on. Fernando Castillo, Raul Bolejo, Carlos Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Chorizo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Chorizo, Lupa, got the great Matt Billing on the election tonight. Hacking vitamin D. On the card, that is indeed Matt. Oh my goodness. I'm lined up for you Monday before we get started. Here we go. Ready to start the show? This is Kill Tony brought to you against Recruiter Pride 16 COVID every 6 weeks. As possible. But I love them. And I do of my guests here to clutch for me with the entire world against me. Where garden that I last you know dark down the space. They're back here with huge projects selling out around the country. My favorite comedians in the world, two of the best guests in Tony history, including the first regular ever on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, make noise for James McCann and Ken Congdon. Yes. Yes.
over here. Right here, James. Come over here. There they are. Two of the best. And fast. Many people say a front runner for for 2025. There's a lot of fellow autistic men out there going after their own first round.
How you living, Pam? What's good? How are you? Excellent, excellent. How'd you find out about me, Retro?
Are you remember who I am?
I remember your voice, yeah. How'd you find out about me?
I'm that bot, you remember?
You're that bot.
Yeah, remember we talked about bots and
Oh, yeah. Now I remember you. Yeah. Now I know. Yeah, I'm watching Kill Tony. How you living, Pimp?
good. How about you?
Dude, living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. It is the debut, premiere, I should say, of the newest Kill Tony.
Oh, yeah?
Absolutely. Are you live on Kick right now?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to use my virtual.
I gotcha. Yeah, now I know exactly who you are. Apologies, I get a lot of people in here, and I don't remember everybody, but I recognized your voice. So, what's been good since we last spoke?
Not much, man. Chill. The money. Gambling.
Excellent. Well, I've got my bots going. You want to hear what kind of havoc they've been wreaking recently?
How do you do that? Money?
No, it's free.
Oh,
I use a program, like a macro program, but I use it for free, and I just have 3 laptops going. All right, so 34 minutes. Somebody said, "Fuck off, Rabbi." 54 minutes ago, please talk with Rabbi in Discord. Oh, this is all on Blue Sky, which is like the Twitter alternative. An hour ago, what is Discord, Rabbi? I'm afraid to ask. An hour ago, I will not talk to Rabbi in Discord. I will not talk to anyone in Discord. 1 hour ago, can Blue Sky do something about this Discord Rabbi motherfucker? I blocked him like thrice today. Someone give me a block list for this fucking Discord Rabbi, please. Somebody wrote an hour ago, leave me alone, Rabbi. Made a huge screenshot of all my spam to them. I'm not spamming them. I just have my accounts are just automatically liking people's posts, but in the post it gives my link to my Discord. An hour ago, Rabbi spams relentlessly. Another person an hour ago, please talk with Rabbi in Discord now. Another person got the top ones are just add the apostrophe S. Alright, so people say, oh my god, I'm not going to join Rabbi's Discord. Another person, I can't believe I clicked the link. Another person made a meme of me earlier today, and it was pretty funny. It's just like the first frame is somebody like showing like an ID. You know him, and then the next is like two kids from, it's like two cartoon kids saying, know him, he's been terrorizing us all month. Next one, please join Rabbi's Discord. Does Rabbi have a Discord? Yeah, so they're working really well. How's Kick? Excellent. How's Kick been treating you? Are you certainly? Are you verified on Kick or whatever KCIP or Kick partner now?
Well, I'm trying to.
Of all the people who should be Kick partners, it should be you.
Yeah, well, it's not the they need
All right.
But you find gambling?
Yeah, but I kind of think online gambling, a lot of it's rigged.
Well, depending on what way you look at it, a good way or bad way. Lately, I've been
Can't beat that. But what I mean to say is I can't see the programming for these things, so I don't know all the odds and such, and it can very easily be rigged. Look, I learned back in the day there was this thing called Bodog, and I used to play poker against it, and I always used to lose, just like on the last hand because of bots. And so,
Yeah.
you know, that just they can get you that way. What game are you playing on gambling?
PC games, like blackjack's pretty good. Sometimes I play Limbo. Like, you know what Crash is?
What's Crash?
Crash is like a rocket, but like the most part goes up and up, and then it crashes it. But here in a bit, I'm gonna see if my buddy's gonna join in if you want to join the gamble sesh.
Oh no,
Pretty degenerate up in there.
I'm good. Oh yeah, please have him join in here. But yeah, I won't. I don't gamble. All right, you know Kill Tony.
But you can call out, roulette numbers or something.
Oh, absolutely, I'm down for that. 100%. Are you a fan of Kill Tony?
I've never seen.
Oh, dude. Okay, so this is the premiere, and it just started. So feel free to chill here, and we'll watch the premiere of Kill Tony. Okay? It's just gone. It was picked up by Netflix, so it's also on Netflix now as well.
Okay.
David Foley, everybody. Here we go. Cool, right? Yeah. mental AAD. As hell, you know what I'm saying? Like, God damn, fuck already. Somebody gonna bitch your ass? Got to the point where I started going to the meetings and I was just like, you know what I mean? Get you back to your he got man. Hey, get some AAD. Hey, all right, that's all right, let go. Yeah. 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 It's like, I just about it. I ain't trying to else. So it's like 21, 20, like that. I was trying to fuck. You know, every day I wake up alive. Like, you know what I'm saying? You feel me? Like, I'm doing real well. Like, well, not. See, the way, what I do now is, a lot of people don't know about this, but, I was at my road, we go dress up like Batman, not a homeless man, but somebody. He's a black man. Yeah. You're Robin, but it's don't be like. Yeah, you know, you gotta stand about it. Yeah. Hard on. It's gonna be a hard on, you know. Ain't right without a hard on. It's like a hard thing. Right? I love both. We love both. I understand what I'm saying. That's a grocery store in his neighborhood. Oh man, Portland, Oregon, that place is cool. Down the road. That's fine. You went to foot back then. No, they say you can first. Because I was I seen the crackheads. But everything legal out there. They fuck you. It wasn't a whole lot of that many. Yeah. Like I did a stitch. I was trying to get it. I feel like the Portland lost it. Hey, you know, he was there when I was like, nigga, still just doing it. Still doing all kind of shit when I had he was calling
Welcome, Spider-Man.
Well, what's up, Nick? Hey, this is my boy Ness right here. We're gonna get in the game. Ness, the rabbi, he's gonna bless us in our gamble pitch. He's gonna say a little prayer for us.
100%. Here's a schma. Are you ready, big dog? Here we go.
All right, I'm ready for the prayer.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed. And also, we have another prayer that we're going to say. This is known as the counting of the Omer. So what we do is we count all the days between Passover and Shavuos, which is an upcoming holiday. So here we go. It's Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu al seferat haomer. Blessed are you, Hashem our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 30 days, which is 4 weeks and 2 days of the Omer. So, my friends, if you're looking for a hot number, 30 is the one.
So you said 30 is the number?
Yes, sir.
You hear that, Ness? 30 is the hot number.
That's
What
right.
he said, brother. He just gave prayer. You know, we got good love, good vibes. From Rabbi Rothschild.
100%.
Right?
Hey, your name is Nash? Did I hear that correctly?
Ness.
Nets.
Ness.
All right. Nets, do you follow basketball? What do you think of this, the Mavericks getting the number 1 pick overall? Yeah. How rigged is this bad boy though? No, not that. They had a 1.8% chance of getting the number 1 pick. They a few months ago sent they sent Luca to LA, and then all of a sudden, miraculously, they get a 1.8% chance of getting the number 1 pick overall, and they get it. It's fishy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems like Adam Silver just was basically like, look, I want these big names in LA, and in exchange for trading your best player, you get basically a broken down Anthony Davis and a number 1 pick. I mean, it's just the NBA draft has been big since at least 1985 with Patrick Ewing. And
Hey, Mr. Rabbi.
yes, sir.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you have to advance the introduction you gave me about how you're sponsored by Shiba Inu, Watashi, whoever, and what work you've done. Explain to me that's kind of what your whole backstory you gave me.
Absolutely nuts. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years, 24/7. This is like a real life Truman Show or a real life Big Brother. I have more content online than any person in global history. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Data is Earth's number 1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number 1 resource, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, Nets, a very rich person, along with my man Retro. What does that mean? I talk about things that are going to change the world, and when they do, I'm going to give you all the money that you need to be able to help your friends and your family create generational wealth and start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. What do I talk about? Ending world war, first of all. I want peace everywhere, but ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu. It's worth about $100 million. I with this project, we built wells in Nigeria to help end world thirst, which I want to continue doing projects like that. I'm a major advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I talk about other things that are going to be interesting to the world. I think anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal by 2028 or within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates. They just recently reintroduced the dire wolf. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think this is just mind blowing information, and I want the world to know about it. How is this going to help you in addition to perhaps making you extremely rich? I want to help you be to live longer. And so how do I want to do that? This is all with your consent, but I want to give you the money to be able to take advantage of life extension technology. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy and ambrosia therapy so that you can extend your life longer than the average life expectancy of when you were born, which is probably about age 80. I want to get you to age 100, 120. But at 120, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, that's the next plan is again with your consent. That's very important. If you just want to die at age 80 or whenever, naturally you can. But if you want, there's another type of technology that I want you to be able to utilize. That type of technology is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI into a computer, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is that, and I'm saying retro, I'm saying to our new friends growing here is, I think that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts on that? Nets?
This comes on here and be like, I give my consent.
Excellent.
Bro, that's crazy.
Excellent. Hey, what's going on, Pandroid? Pandroid, you got to be 18 to be in here, my friend.
That sounds like a
Yeah,
chicken.
yeah, Pandroid. Okay, how old?
He's not.
How old are you, Pandroid?
They're foreign. That's why.
Yeah. Okay, Pandroid, how'd you find out about me?
It's racist.
You found out about me from. Oh yeah. You found out about me from that Pinterest blog. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, very cool. Well, we're just chilling. I've just met. I've known Retro, but I just met his friend Nets, and they're gonna do some gambling. So feel free to observe what they're doing. We also have Kill Tony premiere episode tonight. So feel free to chill, okay? Excellent. All right. All right. With that, Retro, did I cover everything that I covered with you in my spiel?
Yes, I think it's time to start the game.
I think you're right. Let's do it.
Are you ready, Ness? Beautiful. How you feeling over there, Ness? Good? Like, I hope so. All right, we got to start off with a good song here. Can you see my screen? Everyone see my screen?
Yes,
see my screen?
I can see your screen.
Yes. All right. It's going to be very important that you listen to this whole song for good luck, and then we'll start our session.
Doug, how the fuck don't you have an ad blocker?
You know, I don't know.
Dude, you're wasting your time and you're wasting everybody else's time. Download uBlock Origin. Or just use the Brave browser.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
That's just hilarious. This is Chapel Roan. Oh yeah, it is.
Pink Pony Club, that'll set the vibes. Okay. What we doing next? BT game or stick? What's the I guess. Right. I haven't put out the
So you're a huge Chapel Roan fan?
what is it?
Are you a huge Chapel Roan fan?
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah, dog. Why'd you pick that song?
Bro, he's talking about a strip club. Not that Pink Pony Club.
Yeah, but I mean, are we going to a strip club? I don't understand the connection.
Nah, it's,
All right.
I'm Loki.
Like of any song you were gonna pick, that was the absolute last song that I thought, which keeps me on my toes. I'm cool with that.
First what?
Chapel Roan song they've ever heard.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Pony Club. All right, what are we playing? Roulette, blackjack, lightning roulette.
Roulette and put it on 30.
All right, bet. No Pandora. Crazy asking. What's up?
For real, retro, you need to get
All right, what are we doing next?
uBlock Origin, or just use Brave.
What do we got? 39.
It's 30.
0. 30. Got it.
Is this a live chick?
Yeah. That could be.
Is she the hottest chick they have going right now on Roulette?
From I am. You're gonna wait.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll answer him for you. I think
Six is crazy. Repeat. Double it. So one on 3-2. Okay. 24. What else? Another one on 11. You have another one on 9. Whatever. It's split. What I get I'm 30. Ooh.
dude, say 30.
50. So on 30. Six again, twice in a row. For a good thing I had that half. That was a. Yeah, take that one off. Yeah.
All right, we got a new chick. Hi.
Another one on 11.
Dude, they could get so much hotter chick.
You know, yeah.
I'm gonna start my own gambling site, and it's only gonna have 10.
That's what I've been saying, man. I've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah.
Money is crazy. Did we get it? Yeah.
I don't understand what. I don't understand why they don't have them in bikinis either.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. Should I double it?
Fuck yeah.
No.
All right.
Another $1 on 11.
No, you're playing this fucking pension shit.
Wow.
Playing poker. You should be playing poker.
Poker sucks on here. I can't.
Oh, okay.
It does. It wasn't so great that way. Kind of when I hit that. It's alright. 7 is crazy. I don't know what now. Hold on. What? Another $1 on 3. Another $1 on 3. Okay.
0.
Put 3 on 3. 3 on what? 33. Oh, okay. Oh, 33? Yeah, I was thinking. Alright. 3. Okay. Alright, we need 3. It was not bad, but I mean, we don't think that shit about. Okay. 3 on. Okay. Then 3 on 33. Okay. On 3 on 13. Sorry, what the hell? I never watched it. Lightning, I never watched it. 5 could snack. Why do we not have 35? So 21 is crazy. Alright. You said 13? Yeah. So we're gonna put these things. Alright. Going on 16. So we got 16. Okay. Alright.
Is she actually throwing the ball?
Kind of.
How is it kind of?
Like she's like spinning it, but also out of the middle. Kind of sort of break it. 13 is crazy. Did we get 13? Oh, we did.
Fuck yeah.
Here we go. Good call. You want more time? No. Okay, no. 3, 5, 9, 11. What else?
0.
3, 4, 3, 6. 9-0.
Okay.
$33.
33 fits back. 16 could hit too. That's my lucky number, but I ain't even gonna hold it. 25.
Fuck that.
9.5. I know what you
26.
Okay.
32.
Okay.
14.
Gosh.
Marshall Valley by the chance of 500.
Damn. Oscar, come on, get out of here.
Oh, you into the 30.
And yeah, 30 could hit. Show me your credit. 34. Hey, we got some. Can we do it? We got 34.
Repeat. And then play with 30. And then, let me see. 14. 29. See if I get this light now. That's 26. $24.
That's something. That's something. Front of bag. Double?
No. Another one on 3. $2 on 3. Another one. This nigga trip.
That could be smart though.
Yeah. Oh my god. Bro, need 5 right now. Need 5.
Oh, 400x free. That's 400, bro. Oh my god. 17. I didn't even get that either. Damn.
I'm running back to 1936. And what's it called? 22.
Rabbi, what numbers you got?
If 69's not available, give me a 33.
Alright, I'll do 33. He said 60.
Sorry, I told you.
Nice.
Ooh, on a 3? That's a W right there. Repeat?
Yep. And then what you want to do is run for 33 first. And then make sure you hit 31.
31 for sure.
You have to put another one on 9.
Damn.
Yeah, lightning. Lightning on a number, or we're gonna hit.
Or I have to get a lightning, but you're on one of these. You get it? I don't know. No, it has to be on the number. You need it all like you don't have any of those. 16. Go.
Yeah.
Coming up. Gotta go.
Alright, this one's for Chapel Run, baby.
Alright.
Dollar on 0 and
I like that dollar
and
on
then
0.
I mean, we got most of the board covered. I'm kind of surprised if we don't get any lightnings. Look how many, there's no lightnings in all these ones. Like, there ain't no way we're gonna get a lightning. At least on one of these. Feel me?
Come on, 0.
27. We get 27? No. Wow. Okay. Fast.
0, 3, 5, 9.
Okay.
11, 1,
Okay.
24, 32, 36. Double.
Oh, shit. Next one, I bet.
Watch this. So I'll be able to hit this number.
This table only has single zeros, right? No double zeros?
Yeah, no doubles, fortunately. Makes it kind of.
No, that's better. That's better odds for us, though.
It can be. Try to double it.
Um, 30, 23, 23.
And, okay. Shit. Alright, bet.
0.
0, go hard.
On. I mean, we got 2 out of the numbers for lightning. One of them got to hit there.
0.
24. We get 24? Let's go. Run it back?
No.
Alright, now what?
0, 3, 5,
Okay.
2, 9, 11, 24, 36, 32.
Okay.
And here we're going to double it.
Alright, bet. Girl talks like a fucking cam lady. Hilarious. Ooh, any of these smack though. We got all those numbers are lightning. One of them has it has to count lightning. It has to. 2? Oh, we got it!
Go.
100. If I was double, that would have been huge, but
And
run it back.
same bet.
Should I double it?
Because all I'm doing is I'm playing my and then play 21 and 4. What withdraw right easy tonight, boy.
Little racky.
36.
150x on 30. Wow. I'm feeling at 30. For real. Turn it up a bit so you can hear it.
2 again?
I'm gonna eat you a lot.
Better chill out, don't get double the bet. Don't have anything else.
Are you live on?
$19 on 3, $2.
Are you live on Kick right now?
No, usually I am, but not today.
All right.
I did 16.
Why is 16 your lucky number?
Because my birthday's 16.
There you go.
Money doesn't want to matter anymore. I want that money though.
Run that back. And then, but I won't do that.
Oh, okay.
I'd put,
Alright.
Thank you, bro.
Someone said their username is their email. Does that?
36.
We need a little 500X, bro. That's 1,000.
Get it.
Those 36 would be like 400.
Told you that I just
That's huge. That's huge. 150. Bro, we're smacking feet.
take off the 5 on the street. Now, 2025.
Couldn't find it.
About to hit a like
I'm feeling, bro. That could have been a band if that would have smacked.
16.
That's your
Dude,
number.
that could be a band, bro.
That's your number.
So it's 30. 30 was the number. Either of them. Bro, could be a band. I'm going to lie. Literally. No way! That's a band! That's a band!
Whoa!
We're making 5.
So you just made $1,000 on that?
I can't believe it. I can't. I'm not gonna go. If we get 100, I'm dipping.
16 again? Wait, did it just do? It did 16 again?
What hit this 24? What hit 24?
I got a screenshot. 26.
Got the.
We didn't. We screenshot that. Oh, it's not even in here. Okay. Running back? Or no, clear it. Oh, this could go crazy. I can't believe we just smacked the band, bro. I can't even believe it. You literally told me we gotta hit a rack. We're gonna hit a rack.
Bro,
I can't believe that just fucking happened.
if I hit this 36 too, 7, you got the red zone.
I'm just gonna pay 1,000.
Hey, look at rent back. Put hey, put $2 more on that.
Oh, is that 9? Yeah. Hey, Nets, anything over 1,200, I'll give you. So if you want to dip now, that's 140 in your pocket.
Retro, we will have to make 5.
All right, listen. Anything over 1,200, you keep. If we go under 1,200, I'm pulling it. That's
Let's get this shit, bro. Smack that.
All right. Rabbi blessed us. 32. We did. On a 50X? Oh, no. That's fine, though. Bro, we're on a hot streak. I can't even lie right now. Look at this. Look at this stats. Look at this.
Retro, I've been trying to tell you, bro, last time when you got drunk as bro, we came up.
Bro, I know, but now I'm sober. You know, she's spun the fuck out of that shit. Damn.
Retro, I'm trying to tell you, bro, what time. Get a lightning time, bro.
We'll get so many lightnings. 1, 3, 11, 30. One, bro. One of those has to smack. That's 100 to 200 on each one. You turn the AC on. You go for like 25 minutes. 13.
You got that.
Just
run it back.
Is peak? Yeah. You got peak up. Did you change it? Sorry.
Hey, put $2 on 8.3.
Shit.
Hey, Ralph, I'm trying to pop a retro. Don't say this game.
Dude, you just said 8. You just said You just said 8.
I gotta put the kid to bed in like an hour though. So got about an hour left. 22.
Alright.
You can see better. Probably see better. Okay. Now that
The 2 on 8.
I'm telling you, I'll put. Alright. What is she even saying? This bitch is like a stray cat out of the fucking alleyway. I'm gonna hold you. My girl's like, no. Oh man. You need help? You got it? Yeah, but 26? Oh man. Man. Alright.
Girls okay, bro. Watch this. Not done yet, bro. But
Yeah. Oh, look at this. The 13 mil.
Say 22, 18,
Okay.
29.
If this don't hit, bro, do one more, I guess. Any of those could be good right now. We need some juice. We can't be running on this. I ain't gonna hold you next. 33. How much even is that? Barely enough. Bet. We got so many numbers.
Okay,
I'm saying it.
take off the bet.
Alright.
This will do 0, 3, 5, 9, 11. 24, 30. Double it.
That's one.
Hey, we want to eat again, bro. Watch this.
This bitch is singing Adele right now.
You want to hit that 5.
Wow.
My birthday 5.
And
That's it. My bad. No, don't know. And then $4. 1 and 2. And then $2 on. Yeah.
this goes what you have for breakfast, lightning. I mortgages. If you can't even spell mortgage correctly. 35, yeah. Okay, it's okay. Gotta start paying more lightning though. There's not enough lightning. I double it.
Put on 13.
Okay.
27. Oh, 32.
I can't lie, but we gotta get off here. My kids gotta go to bed.
Dude, you made $1,000. You should be.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Then pull out, baby.
13.
I'm on 13. The boys back home. 16 is crazy, but we got it.
Again. 16 is your number.
Hey, 2, 0, 3, 5, 9, 11. 24, 32.
We're on 32. We need
32, baby.
We need 32. 31 is crazy. Wow.
Big dog, pull out while you're ahead. Pull out while you're ahead.
Do what?
Pull out while you're ahead.
Pull out?
Hey, dude, I'll take
All right, do one more, but go ahead and go home a winner.
Oh, shit. Well, takes place on 33.
Come on, 33.
11, 31.
We need that 11.
Get this
We
11.
need that 11 again. Come on. Come on, 11. 15 is crazy. Yeah, that's
Guess that shit up 20.
You won, man. How much did you win overall?
1,060.
Excellent job, Retro. Shout out to you, man.
Thank you, bro.
Good job.
Thanks for the Jewish shirt.
Absolutely nuts. Great job guiding him.
7 is crazy.
My boy, bro. That shit. I told him over a rack heat, and I said,
Dude, I'm gonna toss you, bro. I'm gonna toss you a soul, bro. Send me your soul. That sounds crazy.
You can send me some shit, like, I'm about to better, bro. Like, hear about that in a little segment. I just want to talk to you for free, bro. That's what that shit. That's that man. Thanks, bro. Oh, God, bro. I told you that shit, bro. I just like it, bro. Hey, bro. You just got bullets, bro. I'm happy for you, bro.
Bro, I appreciate it, bro. It's going up a lot.
Play all my numbers, bro. I did my number, bro. I'm telling you, bro. When I just want to say thank you for trusting me that lightning. Last trial, I know about this lightning relent. 3 weeks. Play the lightning, play the lightning.
Excellent
Bro,
work.
you came right at the right time. Okay, and I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna eat fucking victory tonight.
Absolutely. Take care of your
I
family.
appreciate you.
I'm like, I don't worry about you. Enjoy your blessings, bro. That's it. Nice little house. I'll just thanks for bro. Thanks for having part of it. My numbers, bro. I'm happy.
Thanks for doing it in
I
here.
appreciate it, man. Hey, Rabbi, this is gonna be our gambling degen cave. We need a degen VC because we're gonna start degening in here.
Absolutely. Right below.
We're gonna bring in a couple other people. We're gonna get this shit popping off. Gamble special giveaways, all kinds of shit. We'll hold you.
Whenever you want, my friend. Thank you so much for doing it in here. Retro, great job being a winner. Next, great job advising him. Enjoy your nights, gentlemen.
All right, you too, bro.
Peace, man. Take care, everybody.
Peace. Peace out, guys.
Well, that was fun.
Alright, your first fucking will people before it goes down. Born and idiots are found. Anything happen is your people of the night. Just all a lampy, everybody. Just I would exterminate those bugs like I was in the party in the 1940s. Let's give it a round of applause for Mary. Everybody, Mary, Mary.
was in the party and give it a round of applause for Mary. Everybody, Mary! Mary! Oh, hi there. Oh my God. It's a different sort of I'm Mary. Sometimes the aliens talk to me when I'm and I'm all out of fucking tinfoil and where's the X? My head? Did I take it yet? Not taking it. I think it's like my grandson was also electrocuted. I was breaking the law. I love you, Tony.
That was awesome.
Now this guy that's like a dude in a big fucking man. I love it.
I'm a cuckoo.
All over. No.
Well, I just have stories of like cat. Well, I didn't have sex. I didn't have sex for like 2 years. So I was talking to this girl outside for like. Okay, so we went up to her room. Starts yeah, the style is shit.
But 1 year in the
How old are you? 50. What? That not a wig. I thought wig. Oh my god.
That's a wire. I would take photos having blow job.
Never called you up for the show. Exactly. Kind of meeting somebody called you.
I got laid off. I was a security guard, personal trainer, a Tai Chi instructor. With
Ow.
person here.
I love
I would love to train with. Not it. Was electric. Oh yeah.
You don't like
we got a couple more references. We got. There you go. Oh. Are there any people that come you? Not like I like them. I'm gonna let I guess.
So I used to play outside of the deli. Hit it around ice. I put my hand on and I did it the hardest. Fucking fuck me. Oh, you fuck my ass. Somebody know that. Fuck my ass. Wait. Hey, what about your fucking job? Where did it make fun of your you don't look. No, I said emerald eyes. I was scary.
Some yeah. And it's yeah. I mean, get another.
I went to all
Yeah, freedom.
falls in the woods. If I say the N word, the word would it just start to fall out of the sky.
I gotta get you out of here. Right. You know what? I don't think you get a little just maybe next. Yeah. Everybody that comes out here is so annoying. Are we making friends? Are we networking here tonight? It's a lonely city. Another three-word name coming at you. Ladies and gentlemen, another fucking bull. Clearly, fucking anything can happen. Clearly, this show is not produced at all. Hi there. This podcast is sponsored by Talk May, mental health awareness month and Talkspace, leading provider of online therapy, helping you face whatever is holding you back with caring licensed therapist. Talkspace, you're not alone. Adults who express experience Talkspace was to help close that gap by making high-quality therapy and psychiatry more convenient and affordable. Started, you can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider typically within 48 hours. Talkspace makes it convenient. You can make your appointments in the comfort and privacy of your own home and exchange voice or video messages with your therapist. So, Talkspace makes it accessible and affordable to face challenges, whether it's mental health condition, relationship conflict, past trauma, or everyday stress. Find your path to move forward with resilience plus. Most insured members have a $0 copay. Now, like my man, Bobby, the doc.
I love cocktails. I think therapy is amazing.
Yes, it serve yourself this 3 months. Didn't work with most of your insurance plans, but if you pay out of pocket, listener to this podcast, you get $80 off your first month. If you go to Talkspace.com/promo hero, that's hero, the match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/and enter promo code hero. This podcast is sponsored by Origin. Podcast for one to dream. Dreams turn into the podcast business you're listening to today. Starting your own business. You're being a lot of us share. Think about let it remain. Hold yourself back. Think, what if I can't do it alone? What ifs and the why nots with Shopify by your side? Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. House names Shark to brands get started. What if I can't design a website? Shopify's got from the get-go with you ready to go templates to match your brand style. What if I need a hat? Get help every day with fast enhancing writing product description or generating discounts with Shopify's AI created for commerce already.
What if you heard about my brand at Shopify? Find your customers with easy to run email and around, share advice, 24/7.
Turning those dreams into that's on its Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. Shopify.com/GoTony. Make some noise for Isaac Kane Brown. Isaac Kane Brown.
I've been dating a girl recently, a pretty big red flag. I think it's Chinese. Something, I'm not too sure. I've been thinking I should be in the UFC. The way I've been fighting these gay thoughts, I think it's going to come down to a decision. I think the black guy's going to win. I don't know. Have you guys ever noticed that veterans and trans people are a lot alike? Like, you don't have to ask, we'll tell you about it. They have a hard time finding employment. Sometimes they kill themselves. Which is honestly just a burden off our shoulders.
Wow. Isaac Kane Brown. Staging the room of Joseph Paul Atlantis. Isaac Brown, totally different. How long have you been doing Isaac Brown?
A little over 2 years.
World eyes. They're so blue. They are.
Oh, oh,
Shut. Striking.
no. No, 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 no.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna find out what park you go to. I'm just gonna walk around waiting for you. Those degrees.
I don't know what to do with my hands, dude. Oh,
Figure it out. You can grab the stand behind your back.
That's powerful.
yeah, yeah, right, all right, cool.
Broken that one. Bad doing that. What? Think about doing my trucks like this. Hey everybody, I'm from Australia. Hey, or
I'm neither of those, but yeah, keep going. All right.
no red banner. They can hold the mic. So brown. Like a horse sometimes. A horse.
So I tried to start on the trail. Fuck. So I walked straight through the park as fast as I can.
Yo. Hey, look. Naughty. Had a good day. New Kill Tony. Don't get too excited. Did you get a chance to watch all my other amazing music videos? Do you like them? Yay! You really did see them? Excellent. Audie, people come in here and lie to me all the time, so I just have to, I wouldn't expect it out of you. I'm glad you watched them. Good. That's wonderful. Alright, I'm here. I just have to adjust on the other computer. Be right back. I'm right here. Don't look. Haven't gone anywhere. Still here. Go.
I want to give that one I want to celebrate that. I want to. If you get out there on the road as a stand-up comedian, good luck, Fred. What do you like to masturbate to? The guy that looks like memories.
I really just like the videos where the women are giving like words of encouragement. white people here. Is there one black guy here?
Yeah, I see
Oh, do you guys like
hard to
count them
see
as
because they're in the dark.
Oh, oh. Oh, wow, there's
What kind of word courage? What's hurt?
I get the good boy. It's pretty.
Wow.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, I don't like this.
Wow. That is hard. They're telling you you're a good boy. They're doing a very dark and shameful thing.
Yeah.
Then you feel really good, then you feel really bad. It's not your threat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very Catholic. Yeah.
My language. I understand. Well, Isaac Dean Brown, we're going to send you upstairs by the talent booker of the comedy mothership out of Ego right now. And Jesus Christ, that has to be your worst nightmare. Well, have you ever you're gonna do this on what other way would there be? Fine. Works where it came from. There you go. That's the two extremes of what can happen here. Tony, it's basically the show's over. No time for another hour and a half. Between those two guys, that's what the show is. It's fucking absolute hot diggity. Some of them are just what happens next. The name's Shadow. Shadow.
Thanks, guys. I really need to. It's been a rough week. My son, he came out to me in transit. Dad, I think I'd be happy if I was a woman. Son, I've never met a happy woman. I almost recently died. Also, last couple weeks. I woke up in the hospital. My wife was next to me crying. Thought, well, this is the worst minute. Finally got somebody there for my trust. Like Chad, beautiful guy on the TV. I have these. We have a lot of animals. I have this one little girl dog who keeps on getting out of the pen. I put her in the backyard, and every time she does, she gets fucking pregnant. Yeah. So I've been putting a little Plan B in her dog food. I used to wake up and step in dog shit like bad. Now I wake up in the night, step in something out of this dog shit. Probably a joke.
Shadow. There you go. Welcome. It's been on
It's been a while. Yeah.
I feel like correct?
Oh, yeah.
You've been working hard?
Oh yeah. So, at least I've had some. It was September 11th.
Wow.
Yeah.
I remember you were so bad. It's one of the worst
Yeah,
things to ever happen on September 11th. True. I remember looking at your face being like, just those 2 years and be back up here and be like, you want to fuck up here?
Wow. I wish you said I crushed. Oh, man.
Alright. Shadow, how old are you?
40. I'll be 44.
How long have you
3 years now.
Right. What do you do for work?
I own a cannabis.
Cannabis.
Yeah.
Explain to us what that is.
I teach people how to work in the if I there's a Thank you.
Professor. The professor of cannabis.
Professor.
Okay. I bet that kills if that cannabis.
It does. Yeah.
some higher education. All right, America? On it.
Yeah, there's no record. Yeah. Right. Not
Clear web. Well, no website. Nothing like the way to get names. The JDF McCann.com. That's his website.
These as well.
MCCANN. JDF. James McCann Comedy. JDF. Yes. 1,000 times.
Once again, it's JDFMCCANN.com. And once you get there, it's right.
What do you do for fun?
I just published a novel about a female serial killer. But it's a real easy. She walks away.
Walks away.
Don't they all?
That's the happy ending novel is Philip finds it.
It's told from her point of view. We see her whole life.
After she's killing innocent people.
Yeah.
Killing innocent.
You know,
Who does
Wow.
All right.
He looks a lot like my dad. I really do.
really?
Fucking weird, yeah.
I've been told that, guys.
No, that's not
Wow.
that's not what I was saying.
Wow. Facial.
Yeah, kind of. Also look like.
Oh.
Rock is
Oh.
thank you. He does look like my.
Play music or anything?
No,
Boys. And you can't play. Oh, goddamn it.
I was prophesized I was going to be a grown up kid. And so I tried everything. God was wrong.
Girlfriend, Chad?
Married 5 years.
5 years. What does she do for a living?
Now she makes
Okay.
same thing.
How do you keep often do you guys have
Couple times a week.
how does that go? Wait.
Usually in the morning. I'm kind of wore out and I'm really doing bikes and shit. She's I close the door and lock it, and that's it. She can't get out of the fucking.
That's great, ladies and gentlemen. Confession here.
Because you got kids.
Yeah, but they're adult kids. So it's kind
What adults are they?
of in their 20s.
And how many still live at home?
My daughter just moved in with my grandma, but my son still lives in his room.
How old's your son?
He's 23.
What's he doing with it?
Fucking nothing.
What do you mean?
You can fuck your wife louder.
Yeah.
That's what it takes.
Instead of walking.
I agree.
Yeah, that. Yeah, wow. Do you have a job?
He got recently fired from calls, but
How did he get fired from? What do you have to do?
he was hiding out in the bathroom.
In his defense, he has to jerk off every time he hears a click.
I've been taking him to a lot of interviews. He's kind of visually impaired, so I have to drive him around. He's got the shit guy. Football's really good bonding.
About teaching him how to play baseball.
Yeah, but my time has passed on.
And the daughter lives with your grandma now?
Yeah, she couldn't put our shit for 2 straight. But grandma.
With grandma. Hanging out by grandma.
Yeah.
Pretty much what's going on, you think?
No, she had a bad relationship here and she moved there. That shit. Grandma lives in Oklahoma.
Wow. Just middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
You guys are worse than Oklahoma?
Yeah.
I need to look after my daughter. I'm going to send her to the teen pregnancy capital of the world. Right? Also, man,
Welcome.
Oklahoma City has a.
also, it's so my daughter.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to, like, if you don't know, yes, I know, yeah, you don't have to just make noise. Like, Red Man gets away with it every week, but you don't have to. Last time you were on, you got a little joke book?
I did.
Guess what, Chad?
Yeah.
This time you're the big. Look at this podcast is sponsored by Vaya Life News. Just need a way to relax, recharge, stay focused, than they already are. You ever tried meditating, but then get stressed and you aren't meditating? Same. That's why I love Vaya. It can actually make feeling good easy. Vaya is changing natural wellness. High quality and variety ingredients, powerful cannabinoids, create real effective results. You're looking for daily wellness, laser, deep, relaxation. Vaya has trusted independent American. Oh, we love American farms. Vaya legally ships nationwide to medical card required. Check out the link in Vaya description. Shipping orders over $100. Vaya get a free gift of your choice. After you purchase, they ask you if you heard about them. Please order enhance Vaya. Hi. This podcast is sponsored by PrizePicks, the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash with millions of members. Daily successful to all. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. Action on the basketball playoffs. Players from the court to your PrizePicks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, more or less your shots. 2,000 cash today. PrizePicks also offers weekly payouts like each two like projections providing more value for your lineups. James get more than 24 points. Giannis scoring 35 takes lead this you on PrizePicks. And I love PrizePicks. Basketball. Jason, you're getting 8 easy. Picking up how it makes out. We have to use to get $50 in your first $5 line. Get after your first $5 line. PrizePicks. Run your team. But on next by the name of Zach Almas, everyone. Okay, there's Heidi again.
Today, my smartwatch notified me that a fantastic. I was taking a shit. I don't think I could ever have a normal job. Just when I tighten that tie, my dick gets hard. I'm getting into BDSM lately, or at least that's what my girl told the cops. Sometimes I fantasize about orgies. They don't let me near school. I'm pretty good at flirting, but it's hard to like to waste leftovers, so I always eat the fetus afterwards. Why do people fantasize about having a zombie apocalypse? You can eat people right now. Like, you don't have to wait, man. I think that's probably about my time.
Creepy.
Sorry.
Right?
I've never seen a
A lot of good topics, a lot of good.
It's a short amount of time. I'm trying to.
Yeah, you
Yeah. Not much, I'll give it.
Okay, how long have you been doing this?
About 2 years.
Where at?
All around town, Roscoe's, Kick Butt.
So awesome. What do you do for work?
Right now I'm a DJ on the weekend. Yeah.
Tell us about that. Like,
Oh, it's awful. And they're always trying to skip the line, bullshit around. Yeah.
they up.
Every week, yeah, they try to bribe their way on stage. Like, the worst excuse I've had was I'm dying of cancer.
Wow. Did you let them cut the line?
No, of
Do you
course
remember
not.
what song they wanted to do?
No. A while ago.
Well, very incredible stuff. Karaoke DJ.
I mean, I'm doing DoorDash on the weekend. Or I'm doing DoorDash in between doing DJ stuff. But
When
really,
you say you're doing DoorDash, ordering it clearly.
yeah. I mean, as much as I can, you know.
What do you like to eat? Specific way?
I mean, I love a good burger. That was nice.
Martin.
They used to call me a bear in college. So damn fair. Not in a good gay way.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing.
You guys said I think guys what they
Yeah.
What do you do for fun?
I'm big into video games. I'm addicted to them. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm playing a new one, Claire. Amazing. It's a RPG. It's turn-based. Nice.
So, what's your love life like?
My love life. Me and my girl bought a house 4 months ago.
Okay.
Headed towards marriage eventually. We'll see.
Love it. How can you afford a house?
Who the hell knows? I worked hard before that, but I'm trying to get it again.
What do you do?
I used to repair restaurants. For the power tool.
Save money doing that?
Yeah, a good bit. Yeah.
You have a
Yeah.
bedroom?
It's a 3-bedroom. Yeah, 3-bedroom.
Wow. Absolutely amazing. Where do you do bedroom?
I mean, got my computer in one, got the dogs in the other, and then stay in the last one.
Computer in one, the other. How many dogs?
We have 2. Mostly shit. Lord, yeah.
Wow. Hey, bunch of disgusting. People, fucking girls whose places smell like cat piss.
No, he's not walking.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah.
Zach, what's your
Oh, it's pretty bad. It's like 2004 build. On top of it. Not enough. I'll tell you that much. It's getting scary.
give us a ball?
Maybe like 10K in the bank. Huh?
Is the wife?
I'm not sure. I've never asked her that direct question. Definitely the breadwinner right now.
Well, you put the bread eater.
Yeah.
What does she do again?
She works for a nursing certification. Yeah, apparently.
She what is it? Basic surgery.
She loves it. For example.
She
When work can afford, obviously, our schedules don't really align.
Right. How long have you been with her?
Like 3-4 years now.
How do you keep things exciting in the bed?
They're probably not, honestly.
How often are you guys having sex?
I don't know, maybe like 3 times a week.
Pretty good for
Yeah.
it turns you on? It was something
She likes
specific?
to insult me a lot and beat me down.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, looks like I could fuck you very easily. Next time I would say take your time and fucking pick your books that are run. Little fire. Little tiny fire. Little tiny fire on Kimstone. Alright, let's get another bucket up here. This looks like an interesting name. You guys having fun out there? Let's get another one. This one goes by the name of Tommy. Buddy. Hey, we know Tommy. It's the return of Tommy.
They say that opposites attract. If opposites really did attract, then my wife really wouldn't have a penis. I'm always broke, looking for new ways to make money. Last week I took an ad out back of a men's magazine for $50 blowjobs. Now I just gotta get my wife on. I've written several books. 9 different ways to skin a cat. You gotta skin it if you're gonna eat it. I've been married 13 years. In the next book I'm going to dedicate it to my wife. 101 ways to kill your wife. That book would be followed by 101 things to do in prison.
Okay, Tommy Tickles. You're back. I remember you.
Yes, sir. I came back here right quick.
I remember you. How could I forget you? Like, well,
I'm a farmer rancher. Yeah,
you're a farmer and a rancher. And where is that again?
Other side of Fredericksburg, about 2.5 hours away.
Okay, your own little property.
If anybody needs to bury your body, my Instagram account is Tommy Tickles 2025.
Here
I'm trying to start that cemetery.
everybody tonight is right out of the bucket. I don't know if anybody is keeping track of the picture. Everyone pulled out of the bucket either human or an animal.
Again. Very.
He'll just bury you on it.
You have a pet? You have a pet?
I'm less scared of murder. I'm scared of the tickle.
If your pet's not dead yet, I'll knock $50 off if you let me kill it.
Wow. Oh my God. Tommy, you're a wild boy. Tommy Tickles.
50 years old.
50. Same age as oh, and you have red bands all 50. Tommy Tickles. Yeah, you're looking good.
Last time you let me roast you.
You did? Okay, go ahead, Tom. Ready for more.
Ranker.com recently.
Hold on, wait.
You're about to find it?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Ranker.com just listed ranked its top comedians of all time. Right? Number 14. Rogan came in at number 89. Tony Hinchcliffe comes in his pants every time he sees Ron White and Joe Rogan.
That's a very good one, Tommy. Saying friend. White.
Third.
I say you're easy on the eyes?
Got emerald eyes.
There's no eyes in the word. There's no eyes in the word.
Okay. Very good. We literally, by the way, it's funny, we have a new job. We have
I don't know.
people now. A fun fact with backbone. Don't really we have people hired to keep every word on the show. Accidentally missed goes completely demonetized.
It's working at YouTube. I don't like
Right. It turns out, and it makes us somehow they will in an episode. Nothing you can do to hide.
You also have a very nasal voice. You get stuck in traffic, they call it nasal pitch.
Okay, here you go. Tommy, I swear to God, you can come in one more time. Shut up.
Okay, here we go.
Tommy, you live out in the street. What's the crazy on up? Like, one like fucking run out of fuel and come up and anything like knock on your door. You've got.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I love country. I love it. How many guns do you have, Tommy?
A lot of them are inherited, like passed down. So we, for doing what's supposed to be used for,
Yeah. What do you use guns for?
If you need a pet killed, you go to Tommy Tickles, 2025.
Are you out there killing pets?
No.
When's the last time you killed a pet?
No, I don't.
Do you have any pets?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of pets?
I've got a boxer dog, great white trees, llamas.
3 black eyes.